बहुत सीधा मैं जो कर रहा हूँ वो तुम लोग देख सकते हो। फ्रिकिंग लव इट। हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम टू अनदर ब्रांड न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम। आज द डी डे, आज जो टॉप 12 पे रहेंगे बाय द एंड ऑफ द डे वो क्वालिफाई होंगे सीधा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए। तो भाई बहुत मजा आने वाला है। कैन फैल्कन्स क्वालिफाई, कैन टीजेबी क्वालिफाई, देखना पड़ेगा ब्रो। देयर आर सो मेनी टीम्स हु आर स्टिल एट रिस्क। क्या लगता है गाइस, कौन सा टीम क्वालिफाई होने वाला है एंड कौन सा टीम नहीं? बिफोर दैट, हाउ इज योर डे गोइंग? सबके सब बताओ। TJP comeback needed. Yes, bro. They have 37 points, right? It's doable. It's doable. कल उनका एक्चुअली चोक देता, कल उनका चोक देता। ओए 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 ओए, क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है मेरे को? आज लास्ट डे है क्या? यस ब्रो, आई मीन लास्ट डे फॉर ग्रुप स्टेज। आफ्टर ग्रुप स्टेज विल हैव लीग, आफ्टर लीग विल हैव ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। समझे? कल का वीडियो नहीं आया ब्रो, लोग उतना इंटरेस्ट नहीं दिखा रहे। पीपल आर ज्वाइनिंग माई लाइव स्ट्रीम, पीपल आर वॉचिंग माई लाइव स्ट्रीम, दे आर नॉट वॉचिंग द वीडियो। तो मैंने सोचा यार चलो लाइव स्ट्रीम पे ही देख लो तुम लोग। ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का बनाऊंगा मैं वीडियो। The matches are about to begin. सही टाइम पे आ गया मैं। अन्ना नमस्ते, नमस्ते ब्रो प्रेम साई, नमस्ते नमस्ते। स्पाइक भाई कैसे हो आप? मैं बढ़िया। और पनिशर, हाउ आर यू डूइंग? सबके सब आ जाओ यार। इट्स द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट डे ऑफ द ग्रुप स्टेज। आज पता नहीं कौन किसको टारगेट करेगा, कौन मचाएगा कौन नहीं। आई होप दिस टीम शाइन्स टुडे एंड ऑल्सो दिस टीम TJB शाइन्स टुडे। चाइनीज भाई कर लेते, वो कर लेते, ठीक है। मैड बुल्स आज निकालेगी गेम अच्छा। आई होप सो, आई होप सो। एंड आवर गॉड लियोन, वेयर इज लियोन भाई? आज लियोन ब्रेक में है, आज लियोन ब्रेक में है। तो मैड बुल्स सेफ है आज के लिए। हराम में ब्रो, इनका लोगो बड़ा खतरनाक है यार। Is team spirit playing today? No, they are not playing today. They will play the league stages, not the group stage. लियोन तबाही मचाएगा आज नहीं। उनका टीम के 12 मैचेस खत्म हो चुका है, तो लियोन इज नॉट प्लेइंग टुडे। डू यू नो म्यांमार GE esports? म्यांमार GE esports मेरे को अच्छे से रिकॉल नहीं कर रहा हूँ। पता ही होगा ब्रो इफ दे आर गुड। भाई गॉडलाइक का क्या सीन हो रहा है? आई हैव नो आइडिया गाइस, आई हैव नो आइडिया। मैं आज PMWC के स्ट्रीम खत्म होने के बाद मैं BGMS का वीडियो स्टार्ट करूंगा वर्क करना, तब मैं देखूंगा क्या एक्चुअली हुआ क्या नहीं। तो तुम लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो वीडियो कल ऑन BGMS, ठीक है। आज इस स्ट्रीम पे इट्स ऑल अबाउट PMWC, समझ रहे हो? वी आर नॉट, अरे क्या कर दिया मैंने? आज अपन सिर्फ ग्रेटनेस को एंजॉय करेंगे। आज कमाल होने वाला है। आई नो दिस फॉर अ फैक्ट। आगे बढ़ो, बहुत पीछे हो, क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? कितने पीछे हो मैं? 2x पे चला रहा हूँ, देखते क्या होगा।
to start us off.
2x stream कर दिया 2x कर दिया मैंने.
And hopefully we'll see some
Will Paraboy play PMWC? They did not qualify, bro. Paraboy's team did not qualify. Permission मिला क्या? Yes, bro. BGMS के लिए permission कल मिला मेरे को. कल रात को मिला मेरे को. जो भी BGMS की वीडियोस बना रहे, वो बिना permission बना रहे थे कहते. तो वो लोग मेरे को भी permission दे दिए. ले भाई तुम भी बना लो. ये पहले दे देते, मैं भी पहले बना लेता. स्टार्टिंग मना किए, फिर परमिशन दे दिया. पता नहीं क्या सीन. Spike by waiting for your live Falcon domination today, bro. कल थोड़ा देखो Boom Esports is one of the teams जो मेरे को लगता है कमबैक कर सकता है. Teams are tuning in. कौन कहाँ उतरेगा, क्या करेगा बोल के. Bro, I really want top and action. आज नर्जर खेल रहा क्या? एक सेकंड. Yes, आज नर्जर खेल रहा है guys. ईस्ट की जगह पे.
Yeah, you don't get any easier, but like it's really going to be a bit of a spin cycle, I suppose, on maximum velocity. You got to contend with that. It is
Let's go.
Throwing it into the tumble dryer and watching
एकदम पुराना Falcons lineup.
Quality of competition. You got to bring out.
ये क्या लगा रहा है हाथों में?
It's looking so damn beautiful today.
ये क्या है?
You got to bring out. The stage deserves it. It's looking so damn quality of competition. You got
Is
to
it for
bring
the
out.
grip?
The stage deserves it. It's looking.
अबे यार रुक जा.
Because that's the quality of competition. You got to bring.
I think फोन पकड़ने के लिए ग्रिप के लिए वो लगा रहा है. जिस तरीके से सचिन बैट का ग्रिप लगाता है ना, वैसा ये हाथ को लगा रहा है ग्रिप, ताकि फोन को बहुत स्टेबली पकड़ सके. सही है ब्रो, सही है. The things pros have to do.
Yeah.
I'm seeing big nerves in the building.
आज लगता है Falcons मारेगी नर्जर के आने से. I hope so, bro. I hope so. From your opinion, who will dominate, bro?
But it is a very, very scary task.
आज की बात कर रहे हो कि पूरा टूर्नामेंट? आज तो मैं गेस नहीं कर सकता, bro. Today it's going to be chaotic. कोई भी कुछ भी कर सकता है.
Two-time champions. The actual two-time champions.
The legit two-time.
The legit two times. These guys look unbelievable in the past. They've stayed together for quite some time.
Stream.
But can we see Tony K of old? The man, the
Chip,
myth, the legend.
important
But
है
it feels more like to me that Tony K is just not
इनका
as strong as he
stream
used to be. And Freezer, more of that up and up player from brute force.
Yeah.
The addition that went
So
crazy.
what I was saying, yeah, कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई आज. Anyone can qualify if they have a good momentum going, consistency. थोड़े टीम्स ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड है, वो लोग टारगेट भी कर सकते हैं टीम्स को. तो देखते क्या होगा. आई डोंट थिंक इस लेवल, इस लॉबी में कोई भी टारगेट करने वाला टीम है. इतना चीपली सोचने वाला एक भी नहीं है इस लॉबी में, बता रहा हूँ मैं. कितना चिले बे, हर प्लेयर कितना चिले इधर. आई होप वैम्पायर स्पोर्ट्स के लिए तो भाई दे नीड अ मिरेकल. एकदम पुराना ओजी वाला वैम्पायर वाले फॉर्म में आ गया ना, लाइक बैक टू बैक चिकन वाला, तभी कुछ हो सकता है. इफ नॉट वैम्पायर स्पोर्ट्स विल बी प्लेइंग द लीग स्टेजेस.
I personally didn't expect the kind of play.
बाकी what do you guys think? कौन करेगा comeback?
I suppose I should have done seeing a lot of the different regions playing like the overall.
गाइस सबके सब जितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं सबके सब लाइक बटन हिट कर दो. आई थिंक नोटिफिकेशन नहीं गया मेरे फोन में भी नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आया मेरे स्ट्रीम का. तो सबके सब लाइक बटन हिट कर दो ताकि रिकमेंडेशन में चले जाए अपना स्ट्रीम, क्योंकि आज बहुत खतरनाक दिन है. आई डोंट वांट एनीवन टू मिस टुडे स्ट्रीम.
And overall has just raised.
Team Spirit will play survival stage. Yes, exactly.
Skill for a lot of these teams so far.
You know what they say with the boat analogy.
Tony
Smooth
K.
seas don't make strong sailors. Blank.
जिनको भी नहीं पता, टोनी के HyperX ईयरफोन्स यूज करता है, ठीक है.
Opportunity to push further into the competition. Because if you're only just joining us today, you've
HyperX
right
earphones.
We've still got so much more.
Almost सारे ईयरफोन्स यूज करते हैं, कोई भी हेडफोन्स यूज नहीं करता इधर.
And see who we're left with, who the top dogs are that can actually.
So consider this
to not just
कि भाई ईयरफोन्स बेस्ट है.
But genuinely, maybe get
if you want to become a professional player,
so damn good in
then earphones are best. Headphone पे खेलोगे तो फिर noise cancellation use नहीं कर सकते हो आप.
Look how pretty everything looks. This is outside the building right now for the STC arena that we've got going on. When the players were arriving a little bit early,
growing strong करेगा comeback. अरे यार,
ready for the action that will
come
be
on.
unfolding shortly.
Yeah, it's just an awesome.
Come on, yaar, come on.
The sights are
Alpha
beautiful.
7 top 3.
We've shown you a lot of the stage, and even the stage is just awesome.
This
but the
group
outside
stage is
just
not
as
about top 3,
impressive.
but yeah,
we'll be heading
maybe
into the
कर
game
सकते हो.
very, very shortly.
But this group stage is all about top 12, bro.
So far.
Top 12 में रहो,
चुपचाप
फाइनल्स में जाओ.
For you to Alliance, it's been a little bit more
फिर लीग स्टेज में जो होगा वो होगा.
I mean, the thing is, it was turbulent. You know,
increase volume. अरे match start होने दो ना. We are just talking.
Right? Like he was.
We are just getting started. We are just warming up.
Literally the animal in the lobby.
Oh yeah.
He literally was the lion of the lobby. Unbelievable plays.
कितने teams qualify होंगे? 12.
Over and over as well.
1,
even towards
2,
the end of
12.
the day yesterday. But we've had astonishing plays so far. Again, I would say that Leon's.
I think in this lobby, Ayala is the only one who is in this scene since 2019. क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? Top भी 2019 से था. Action भी 2019 से था. I'm pretty sure there are plenty of players who are from 2019 scene.
At one point, blank, you know, going into the solo position, they had 7 elims. They ended that game where
चलो खेलते 2019 से कौन खेल रहे हैं? तुम लोग भी कमेंट करो, मैं भी गेस मारूंगा. गेस नहीं, I think I know for a fact. Stone is also from 2019.
Positionally smart, but hitting some disgusting shots. And you remember, at one point, off the back of the clip you just
और
saw
बात
there,
करते हैं, और बात
he takes a
करते
hit
हैं, और बात
behind the
करते
rock,
हैं.
one
I'm pretty sure
point of
Alpha 7 के
back to the
players,
healing,
Carillo
realize
is also from 2019.
It was unbelievable. Really,
He used to play from another team. कुछ scene हुआ था ना Carillo का. Godless भी 2019 से है. Yes.
Malaysia has produced.
Ziol भी 2019 से है, but तुम लोग को नहीं पता उस टाइम पे. Godless उस टाइम से ही थोड़ा मेन स्ट्रीम में था वो.
And I think this year with Alliance, Malaysia might just have on their hands a bit of a firecracker of a team.
Oh yeah. Mate,
You do Alliance का Jimmy मुझे उतना नहीं पता. हो सकता है maybe. Nerdzed का addition थोड़ा late हुआ. Maybe he was in the competitive scene.
So sort of nice for us as well because we get a
But
change of
शायद
pace
इतना
today.
high level पे
Not
नहीं हो
doing
सकता है.
the late shift as usual, but we'll
Tony
be
के
early going through. No, it hasn't been.
yes,
John Allen
but वो
has
underage था उस
guided
time पे I think
through this
2019
from the
पे.
start, but they'll be on
Tony
later.
के is now he's 17 or 18 I
Listen
think.
to them as they take
How
you
old
through
is
the
Tony के?
finale at the end of the day.
जितना मुझे पता जैसे ही उसका age आ गया 16 तब वो competitive खेलना चालू किया. He was 15 यार when
I'm living for it.
in 2019 I think he was 15. He was underage.
I understand that it is a
पता
difficult
नहीं.
match.
मित्ते कह रहे loop esports के players भी बहुत पुराने players हैं.
But it's also sort of nice for him to get it out of the way. First match, right? Would have been cool.
Mafioso from Alpha. अरे Alpha 7 के 2-3 players हैं जो 2019 से हैं.
You get rid of your most.
मुझे 100% जो पता है वो है कारिल. बाकी भी हो
Statistically
सकते हैं.
skewed map, right? Because it might be
जिमी
where
टीम
you get
सीक्रेट
into
से
when you get lucky, you
खेलता
don't-
था
you
यूहाई
lose
के
points,
साथ.
but you
या
know that'll be
वही
happening at the end of the
वही
day.
जिमी है ना.
You
yes
have
yes
the
तो
first
जिमी
match,
is also
and then you can just
a
reset
2019 player.
off the back of
Lamborghini
that one.
bro, Lamborghini bhai, how did you forget
And the way
Lamborghini?
This one's playing out into double angle after that.
Lamborghini
And then
is
we'll see
probably
Francis
from 2018
Orango
he's playing.
and
पता
the
नहीं भाई.
tunes of
जब से game आया
Miramar
तब
finish
से वो
this one
बंदा.
out for the day, but I'm excited. I'm excited for this one.
I think सबसे
specifically
oldest
because
player in
Group
this
Red's
lobby
not
is
in. It's
probably
gonna be
I don't know, I might be
whole
wrong,
different
but I think
lobby,
Lamborghini bro
essentially.
सबसे
The close
oldest
today.
competitive
Let's
player.
clue him up then back at home whilst we got.
And he's still killing it.
Big changes to look out for. Notable squads that are
He got
coming in
qualified
back
for
to the
I
group
mean
swap once we
qualify
get
हो
to
गया
the
वो.
main path.
Xavier Esports
So
got qualified for the finals.
yesterday we had Group Green.
अच्छा खासा
in,
points
but
निकाले
today
वो.
we'll have Group Yellow rejoining us. So that's Boom, Kagasaka, DRX.
चलो भाई.
NRX.
Match 1 got
Is the
started.
big one. That is the big one. It'll be
It's
the
time
Brazilian
to
boys
buckle up
versus one
our
another
seats
in Team Liquid and Alpha 7, trying to challenge for who's on
and
top
enjoy the
on that
greatness.
side. And currently Alpha 7's looking fairly nice in
Let's
terms
go.
of their point scoring off yesterday. Team Liquid not too far behind, but not quite
आज
as impressive.
Alpha
at
7
37
मचाएगा.
points. Moneymakers back in.
चलो.
Honestly, they were a surprise. And I was talking to some of them in the elevator. In fact, I got a very brief conversation, but they were saying that it's a whole different ball.
TX का gameplay देखा है क्या? Yes bro, देखा मैंने.
Look, you
That
guys
was
seemed a lot more aggressive in
तुम लोग
the
का shocking है, but
they were saying, well,
for me it was expected
EMEA
from
is
that
very
team.
different to an international scene. We got to play more passive. We can't be taking these aggressive plays all the time. So
Zone
it would be nice
कहाँ
to see
जाएगा?
Moneymakers make it into that top
Right.
12.
And
Top.
remember, you can't talk about the best in the business, that number one, without having your mind instantly jump to the GT20 Pro.
Right, top.
The device that will get you playing out of your mind. You want to play like you do Alliance, that's probably the way to go, but that screen is going to get you dialed in quick.
But yeah, if you
थोड़ा
don't
ज़्यादा
want the
late नहीं हो रहा है
phone, you do
zone का.
you, man. But you got to know that you does use this phone.
Oh, yeah. They do indeed.
If you want to outplay the rest, you got to play with the best with the GT20 Pro.
अबे जोन इतना लेट
But we
बनती है
do
क्या?
have our teams on our map at the moment. All dropped in, circle down towards the southwest.
मार
Team
गया.
Liquid losing a
Chief.
player in Chief.
Chief भी पुराना player है guys.
To Tongji about.
Chief is also an
Only
old player.
We'll take him out there. What an unfortunate start. Again, it feels like Team Liquid's constantly playing with
ठीक
three
है ठीक है
players.
उतना भी बुरा
Man,
नहीं है
it's been
सर्कल.
happening time and time again. I think you really have cursed them with that.
एक
number
side
one
favor
spot.
नहीं करना
I
चाहिए
know,
कभी zone.
but it's unfortunate. You know, Team Liquid liquidated. They've been put into the TJ.
Spike अरे 2019 player आ रहा है maybe 2019 player हो but not competitive उस time पे खेला but
Same side of the coin for either one of them though.
when
That's
we're
three
talking
squad
about
of
legends
two
भाई
players
मेरा
alive
नाम
for either
उसमें
squad
add
there.
मत करना please. I am nowhere.
Dropping in with three potentially.
Nowhere
I'm not
around
sure,
there.
'cause I don't see another elimination on the board.
Why
Curious
only
start
one
to the
Sandhawk
day.
match? तुम
Top
चाहते हो
seven
कि
over
दो
on
तीन
our
Sandhawk
eastern
matches
side.
हो जाए.
Kampong Lakawi split. I like this one. It's a very aggressive split, in fact.
मैं चाहता हूँ कि भाई ये एक मैच भी निकाल दे.
Because usually you would have a
तीन
team in
Irangal, तीन
Kampong
Miramar
that
कर दे.
might switch up over towards the Kawi. You look over that ridge side, you get an easy pick off
पता
the
नहीं.
players. But I do
Sandhawk
think
is
that
so RNG.
if anyone can do it, it would be Alpha 7 for me. That would be able to make
Old
that
boy
hold
boy
in that position.
is also
Every single one of those players
2019 player but
He's very
currently he's not
with how each other plays
in the
can
top tier
respond
list,
to those
bro.
threats. But we do have Inko on our screen, creeping up over towards the Mad Bulls, hoping to shake the boat for them a little bit. with this
टुलिका
nade.
लग गई टुलिका लग
Ooh, that's a
गई.
perfect 3-point
बहुत
shot.
खराब लगा
Money
टुलिका के
ball
लिए.
coming out for Inko instantly.
पेटी
Straight
तो
through the
guaranteed है
window.
इसका.
On to Tulika, looks to confirm that one. And
ये भी
it's
खाने
done.
वाला है.
I mean, there's a nice bounce back with a nade, but it's
बच
gonna
गया
go
बे.
well. Fleet Case looking to try pick up the response, but he's got out blank. He's already dipped back.
I mean, the response time was horrible on that. Fleeka didn't even try and help his boy in Tulika. I understand the rest of his team's
आ
not
गया
there,
इसके
but
बाकी
it
टीम
seems
जाए.
like it
फ्ली
was
के भी
just
मार
one
खाने वाला है.
assailant.
ओए
Cut through
आ गया
though.
बैकअप आ गया.
Will flatten him.
Okay, the Bonnet getting some splattering-based action in to kick
Excellent
this one
backup.
off them. We told you it was going to be a bit of a spicy
Zerich.
game. Off the back of the drops, it's going that way. Elevated angle going to be utilised. You've got a nice spread here between the two sides that are locked into this encounter. Inko looking to play
It's
with
a
the
3v3
elevation.
fight.
Nah, balls clear around towards the wayside. Few bullets coming in down range.
Trying to cut him off the angle there on the rock. Zerich, low HP, no meds to be
वेस्ट
spoken
मत करो
of. One
ग्रेनेड वेस्ट
nade
मत करो.
to change things
ओए
around.
कहाँ से एंगल बना लिया विटाली ने.
From behind, Vitali, a great angle he's been holding.
Bro
Swooped right towards the backside of this team.
बहुत सेक्सी बनाया ब्रो उसने
They lost
एंगल.
the player, but it's feeling like Inko should get a full reset
जो
on this
उसने
one.
थॉट प्रोसेस लगाया कहाँ हो सकते कहाँ से एंगल बनाओ.
Here's your elevated peak.
Formidable.
On top of the roof. He's putting bullets down, keeping him guessing. So you plant the seeds of doubt in his mind, allowing the rest of Inko to start to close the gap. But you've got to be thinking about going for that pickup.
I don't like the
before
odds of
the
Mad
lead out
Bulls
occurring.
in this
Time
fight.
is going to usher them slightly further forward, but they don't want to overcommit on the fight to Fleek. Throw any of the edge that they've got away here. You take a few
फ्ली
pot
के अगर
shots,
अगर मार
no
दिया ना
one
अभी
engages yet.
ये लोग कोशिश करेंगे उस
Close
बंदा को
on
रैप
it.
देने के लिए. That means fight लेना
Desperately
पड़ेगा.
wants to get in here. That's a
Excellent
nice
nade, bro,
ace and
excellent
over the
nade.
top, actually.
देख रहे
I
हो?
really like that. Followed up with the immediate push. Yes, he'll take a frag off
एक
the
बंदा
back
पुश
of it,
करेगा
but
दूसरा बंदा नेट
getting
करेगा.
Benedetta back up on his feet might be
तो
quite
इसको knock नहीं
difficult
करना
now.
चाहिए.
So the teams will have to
Low,
respond
low,
quickly,
low,
but
low.
Zerich is not making this easy.
Oh, Zerich going in. So much damage off the back of the
Excellent
engagement.
wave,
Clears
Zerich.
onto the first. They're quite low
आखिरी
as well.
बंदा
There
है.
could be a
पेल
build
लिया
on
इसको भी
it, but
रिफ्लेक्स
no.
में.
Back in the
भाई
lane.
विटाली ओपी कर दो यार.
Mad Bulls.
क्या बचाया उसने
Mate.
टीम को.
Oh, dude.
अरे छोड़ दिया उसने.
He was on
He
it.
He
cancelled.
was on it. It felt like he had him. He's gone.
I think he's pulled off the res there because I'm pretty sure he started it. But that wasn't a case where you could fumble. Oh, and then I bet he's got to be furious on that one.
Yeah, that could have been the full reset.
But
Fix things up just
बढ़िया
in the
खेला
last
बे
second.
विटाली.
Yeah, it was a really good
Crazy.
fight from Inko as well to hold that one down. A lot of very smart plays too coming out there. Can see why this
टूर्नामेंट
is an
शुरू होके
international lobby
5
too.
मिनट भी नहीं हुआ इतने में एक 1v3 हो
We'll
गया.
circle over to that west side we talked about earlier, but not very decided on where this one's going to end up. Very much one of those annoying circles where could head northwest, southwest, or east, and every single one of those is cut in between by the rivers.
Increase volume और बढ़ाओ मैं.
Bridges could be far more awkward, the choke points that will really force your hand in some of these engagements. That was a nice little opener, a little tipple to get us started, mate. Some aggression to kick things off, some encounters that potentially have benefits for others, whereas definitely negatives for some. Liquid will be frustrated with losing one man off the back of that opener. And Mad Balls, you just got to sit on the wayside now to kick off the day. So rather than getting the energy out there, warming up a bit, setting your pace of the day in terms of your play, you just got to watch, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, Mad Balls coming off yesterday with 24 points was
On
really
which
not
device they're
ideal.
playing?
Some
They're
very
playing on
unfortunate
Nokia
exchanges there.
1100.
We talked about the fact that, you know, Leon's basically ruined the entirety of the day
Mazak
for
kar
Mad
raha,
Balls. They
mazak
could have
kar
had
raha.
a big
They're
game.
playing on Infinix
This could have easily been a game where
GT20.
they had another extra 10 points out on board, but picked them apart there. So going out early in Sandhawk, yes, it's one of our more unreliable maps in terms of picking up points, but still, going out this early, without even confirming the flush, that's tough. I think they do get one elimination off Nenebete, but that is it.
Every single player
25
is
points
capable
is not
of
where you wanna
1v3
be. It's
competition
Vampire
is real. I
Esports,
know,
though.
right?
16th place
Har team mein
currently,
hai
26
aise
points.
players.
Now, if you all remember correctly, Vampire Esports are
Vampire
the
ko
comeback
chahiye
kings.
Vampire ko
Let's
chahiye
be
at
honest
least
with you.
40 points
PMGC,
today.
very much down and out. Satani goes to me. Yeah, we're not done. Probably at least a top 8 for us, actually. And they were very far down the tables. They finished that final day, 8th place. I think that was a good result.
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
in the top 8, and I was pleased for them. I was very, very pleased for them.
Falcons
so
ko
I do think
chahiye
that we can't count Vampire Esports out
unko bhi
just
40 points
yet.
chahiye.
We'll have to leave that one up
40
to
nahi, I
Jukes
think
and John
35,
when we hit the halfway
35,
mark of the
36.
day.
Considering
Yeah, the
65 and
storyline
62,
develops
I mean 66 is
6 beautiful games to wrap
gonna be the
our way
cutoff.
through today. Keep you guessing. Keep you seeing what the overall play is going to be. You can see the teams making their move down, though, towards the
भाई
new zone.
डीपलेस किया
Blank,
किधर
making
है
their move
डीपलेस
over,
किया के मैचेस खत्म
crossing
हो
those
चुकी है.
bridges.
And it's a good shift for a lot of teams because
They have 63 points.
before, as I was saying, wasn't really decided on where it wants to go, but with such a hard shift down towards the southwest side, we know this is going to be ending up around about Tambang Ruins, Nakam way, right? So I think for a lot of teams, they're happy with this one. Specifically, Inco, off the back of that fight with Mad Balls, yes, they're down to 3 players, but they've carved out a huge amount of space. Like, the entirety of the western coast is sort of free here for them from Sami up to Tambang. So for Inco, they can play on this side and just wait for that massive amount of traffic jam over on the eastern edge to build up and teams fight it out. So they should have a pretty good guaranteed position towards the top side of the lobby. Harami, bro. Bad time. Bad time for Harami, bro.
Yeah, the bros are right now looking at each other and saying, bro, what is happening?
Very, very much so.
Yeah.
It's not great. Currently down in 18 points after their initial innings yesterday. I think they had some good moments, but in my mind,
How many
it's
matches
just,
for each team?
they're not where they
Group
need to
stage
be
mein
right now.
each team
I
has
think the
12
issue
matches.
we saw yesterday
Oi, Alpha 7 TJB.
misplays outweigh the benefit of when they did have those highlight moments,
Utaro,
right?
utaro,
Those few
utaro.
instances where they definitely could have set themselves up for late game, play off the circle, and they kind of got overzealous with their rotates, and it just came back to haunt them through and through. So yeah, you got to resolve those issues before you worry too much about anything else. But have a look at this up on the hillside, Vampire
Money
Esports.
makers.
They got that gold emblem, and they're looking to go bold when they push out on the engagement. Chip damage going across. You're getting the knocks.
Best player in
Major
international
soaring
lobbies.
over the sky. It's a ridge angle
बहुत है
fight
भाई.
up as well. Trying to close the gap now, but
Excellent
you're just
net, bro.
eating
Nosy.
shrapnel
Nice one.
as that one's going to land on Koa and start to thin the herd.
Seems like it was foretold that these guys would be taking a bit of a comeback here, but Bishke's not been spotted. This is awkward. There it is. He goes. We'll be leaving
Good start,
behind the
Vampire.
bark
Good start.
of the tree.
Much needed.
I
Much
feel the
needed.
bark of the bullets there coming
Baki
through
log
from
bhag rahe.
Nuzi. Nice to see this guy in and performing. Always been a big fan of this dude. Vampire Esports should be picking themselves up 2 solid eliminations. And the Moneymakers, who are a big fan of this map as well, will be heading on with just 2 here. This is very far on the eastern side of the map, not quite out the blue just yet.
You got a whole drive ahead of you to get back into that safety net.
4MV का क्या हुआ है
Unfortunately,
Spike by
Wave
4MV
start for them.
ओए
You got to
ओए
look back
ये
onto
मारे
what
थे bro
occurred with
TJB
Bro as well when TJB
Bridge cross
played
कर रहे
it
थे, उतार
perfectly
दिए
to
दोनों
cover
को.
the old pop-up surprise
4MV
with the Jackbox play.
के 12
Yeah,
matches
it
खत्म हो
really
गए
was,
and
but
they have
weren't
really
looking
good
like
points.
clowns when they jumped out that box. They were
I think they're
looking like
qualified for the
absolute eliminators.
finals.
So very nice to see from Tong Jiabao. Not a bad team by any stretch of the way.
I
I mean,
think-
39
I think
points
nahi.
right now.
वो लोग
They're
qualify
doing
हो गए
well. They are doing
finals के
very,
लिए.
very well. So our PEL representatives came to this one. heard a lot of the banter about China not being as strong anymore and have just annihilated this lobby. Tiamba
And मैं guess
definitely
मार
up
रहा हूँ
towards that top side.
आज का मेरा
QZ
prediction है
with his nose in
TJB
his
will
phone.
qualify.
I don't know how he sees anything, but he seems
I
to
don't
see
know about
everything
Falcons.
when he's playing the game.
I don't know about
And
Vampire
you can't
Esports,
deny he's been getting
but
results
TJB
from
तो
it,
qualify
so
होगा
fair
bro आज.
enough. Works
बता रहा
out
हूँ मैं.
well. Oh, cheeky rotate
I hope
on a
Falcons
move
also
there,
qualify,
Moneymakers,
but
as they were
my
forced
prediction
to
is
just
TJB will
bail out.
qualify.
They know their main focus is just getting somewhere safe to try and take care of themselves and reset. Limited time to scavenge much loot to work with as well. So you're going from bad to worse and consistently under a lot of pressure here, close towards Liquid's location.
Yeah, because Painan becomes a real focal
Falcons
point
को
here.
देखो भाई मेरे
Moneymakers
पास
actually have played a
expected
lot
option
in
थोड़ी है.
Painan in the past. It's one of their drop spots that they head over to quite
हो गया
early in the game.
Falcons versus
though, dropping out
CAG.
the vehicle,
ये जापान का
losing
team है.
one. This is the Kogasaka,
रफ देना
a
चाहिए,
team
रफ
that
देना
just
चाहिए.
really
Finish
hasn't
हो गया क्या?
impressed overall.
Action
But
यार,
we
कैसे
expect
finish हो रहा है?
more from the Falcons, dude. Don't
अरे
lose
भाई
it
हो गया
right,
सोक.
man.
Nice
Oh
one, nice
dear.
one, nice
I
one.
mean, there is room
Nice
for
one,
the
top.
trade and maybe a bit
जब
of a
तक top है,
bigger play
तब
off the
तक
back
Falcons
of it
है.
as well as top turns the tides when they come running back in. It looked like they had set themselves up for that. That was the Osaka gut
दूर से
punch.
पड़ रहा है.
Now you're just taking hits from all over the shop.
NRX.
Other teams getting involved in well, keeping the issues going. How do you even build back from this? Man's got a DBS. Whole squad's gone down. You felt like you had control of the compound. Falcons have reset from it, and they've got the
मार
nades
देंगे,
to
मार देंगे,
play
इसको भी
off.
मार देंगे.
I don't know about this one, bro.
That should be a nice nade. Doesn't go far enough.
बच गया, बच गया, बच गया.
Kogasaka looking for the DBS through the window.
Nice knock, bे.
Gets top on the jump
मार
shot.
दिया,
but
इसी ने
will be
मार दिया.
shut down pretty instantaneously. So Falcons
उसने
live
अच्छा
on.
मारा विंडो के थ्रू.
With
चलो
the
Falcons
three.
also got a good start, but
Top
one
takes 2 of those
casualty.
eliminations. Icy on the lookout though. Playing
NRX भी आ
overlook
गया.
for the rest of the team, ensuring there's no rotations coming through. But yeah, this is quite a pleasant part of the map. If you're a team like DRX currently holding some of these compounds on the outside, Inco as well. These are the type of
Boom,
positions
रुक
that can
गए.
win you games.
Icy
If
मार
you
खाने
can
वाला है, guys.
live in Painan though, if you can hold out in Painan, you know, there's a lot to be said about that spot. It just gives you so much protection.
hope
The issue
ये
is,
spot ना
is that
करे
it
IC
can
को.
field a lot of teams. So he has a little bit of a squeeze in that spot of the map. But if you're okay with that, if you like to go on the underground in London, you'll be fine.
Mind the gap, because there isn't many of them. You got to squeeze yourself in like sardines. And I suppose here's the benefit, right? You know, I feel
It's
like
a very
Falcons might have gone
important
down
day
in
for
that engagement.
Falcons.
Max Man
Boom,
was in the building,
NRX.
but there's no Max in the building.
तो सारे अपना best खेलेंगे
No
आज.
curse. There's
That's
no
what
curse.
I mean, bro. Maybe this is how they do find a bit of a way back in. You can slow it down.
He's on his way though.
Is he?
Yeah.
Well, I hope they better win this game quick then.
I do NRX. Now,
TJB chicken, okay.
there was a curious thing just
We'll
in
see.
terms of the body language.
Talon
Talk
उतार
about the
दिया.
circle in a
Nice
sec.
one top.
Hey,
Nice
that's
shot
a
from
nice
Top
shot.
there. Yeah, I mean, Top was one of the sickest players in the game for a long, long time. Looked like he could take on the whole lobby on his lonesome, but since PMGC, I think it's really hurt them in terms of not winning twice in a row where it felt like it should have been theirs. We predicted them every single time as well. Like, look, man, this should be your fight to win. But that's just what happens if you
TJB
lose
कहाँ भाग गया? इधर ही
enough,
था ना TJB.
where there's so much pressure on you that people are
think
saying,
kill मिल जाएगा वो
I don't know
top को.
how you lost, you should have won. It's getting
That
a
would
second
be like
place for
4
4
points
which is
for
not bad
Yeah.
in a
Falcons.
tournament with
That's a good
prestige like
start.
PMGC.
IC ने और एक को knock किया.
It's just rough. It is very, very rough. But hopefully the hunger is still there. Anyway, as I was saying, over on the eastern side, we do get a
Falcons
Painan
push
finish.
कर रहे बे.
This does
NRX
become
पे.
a huge point of
एक
contention.
को knock किया.
IWNRX.
Nice trade, bro. IC भी
hits
knock होता
one.
तो भाई
Doesn't
matter
win the
रहता
second
इधर.
trade though.
Oh, bro, this is going to get a bit rough now. Okay, so Falcons, they went
Falcons
for
are
the two-player
going
peak,
aggro.
trying to make him make a snap decision on which
are
player
going
to
aggro, bro.
prioritize. They barely live their way through it, but Icy, cold in the veins, able to keep himself composed, can get the rest of Falcons back on their feet and try and see if they can build from it. But pressure will continue
मिल
to
गया,
mount
top
with the
को.
squads that are close by. Boomer on the move as well. You got Alpha 7s rotate up on screens. Meanwhile, TJB getting stuck into the fight with Inco and putting the pressure back there.
Yeah, Alpha 7 were
Boom
very
versus
close to Inco for
NRX.
quite some time, and they sort of just let each other be at bay, essentially. And Alpha 7 rotates down towards that south side, picks himself up a compound. I don't mind it. Boom, though, up close and personal. Of
भाई यही
IWNRX.
पत्थर को
It's still a
चिपक के
player
बंदा
down,
बैठा है.
knocked.
Wolf.
It's a tough fight. Zed Wolf close, though.
Oh, boom. They want to bring the punch
Bhai,
straight
kya
to
kiya
him.
bhai Wolf
The
ne?
DBS is pulled back out. The clap on response, though, and issues are being found. The bonnet action in response. Clean,
No comment, bro. No
action
comment on
with
this fight.
the shotty as they make that one look relatively easy. They can
NRX,
still fix the
we're
issues of the
playing
damage
without
done.
headphone,
Moving
apparently.
forward back into the zone now.
Oh dear me,
वैसे ही feel हुआ
Alpha
मुझे.
7. This is classic behavior from this team. You rock up, the team's gone before you see it, flashes before your eyes.
Money makers बाहर क्या?
The
Moneymakers
Alphas back in action. Started on day 1, but they're here to clean
Intensity
things
बढ़ गया
out on
lobby
day
का.
3.
ये अभी finish हो
Team
जाएगा.
Liquid, though, still holding on, and they have the outside track here. They're on the south side of Painan. They hold the crossing. They just need to hold strong. But again, so much more difficult without the sightlines. And you need those sightlines in Painan. Losing a player early might just be the
Boom
thing
का
that
एक ही
hurts
बंदा
them the
बचा है
most
क्या?
here.
That's
This
not
is
good.
a rough one for Talon. They saw Boom coming down the hill. They take the fight towards them. They try and dip back in for the hill, but Al-Haji from Power had an angle to confirm onto that one. So Talon are now gone in their defensive maneuver. In the back line, it's IHC starting to move on up as well. They've spotted a way to peek around this rock. You've got a throw of nades coming back to try and blow away their pathway.
IHC is going.
Alpha 7 still getting
Fantastic,
stuck into the
bro.
fight as well from the
Fantastic.
side and keeping the
एक ही
pressure
बंदा
applied
बचा है
from all angles.
DRX का.
There's
वो
no
भी एक
easy way
HP है.
out for them. Hey, this is becoming hellish.
I mean, DRX
मार दिया अभी उसको भी,
rinsed
nice.
like dirty dishes here from IHC.
IHC
Quick switch
is
back
on
to the
the roll.
side. They spot
भाई,
Boom
Boom का
out in
आखिरी
the
बंदा है ये.
distance. Tough
Boom का
rotation
आखिरी
for a
बंदा है ये.
lot of teams on the northwest edge. I think Frenzy
Yeah.
is just about done here.
And
Yeah,
with that,
Lazy
Boom
does go
Esports
down.
is out at hashtag 10.
And IHC will remove Boom from the equation. Power. Falcons
Falcons
did make
versus
their
Power.
rotate in towards this location. A 2-3-man team defending off against the world right now.
Falcons, can they soar in this engagement? They're taking the initial shots. They're trying to keep that pressure on. Don't allow Power to peak and feel like they're comfortable. But look at this man, Al-Haji, moving through the building, trying to lay low, see if he can crouch in and make the right play when he goes for the pounce. You got the shots round the corner from
दो बंदे गए Power के.
Icy with a follow-up
Nice one,
nade as
Top,
well.
nice one.
Top comes in on the DBS.
क्या
and starts to
बात है,
cause
bro.
issues up
Falcons
close
क्या
and
खेल रहे हैं
personal
आज.
Power, they've been switched off.
8 finishes, 3-man strong.
Cut the cable on that one.
ये जब एक्शन का
Falcons
पेटी बने ना मुझे लगा भाई
up to a staggering
दिक्कत होगा, but
8
नहीं.
eliminations
दे
on the match. Fielding Nurzed as well, which I like to see. Bringing the boy back in. He's an incredible player. And he's proving it right now
8
with the rest
points
of the squad.
मिल गए Falcons को.
Saw them in some pretty heated
Placement points
discussions
मिलेंगे ना अभी.
backstage, talking out their strategy. Looks like that's paid
It's time
off
for
now
prediction, boys.
for the
कौन निकालेगा
Falcons.
winner chicken dinner?
Survival of the fittest, and they're looking strong at the
Falcons.
minute, racking up some points. And still
Falcons
keeping
का
themselves in
लड़ाई
good
होगा
standing with the overall
Liquid
split,
से
the battle of
अगला
attrition.
zone में.
But it's not about numbers, it's about the circle blank. Look at the shift we've got.
That is a nasty shift for a
IHC
lot
के
of
पास
squads
है.
to play around
मस्त-
with.
मस्त
Moving
zone है
away from
IHC के पास.
Painan, where that was basically the safety net for so many teams. They'll have to push out into fairly open ground. Now, most squads will want to try and pick up as many points from Painan before they leave because they know that crossing is going to be tough. Yes, they'll be moving out into forested
Margolin
zone,
knock.
which might give them some cover. Nice shots from Mythic, but
Haga,
what is the
Mythic.
movement.
Oh.
He's got the movement.
Oh, mate, he's slipping all over the shop. Got the slippers on and really won't
Haga,
stop
bhai.
for anyone. Doesn't give a damn. Banana peel under the feet.
Jab ho
He's
jayega, but
easy
haga.
with it. And that throws Liquid off, makes it uncomfortable in the fight. You get a few shots back into him. Take one down.
Open में भाग रहे
here
हैं,
we
मार-
go.
मार- मार-
Icy on the move, though. Falcons, they've been surviving on borrowed time for quite a while. They're trying to spread themselves
और
out on
ऊपर
the
से
jump
पड़ा,
across. The
IHC
top has
लग
no
गई
cover,
Falcons की.
and they're taking bullets from all sides. IHC are up on the hill as well, and they are just pumping shots
ऊपर
towards
से
them.
IHC left से
Your
Team
Vampires
Liquid.
as well chiming in, but there is some shot backs from Team Liquid. They've managed to bring this one back together as Cardozin hits the shot over towards Falcons, who are currently being harassed by IHC up the hill.
These
now they
early
make their move
rotations,
out.
man, from Falcons.
Godless already
कल
here,
भी
waiting for them.
मिरामार में सेम दिक्कत हुआ
And
था.
this is such a tough push. Nate, though.
That could be filthy. Oh, bounces off the bark of the tree, barely surviving there. Gonna give
Vampire
him a little
बाहर.
bit of leeway. That one's clean though. Half HP ripped off him. Molotov heating things up in this engagement
Oi.
as well. Look at the nade on Alpha 7.
तीन बंदे के Alpha
Oh,
7
that's
के.
a huge one. blows
Revo is the
him
last man
out
standing.
of commission, and the pressure
Nice
is
one,
now
Revo.
being applied. Liquid look to close the gap. Alpha 7 up close with the shot. He clapped back instantly.
Brazil versus
You've got
Brazil.
a barrage of nades being thrown in. You've got to try and play medic. Make the right decision on this one. See if the nades will buy enough time for it, but they're pushing up. They've got the side angle. That's a nice connection on the first as well. Drops him to half HP. He knows he can get in and go aggressive on it.
1v1.
Ayala's got to go crazy
Ayala
in this
versus
moment,
Revo.
playing around the smoke, being ethereal here. Cannot hit
Oh,
the X12K shot.
How
Runs out of ammo. Brazilian on Brazilian
Revo इतना
action
गंदा
here.
कैसे भाग
And
सकता है?
Alpha 7 goes down.
Ayala भी गया.
Quickly mopped up
IHC का
by
मैच
the
है, बोला
IHC crew.
पूरा जोन
And
है
now
IHC
the
के पास
battle
11
between the
finishes.
rocks and the compound,
Wow.
which is sturdier.
Man,
It's
these nades.
a proper
Teaching
4v4
everyone a
fight.
lesson right now.
TJB
Godless with
versus
the holy hand grenades blowing
IHC.
everyone away and causing issues inside the battleground. And now it goes down to this. IHC versus TGB. You got the angle set up. Playing
Caster ने
off
क्या
those
बोला?
different
TGB
positions.
बोला उसने.
IHC have been looking kind of mean in some of these fights, Blank. Both squads looking relatively evenly matched inside of this opening game of the day.
Zone नहीं है TJB पे.
IHC opened things up with an 11 elimination game. But it's TJB that's got to come to them as the circle moves up towards the north side. Can they handle a push like this? The geometry here, fantastic. But already Flower
edge knock.
down from TJB, a bad nade and a bad miss.
It's over यार, it's over.
Gonna
IHC
make
का
it more
dinner है.
awkward. Pressure
There is no way
potentially getting
TJB
to
can win
the
this.
zone, nipping at their heels. Look at the position you've got to play with. It's so uncomfortable.
Why
There's
are they
basically
playing so
nothing they
scared?
can do from this spot, and IHC damn well know it. As they go running on in, and IHC kick off the day with a
They
chicken
made it look so
dinner.
easy यार.
15 elims there.
IHC made it look so easy.
To finish things off,
played so
Valula
good.
IHC, what a game from them. Topping the charts
रुलाया
right
भाई
now,
lobby को.
66
रुलाया.
points after that match. That is unbelievably well
They
done.
were in the middle.
A really,
They were in the
really
middle.
solid change of
हर
pace
side
for them
मारे
as
भाई,
well.
हर side मारे वो.
Just pushed over towards that side. Yes, they got the circle in the end,
Crazy.
but I really like the decision making.
ऐसे थोड़ी world champions बने हैं.
Because they knew there'd be so many teams coming out from Painan. They
Zone
wanted
looks happy.
unpredictable angles to play off the back.
I am
of.
happy for
they
them.
even push out over towards the hillside, so they're
W
proactive in their
IHC.
gameplay.
WIHC.
Very, very nice play from them, and Godless has been
क्या
on
बात है
point
bro.
for
मजा
this
आया.
entire tournament.
Man, his decision making
मुझे
on
लगा
that one,
एक ना
pushing
एक टीम
ahead
से
of
मार
the
खाएगा
squad,
IHC,
getting
but
stuck
नहीं,
in with
सबको
the
मारे bro,
utility
सबको
usage,
मारे.
but also his gun skill as well,
Yeah.
proving so lucrative for them and setting themselves up for success. They were just
कितने points
dialed
मिला
in
IHC को?
when it came to decision making of who they needed to prioritize.
IHC
in those
qualified,
fights.
I think.
That's
With this
clear
match,
to
they're
watch.
It's
qualified.
frustrating for Team
कल
Liquid,
40
I
some
would
points
say
थे
too,
उनका.
because being dropped down to 3 players so early there is
I think with this match they're qualified. 60 plus points हो गए उनका इस मैच से.
at the same time when they were in
Wow.
horrible position.
But Revo जो choke किया भाई वो
Coming through from Ayala at the end.
even the best of the best choke guys.
K-Man can take him down.
अगर ये इंडिया में होता ना भाई अभी तक कुछ मीम बन जाता इसका.
All over the place.
Imagine
The mag and what
imagine कोई इंडिया का टॉप प्लेयर ऐसा चोक किया.
TJP.
कोई मीम बना देते उस मोमेंट का
I know.
और उसी को स्पैम करते चैट में.
Very scary.
And they were animals. They were animals, unleashed and just taking confidence inside of that one. So yeah, I mean, how do you clap back against that, bro?
I
You can
never
see what
thought
they were
Revo would
I don't
choke
know,
like
the
that,
nades have
bro.
gone wrong. I'm scared.
Revo.
Absolutely. The fact that it bounced back off the side, I think that just throws you into disarray there because you can't even move around.
IHC can easily qualify if
In the
they
meantime, we're going to
get the
move right
dinners.
to a break.
Bro, they are qualified in my opinion. अभी और 5 मैचेस है बे. They already have 60 plus points. Qualify का छोड़ो. 4MV team లేదా అన్న 4MV team got qualified bro. Their matches are done yesterday only. कास्टिंग का मौका मिलेगा तो करेगा क्या BGMS में? नहीं नहीं ब्रो, आई एम नॉट ए कास्टर. फैल्कन्स क्रेजी प्ले इवन विद 3 मैन. यस ब्रो, बहुत बढ़िया खेले बट थोड़ा अर्ली, बहुत अर्ली जा रहे जोन के अंदर एंड सबका फोकस उन्हीं पे जा रहे. इफ यू गाइस रिमेंबर करेक्टली, कल भी मिरामार में हर जगह फाइट चल रही थी. आईसी सबसे पहले जोन ले लिया, एक शैक ले लिया, उसके बाद टॉप गया, एक्शन गया एंड सबका नज़र उन्हीं पे गया. आगे पीछे ऊपर नीचे हर जगह से मार खाए वो. आई थिंक वही मैच, वही मोमेंट रिपीट हुआ लग रहा है इस मैच में. आईसी गया, टीम लिक्विड ने देख लिया, टीम लिक्विड ने फायर किया उसके ऊपर एंड इन लोग ने भी फायर बैक किया. तब ऊपर जो आईएचसी है, आईएचसी ने देख लिया, इधर से गन शॉट सारे देखते एक बार पेल लिया. पता नहीं, मेरे को वही लग रहा है. थोड़ा जजमेंट है ना, थोड़ा गलत हो रहा है आईसी की तरफ से. पता नहीं क्या थॉट प्रोसेस उस टाइम पे. तुम लोग को अगर समझ में आया दैट अर्ली रोटेशन, सॉरी दैट अर्ली एंट्री टू द जोन वाला कॉन्सेप्ट, तो मेरे को समझाओ कमेंट सेक्शन में. आई वांट टू सी. टुडे इज लास्ट डे फॉर क्वालिफाई. कैन एनीवन टेल? यस, बट टुडे इज द लास्ट डे फॉर क्वालिफिकेशन फॉर ग्रैंड फाइनल्स. जो भी क्वालिफाई नहीं होंगे इधर, they will still have a chance to qualify through league stages. Vampire esports need to step up or else they are out. They are not in their best shape, bro. They are not in the best shape. They need to be very consistent today, or they need a very huge winner chicken dinner. If not, they're out of grand finals and they'll not qualify for the grand finals. They have to play the league matches. I am missing IHC Alex. पता नहीं क्यों लीव किया उसने. पांच गोली थी किसके? वो रेवो का गन में. अरे नहीं, उसके पास एनफ एमो था. एनफ एमो था भाई, बस उसने चोक किया. क्या कर सकते हैं. Bro, there is too much ego in Vampire. What makes you say that, bro? मतलब ऐसा क्या दिख गया तुम्हें कि बहुत ईगो है वैम्पायर में? पता नहीं, थोड़ा बताओ. एक्शन डाइंग टू अर्ली इन रीसेंट मैचेस. या मैंने भी देखा है. एंड उसका भी कोई गलती नहीं है. वो गाड़ी में था, उतार दिया उसको, एंड उसके बाद रेव नहीं हुआ वो.
Welcome back, everyone. So the PUBG Mobile World Cup is our first match of the day. Has finished off. Now, IHC have been able to pick up the victory. But gentlemen, come here a second. I gotta bring you guys in real quick.
Yep.
DRX, on the leaderboard.
इसमें वोटिंग
They want to
सिस्टम
have a
नहीं
chance
है.
to win. They have the prime position to do so.
हर्ष गेमिंग वाइटी asking the right questions, bro. इसमें वोटिंग सिस्टम नहीं है,
Side's
bro.
perfect. The side's
Me,
perfect.
Calarix.
वोटिंग सिस्टम कहीं भी नहीं होता
keep it there,
आउटसाइड
please.
इंडिया.
All right, Clark.
Keep it there.
Let's channel Evil Lars.
Just Indian
Go
things.
in.
Just Indian
on this
things.
play.
Okay, when did I call it DRX had the best
Like
position?
zone 3, zone
Like,
4.
that spot is so good, especially if you get
क्या
kind of like
question
a
पूछा
focus
बे?
on a Painan circle.
World Cup
And,
चल रहा है,
yeah,
voting system नहीं है क्या?
Unfortunately, they're not able to win out what is effectively a game.
Imagine यार,
fight against
cricket
all
World
the
Cup में भी
IHC
voting
as
वाला
they came
system
up
आ
and
गया.
absolutely rinsed
कोई
them.
इंडिया को
It's
रोक
great
सकता है
in
क्या?
every single angle to be able to take a fight. You see those 3 rocks that they used as cover.
IHC को 22 points मिला, क्या बात है. TJB को भी अच्छा खासा points मिले. Falcons 10.
They
That's
needed
good.
to make a huge thing happen right now, did DRX, and they flubbed it, unfortunately.
You guys can't see
Falcons-
this at home, but right now,
Falcons
Clark's
good start.
frothing at the mouth a little bit, and the veins on his biceps are just pumping. But 22 points for Alu IHC. A fantastic game for them to pretty much almost solidify their place into the main event. TJB as well picked themselves up 11 points
Spike
in total.
trolled whole
And all of a
bordel. क्या
sudden,
बात
against
कर रहे हो यार?
some
मैंने
points on
कहा
the board,
troll किया, क्या
17
बात कर रहे हो?
Falcons having a pretty
मैं
decent
करूंगा भी
game.
क्यों, मेरे को समझ नहीं आ
They
रहा.
did have a great game considering what happened yesterday.
भाई, कल
And I'm
की
glad to
highlight
see that
video,
Top
bro,
was able to
मैं-
get a lot of eliminations because
मैंने
I feel
notice
like
किया कि
with
भाई,
what we were
तुम लोग
saying
interest नहीं
about
दिखा रहे हो.
Vampire Esports, how they need Tony K to be able to pull up those
वो
downs,
highlight video पे
maybe carry the team a
इसलिए
little
मैंने
bit whenever
day 2 का upload
everybody
नहीं
else
किया.
is not being able to frag out. I feel like that's what Tops needs to do for this team. And also going back to
इंडिया
what you
वाले
were saying in regards
पहले
to the
ट्रैफिक
RX,
से
they weren't even
तो
trying to fight
निकल
them.
जाए
They were
फिर.
just laying
अरे
down
भाई
and
प्लीज.
fighting IHC. They weren't even trying to go for it.
फीलिंग बैड फॉर D+ किया.
Also, Inko.
Don't feel bad yet, bro. They have 63 points. क्या पता कट ऑफ 62 बन जाए.
Today, and they've already pretty much
It's not
got
over
there in
until
terms
it's
of their
over.
damage. If you look at averages, they
Remember
would
that.
be way ahead.
This is the hardest lobby. Yes, this is the
Like
hardest
one
of
of the
hardest.
favorites. Max isn't here to curse them. Maybe that's why. Oh well, now
Well, he
I
hasn't been here,
Now
though.
I mention it, that it might come back. We'll have to wait. and
एंट्री
see.
कैसे
अच्छी
हो
है
स्पाइक
लेकिन
भाई?
बैठने का तरीका अभी
अरे
बड़ा
भाई, एक
कैजुअल
नंबर
है।
बढ़िया हो बे.
The
तू कैसा बता?
put up yesterday, this could be the
आपका
sign
असली
of
नाम
a
क्या
big
है?
one.
BYRD का
seems
क्या
like
राज
it's
है?
been a
What's
little
the
bit
meaning
of
behind
day
this
one today,
BYRD
so I
OP?
mentioned in terms of like yesterday was a
What's
little
the full
bit of a
form of
disappointing
BYRD?
performance for Falcons, but coming in today here as well, Now they find themselves in a position where they can try and lash out at the rest of the lobby. I mean, moving into
गॉर्डल का
Pineapple,
कल का
they did,
परफॉर्मेंस मैंने देखा नहीं
there's
ब्रो,
not
कल के
actually that
मैचेस
many
मैंने देखा
options
नहीं.
else for them to be
I
able to
was so
transition
tired
down,
after my stream.
into those
मैं
later
खा के सो
circles.
गया
So
था.
it's good to get the 8 limbs on the board here. I don't know why you're laughing.
I got tagged on Instagram. I got tagged on Instagram with regards to a lot of BGMS moments. मैंने देखा है गॉडलाइक वाज प्लेइंग 3-1 ऐसा कुछ था. बस उतना ही देखा मैंने, मैचेस नहीं देखा. आज से देखूंगा, आज से सारे मैचेस देखूंगा BGMS के. एंड मैं वीडियोस भी बनाने वाला हूँ, तो उसके लिए यू कैन स्टे ट्यून.
Personally, I don't know.
Vampire put IHC and Falcon in weak teams
Talk about the game.
during PMWC interview.
Yeah, talk about the game.
That is why people are saying Vampire has ego as they put themselves first with Alpha 7. अरे bro,
एंट्री अच्छी है
come
लेकिन
on
बैठने
यार,
का तरीका
उसमें
अभी
ego की
बड़ा
क्या बात है
कैजुअल है.
उसमें? मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा है.
Missed all of his shots somehow.
बहुत चिल्ल होंगे यार Vampire वाले, पता नहीं. कैमरा के थ्रू तो मेरे को वही लगता है, बहुत चिल्ले वो लोग हैं. I get a very positive aura from Tony K. Stoned is always like focused, एकदम serious दिखता है वो. बाकी I get a very positive aura from Tony K. I'm not sure क्या है क्या नहीं.
If you're Empire Nanny and trying
It's
to go
Bird.
that, it's a death sentence.
BYRD, okay.
Alula IHC was, they flex out as well.
भाई आप सीधा सीधा नहीं लिख सकते थे. Bird OP.
Which are eventually a guaranteed winning position against TJB. They get an unbelievable hardship north, which they really didn't even need to be perfectly
सीधा
honest
सीधा
to
नहीं
get the
लिखना
win
है.
there. But I think one thing that's interesting is TJB usually
Cool
you
बनना है,
don't see
cool,
the
huh?
second entire team to the blue towards the end.
It's
They
trash
think,
talk,
"Wow,
not
but I would
attitude.
say to you guys,
It's not even trash talk यार.
million smokes to get up that
Putting
hill
yourself
to try
first
and
is
rival where Alula
क्या है?
IHC was. So there was no way they were going to make that work.
सही तो किया मेरे को लगता है.
Look here at the stats in this last match here.
What do you think if Aiku Soul play in this lobby? Can they qualify?
Eliminations. And something I wanted to point out with this one, as we kind of
I don't think anyone
is that one thing
anyone can
every
answer that
side
question,
this
bro.
Team on was just going for elimination.
I don't think anyone can answer that question.
We've seen out of this team from yesterday and today is that they're definitely focusing more on placements now.
But I'm really looking forward to India versus Mongolia. Maybe वो देख के थोड़ा बहुत idea आ सकता है to answer that question. Spike by शेर कह दो एक बार. शेर. शेर.
Could we possibly end up with the new first place?
Winner mentality Vampire. Bro, they are winners, bro.
Sunhawk numbers. That's beyond
बहुत crazy records है Vampire Esports के.
What I realized, by the way, is that you guys are positioned directly in a line right in front of me, but I can see over Seven's head to see Claris's face. It's great. Take a look at our overalls, so you can see Alliance obviously not playing any more matches.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
Bro,
कैजुअल
मुझे
है.
नहीं पता bro. मुझे नहीं पता. I was not there.
Drop down onto the second
If I was
stage.
not there, how can I comment on that?
Qualify through here for IHC.
मुझे पता है रोनी की गेम प्ले है फिलहाल इस लेवल की. Not just Roni, there are Roni, Nakul, मान्या, सौमय भाई सबके गेम प्ले बराबर है bro. No one is greater than anyone. There are other players in India who are at that level, but उनका टीम की वजह से वो शाइन नहीं कर पा रहे. That is all I'm going to say. मैं सौम्य के बारे में कितना अच्छा बोला मैंने when he was in Enigma also, but no one cared because Enigma यार, it's Enigma. इतना अच्छा हो नहीं सकता. Not one comment I received on my videos when I talked about Saumai. But now Saumai has joined Soul and everyone loses their mind. अरे भाई सौम्य क्या खेलता है क्या? Come on यार, इतना भी bias नहीं रहने का. If someone is good, they're good. I made a video Underdogs versus Steven पे ऐसा कुछ है वीडियो. उसमें सौम्य बहुत क्रेजी मारता है. I think सोल को ही मारता है. सौम्य सोल को ही मारता है 1v3 या 1v4. I think उस पे appreciation मिला ही नहीं सौम्य को comment section में कहीं भी.
Continuing on the performance that we saw out of day one, and they ended up losing.
But he deserves
He did destroy Mad Bulls, to be fair.
a good team and
That looked pretty
he joined Aiku Soul bhai.
I thought you were gonna get a little bit more out of
Super
that.
happy for him.
Nah, I wouldn't. I mean, where they currently are, if they would have been a little bit higher in the leaderboard, yeah.
Alex as fifth player खेल रहा है.
they need to win fights with Alpha 7.
When he was in IHC.
Yeah, one thing
पता
that
नहीं
was a bit
कैसे.
wishy-washy about that fight at the beginning is everybody's coming in.
Bro, PMWC is far more interesting to watch than BGMS. Of course it will be interesting, bro.
Everyone's trying to kind of split.
Cricket World Cup
suddenly in a fight.
और
Okay, let's try and somehow recover this.
नॉर्मल अंडर 19 देखेगा तो भाई वर्ल्ड कप ही मजा आएगा ना तुम्हें.
To finish things up was very nice.
It's sad that our India is not participating in this World Cup
They could have been in an even better spot. They finished
due to some reasons, but still World Cup is World Cup,
What
यार.
I will say is it is Sandhawk, so not too worried about that as we do get into
I think New Zone meta आएगा.
before we get to
अरे
you guys at home.
मैं कहीं तो सुना कि 120 FPS आने वाला है BGMS में. Sorry, BGMS बोल रहा हूँ. अपना BGMI में.
You can see the sweet little W's on the back of the jackets. Honestly, the set looks
Joker is
amazing.
best fifth player
You guys need to make sure
than
you
other
keep going up
playing for.
because you are gonna eventually run out of time.
No
Eventually you're gonna
comment.
be gone, and you won't have the opportunity to use it. But for us, for now, it's time to head back.
Vampire
to
are the two
kick
times
off
back-to-back
our
champions of
Saturday
PMWI.
triple area
Yes,
of
bro,
Blake
yes.
and Jackie.
चलो भाई, Irangel is about to begin.
They're flexing, and the players certainly will be on the battleground.
Spike India को
as
slot
well,
मिलेगा
because you've got
PMGC
to.
के लिए.
You've got to get in there, get aggressive, play defense.
For now, there is no
Use,
information
big
with regards to
arms
that
for
question,
both
bro.
of the things, really,
अभी तक
inside the
कहीं भी
game.
Yeah, just don't grip the
कुछ
phone
भी
too hard.
No, don't break it.
ऐसे
Don't
सुनने को
break
नहीं
it.
मिला,
That
but
would be silly.
We know you're all
मेरे को
super
पता चल
strong
जाएगा.
Yeah.
at the end of the day.
That is all I'm
The
going to
whole
say.
scene
अगर
is-
इंडिया
the
को
whole
slot
scene
मिलेगा
just
तो
everyone
सबसे पहले तुम्हारा भाई को पता चलेगा.
out of their minds. But you will have to be
तो
definitely
I will
out your mind
I will let
in
you
the
guys know.
final
पक्का.
matches of the day.
एंट्री
That
अच्छी
why
है
Sohail
लेकिन बैठने का
भाई
तरीका
ये
अभी बड़ा
गलती यार.
कैजुअल
Make it through to the main
Why?
tournament here if they continue that. I mean, they've got 5 more matches, just put up a couple more points to feel themselves in a very strong position. They've got that benchmark to play around with as well.
Bro,
to get
Zyrex
towards
needs a
that
good
12th
team.
Place. But this
Everyone
starts
needs a
them
good
off
team, bro.
very strongly.
Every
with the
good player
14
needs a good
limbs,
team.
I believe it was that they got on
So
that
that they
last
can
game.
shine.
You know, that's more than enough to work this one through. You can see there's some more nerves than others on some teams as we make it through to our second match of the day with our GT20
Let's go, bhai.
pros taking us into this
बढ़ते अपना
very
सेकंड मैच की
nice and
तरफ.
easily.
We deserve a slot in PMWI this time. देखो, you guys should understand one thing. Direct slot नहीं मिलता. अरे भाई म्यूट हो
Human
गया.
element of competitive
Yeah.
PUBG Mobile. Like, it is
Direct
really
slot नहीं
interesting
मिलता,
to
bro.
see
You
how
have to
teams
play
contend with it. Like, if they stay in
the
the flow
league.
state, if they're looking just straight into the
अगर
flow,
इंडिया
if
खेलेगा
they're
तो
looking at each other, that
Southeast
last
Asia
minute
का
bit of
league खेलेगा.
communication, it is a key point of seeing who's really going to be able
Is
to
it
bring that out
Southeast
with
Asia
the best
or,
mentality.
Central
Obviously,
South
sometimes
Asia?
mentality only gets you so
कौन सा
far,
खेलेगा
but it
guys?
is a
कोई
nice
तो
bit
league
to dial
खेलेगा.
in on, especially when
उधर
you have
top पे
everyone
आएगा,
in
तो तब
such
भी
a
आएगा इंडिया का
beautiful
slot.
arena. Hell yeah, I'm going to take those player camps.
Yeah, dude.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन
Love
बैठने
to
का
see it.
तरीका अभी बड़ा
PX also
कैजुअल.
has gunpower team.
Well, a lot of teams dropping out
What
towards
are
the
their
center
chances?
of the playing path
They
here.
are.
Bro Harami not having a
They
good
don't have
time
as much experience
at all.
as
a power. I think
Aiku
Power
Soul.
would have to have an
एंट्री
As
अच्छी
in
है लेकिन
performance.
बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
DRX,
but they
कैजुअल.
are
On the other
they are
hand,
building themselves. They are on the
they're
right
done.
track. वो
They're
भी
absolutely
बहुत
done.
strong.
7 matches,
बनेगा.
8 points, a 1-point average per game is
They're on
just
the right track.
brutal. So I think DRX is more than
Go ahead, OP
certainly
भाई. Thank you for
heading
the
through.
Thank you for $2.79 donation. कल मिस कर दिया भाई मैंने. क्या सीन रहा कल. भाई
In that
कल
9th place position, so I could
कल
opt
Falcons की
right
पिटाई हुई.
now would be TJB
कल Falcons की
with
पिटाई हुई.
47
एक
points.
क्रेजी सोलो चिकन आपने
in
मिस
12th
कर दिया.
place.
बर्ड ओपी को
Behind them,
एक क्रेजी
probably
सोलो चिकन.
reasonable for Boom Esports
By
to lap. at
Udo
the moment.
Alliance player named
So we'll
Leon
see what they
DZ.
can bring out. If they can show up
उसने
again.
भाई
I like what we saw from Boom, at least in the opening game.
इतना डोपामिन दिया
I
मुझे
feel like there is
कि मेरे को रात को
definitely
नींद भी
some
नहीं आया.
innings that they can get some
Enjoy कर रहा
momentum
था मैं.
going
इतना
and
crazy
be
chicken
able
निकाला.
to build back into it. But
Apart
I'd
from
say,
that,
it'd be
it
cool
was
to see
just-
as well. Like they were
everything
playing
was
with some
normal.
Boom in that one.
Yeah, they've got some legs on them, that's for sure.
वर्ल्ड कप में कास्टर स्पॉन्सर के बारे में
Currently
ज्यादा बोलते ही
fielding
नहीं. इंडिया
Without
में कास्टिंग ज्यादा
Satan
और स्पॉन्सर
in the
को हाईलाइट
games.
करते हैं.
Who was their IGL, so curious change.
Don't
We'll see how
compare,
it pays
bro.
off in their matches today.
वो उनकी जगह पे
I
सही
think that
है.
last game, in
हमारे
terms of
कास्टर
just decision
उनकी
making,
जगह पे
it
सही
looked
है.
kind of nice.
Yeah.
It just felt like, again, just some of those gunfights were a little bit difficult for them.
Central
Very hard
Asia
shift
League.
on the
Central
circle
Asia
over
में भी
towards
bro.
the western side on the first shift as well. That's big. A
It's
lot
gonna
of
be-
water in this one, cutting round
gonna
about
be hard for India.
40% of the circle out in terms
क्योंकि
of landmass.
PMWI, PMGC
And there's not a huge amount of good
इन
areas to
सब में
play.
इनवाइट
this
आना
side
है
of
तो
the
भाई
map.
टॉप 2 आना पड़ेगा. top 2
There is.
sometimes
it's just more a
top
case
3
of
or
we
5
headed over towards
रहता
the
है.
eastern side or mansion,
So it's not gonna
shelter.
be easy.
You have some very key
But
positions.
मजा आएगा, bro.
Here it's a lot of times a case of where can you
Complete
get
India
to
is going
that
to be
might see
cheer
you
for
safe
our
enough
Indian
along
teams.
You did
Win
that
or
quite
lose.
quickly, the 40%. It looks
It's not
pretty
about
accurate.
winning, it's about the journey.
You,
It's
did you
not about
cartography?
losing
You
or
looked at
winning,
maps
it's about the
before?
journey.
Top down.
जीत
You
गए
know the
तो
lay of the land.
बहुत
You're
खुशी.
easily able to figure it out.
हार
I
गए
think
तो
I've been
experience.
looking at maps for the last 4 years.
वो मजा अलग है, bro.
on
वो
PUBG
मजा अलग
Mobile.
Yeah,
है.
you've basically
I
learned
hope
Yeah.
वो
cartography
सब
from
जल्दी
that.
start हो
Yeah,
जाए
pretty
इंडिया में.
much. I could map out a region.
Yeah, it's funny.
तब
at
तक
Blank's
हमारे
house,
Indian
you
teams
walk
grind
in, he
करे,
literally
grind
just
करे,
has
grind
all
करे,
of the
तगड़ा
map
बन जाए.
screen layouts just all over his house.
Yeah.
बस
It's
teams
like
और
that meme.
टूटते हुए नहीं देखना चाहता हूँ
You
मैं
know,
उससे पहले.
they're just pointing. Where is they? Where
हर
are
ऑफिशियल
they?
के बाद
Where are
teams
they?
टूटे,
You
team
know the one, I
टूटे,
can't
team
remember who it
टूटे,
is.
नहीं बनता है
but
bro.
You know
Strong
what I
team नहीं
mean?
बन
That
सकता
meme.
इतना
You know
talent
the
है.
meme.
I know the meme.
Yeah,
I know
that's
what
your
you're
house,
saying.
bro. That's you with a
That's me.
conspiracy board of just PUBG
Oh
maps.
yeah, where he's like this.
Yeah.
Charlie Day.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go,
Pepe
perfect.
Salvia. He's trying to
Yeah.
find it, but that's blank for PUBG
Yeah,
Mobile Chicken Dinner.
I've just got drop spots galore in the
थोड़ा सा कम
household.
करते हैं इनका.
The wallpaper is just a angle.
It actually is.
Did
Yeah,
you
it's-
observe
it's- it's
Aiku
citrus
Soul
style. You've got
कभी
nice
heal
little
battle
trees as
नहीं
well,
करता.
fairly using
मान्या
Yeah.
always
I
try
live
to take
outside.
zone.
Yeah, it feels that.
No. Aiku Soul भी heal battle
Um,
करता है. नकुल
Right
काफी
now,
बार
some
किया
of these
heal
teams
battle.
do feel like they're living outside in the
उनका-
cold in terms of the point score.
उनका heal battle mode
At
तब
least
तब on
that's
होता है
what's
जब
on the tables.
कोई
It is
team
a
उनके
little bit
आसपास
sparse
है
right now. I mean, you
and
go
वो
down from
हार
16th
सकते
place,
हैं.
the drop-off's
तब
pretty
वो लोग
big,
करते हैं ऐसा.
where a lot of other
But
teams have
they always
soaked
prefer
up
not
these
to do the
points.
heal
It
battle,
feels
yes, I have
sort of
observed.
fair where we're going to be placing a lot of our survival teams. Kag,
क्योंकि views भी
Osaka
इंडिया में
losing
ही
a player
आते हैं
early
भाई.
on here. First elimination going
Agree.
to Havlik.
अभी sponsor
From the
को ज़्यादा
Moneymakers,
highlight
this is
करते
down
हैं.
towards the southwest side of the map with Kag playing in Primorsk.
Not to an extent जो आप सोच रहे हो. Not to an extent जो आप सोच रहे हो.
I'd be curious to see how this one pans out then as well, because we've had quite a different sort of tempo over the few days. Obviously, we've been on the later games, so everyone's sort of warming up a bit, and also you're a bit more antsy because you know those opportunity to accumulate points are fewer and further between. So we've seen some snap-second decision-making. And for a few of these squads today, especially with
Central
changes, it'd
में
be interesting to see
Mongolia
if
भी
that's something
आता
that
है.
could
Yes,
affect
bro.
them a little bit. If that rationale
CSA
you're
में
trying
आता
to
है Mongolia.
prioritize how you play it is a little
Mongolia
bit
की दो तीन
maybe
team
more
qualify
jittery,
होते हैं
I
हर बार.
suppose, in terms of how you figure those moves
It's
out.
like
So we'll see.
reserved है
I
Mongolia
was
के दो
actually
तीन
kind of
teams के
okay
लिए.
with how Power played that one.
IHC,
Like Al Hadji was hitting some blinders, but the problem was you
Falcons,
were just swamped with other squads
4
around you.
MB.
They felt a
ये
little bit
तीनों
out
slot
of
fix है.
position through
बाकी slot के लिए
potentially
लड़ना
no fault
पड़ेगा
of
इंडिया
their
को.
own. But yeah, always rooting for a bit of power action.
It was a tough spot on the map, honestly. I think
और
that
फिर
you
ये
had
आता
to
है.
take up some strong positions early on. I think IHC
Xavier
as well as
Esports.
TJB both make a correct
वो भी
decision to
most
head towards the
consistent
west side
qualification
and just pick up those spots rather trying to
तो
fight.
अगर इंडिया आएगा तो कौन बाहर
Be
जाएगा?
a Painan finish, and we got that hard shift over to the west side, and it was just a case
कौन?
of where does that shift go on the circle and who's going to win off the back of it. I think IHC sets themselves up for a win really well, but it necessarily wasn't a game where they would have won without that shift. So I do respect that a lot of the teams
Bro,
have tried to make it through. Their
Boom
team
Esports
Liquid
को क्या हो
especially, I
गया
think
भाई?
they played out their
You guys have no idea how strong this
retrieval
team is.
of what could have been a bad situation quite easily.
Pawn bait yummy.
Yeah, from that opening, like, what, minute and a half, it looked rough, where you're just thinking, all right, you're down to a 3 immediately. For him
Mark
to
my
have the
words,
legs on
I'm
it
saying
to
this,
actually
mark my
withstand
words,
for that
Boom
long.
Esports
And potentially, mate, a couple shots
will
of
be in the
difference.
finals.
Maybe if the circle goes their way a
Maybe
little
not
bit,
in
could have been
this
better
stage,
for it.
but
Could have been
league
even
stage में तो
better. So
पक्का है.
hopefully that is just a start to the day.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Team Liquid in that number 1 spot come
What
the
if
end
we
of the
get
event might not
months
look so
prior
good.
to
Oh, dude, I
practice
know. Right now they're right on the
internationally?
cusp,
I don't
though.
think we'll be
13th
getting month
place.
prayers.
Anything can happen over 3 days, I think. But right now, they're certainly not displaying as the best team
पता
in the
नहीं,
lobby.
we'll see.
I think that's pretty clear right now. And I'm not afraid to say that.
Well, no,
All
that's
right.
okay. You'd be a liar.
I would be a straight liar. I'd be a straight liar. I
Usually
think there are
second
just better
circle
teams
and
currently in the
third
lobby
circle
who are
beginning से
playing,
start होते हैं fights इसमें.
much more consistently than
So it's about to
them. I
happen.
guess like it's a case
देखते
of
सबसे पहला fight
look,
किसका
they've
होगा.
lost a player early quite a few times, but that's still a mistake that you're making. I think they're doing some pretty aggressive scouting, and losing players off the back of that is never ideal. Vampire's playing this weird playstyle where they will be out in the blue for a long, long time too, so they're not being as aggressive as we've seen them in the past,
Volume
just
decrease.
taking names
और कम
in the
करोगे.
circle. Talon have been a bit of a surpriser, 53 points currently. Still 5 more matches to play for them too. So again, another team that could do fairly well here.
Yeah, they've looked pretty good actually, and I've noticed the camaraderie.
I think
amongst
Falcons
them, like the way they're operating,
are on the
even
rise,
outside
guys.
of the games when we get towards the end of the day.
They need
The vibe in the
25
team looks
points
good.
in the
It feels
next
like they
5
bounce
matches.
off each other really well, so there's clearly some good energy
5
there.
points
And it always
per
helps,
match.
man. You know,
Dekh
keeping yourself dialed in, picking each other up, give it some gas when someone's playing well. That mentality can be so huge for us. Yeah, Talon, if they can maintain that, it would be sick. You'd like to see it. They've been picking their fights well.
चैट तुम लोग ने ऑब्जर्व किया
Next
ये
circle,
सर्कल 3 दिन से बन
zone
रहा है
2.
डे 1 भी बना ये
After
सर्कल
initial
डे 2 भी बना ये सर्कल
encircling, let's
और
say.
आज भी बना ये
Alpha
सर्कल
7 currently
क्या
up
सीन है
towards North George, but very central
थोड़ा left
circle,
गया
I would
आज।
say, on this one. Heads towards a lot of teams have already made their way in. I think this is fairly forgiving for quite a few
क्या
squads.
सीन है
There's
भाई
still
क्या
some
सीन
water
है
in this one, but not enough that
Coincidence?
it would make players complain. I do like when Moneymakers
Chalo,
are
let the
playing,
fights
setting themselves
begin.
up on that ridge on the west side. It's a decent spot to play. I think what we're looking at the moment is DRX trying to set up in that compound that is towards that south side that we saw 4 and V playing just yesterday, I believe it was.
You got Liquid on the move on screen as
हेक्टर
well.
को एपेक्स ने बोला इंडिया वर्सेस
Touched on
सीएस से
hoping for a
इंडिया
bit of
वर्सेस
a better
सीएस
one.
से
Here today.
Whoa.
In the game too. Still feels kind of crazy.
मजा आएगा,
in game
bro.
too, but early shift for this. And it's been
If it is
delivering
India
with
versus
the early
Mongolia,
momentum. It's cool
yeah.
to see everyone getting sort of
That would be
dialed
a
in
bit
immediately as
one-sided.
They came into the STC
If it is India
arena
versus
as well, got
CSA,
themselves sat down.
maybe India has
And that's
better
talent.
odds, I don't
We
know.
were talking about them
देखते हैं।
coming down all the way top side. Slowly making their way in towards the zone now. You've got Alpha 7 ahead of you. Alula IHC as well down there. And man, every time I look over to that map screen, I just see Tulika staring out to me. It's like a beacon that draws my eyes in. And he did deliver yesterday. But again, bro, like it's just one of those where you want Tulika to have that extra support from the rest of the squad. And sometimes it feels like it isn't there as much as you'd expect it to be.
I think it's a team that gets in their own head very easily as well.
Day 1
just
का
with some of
MVP
the
was
mentalities on that
Reject
team, the
Tokyo का
personalities
Reiji.
themselves.
Day 2 का
I think for
MVP
Mad Bulls, that
was
game really
Judo
crushed their
Alliance का
confidence
Cluck.
because I think it was a well
Who will
played
become the
game,
MVP
a
of today?
good innings in terms of making a
कौन
bad
बनेगा बताओ?
situation into a good one, only to get
ओए
backstabbed
IHC versus
twice
Alpha 7
and leave both
कहा?
players on the high ground to just one dude. Pretty painful, pretty unreasonable, and I think that has really
Mid-range,
cut their
mid-range,
gameplay
mid-range. हो
quite
जाएगा,
a
हो
bit.
जाएगा.
25 points is a struggle position to be in. This is where you need a big
तो
chicken dinner
सीएसए में
towards
मंगोलिया
the
भी तो
beginning
है
of the
हे ब्रो
day.
बट बता रहा हूँ ना मैं
And I would
बाकी
say
टीम्स भी होंगे
that's
ना
one of these
नॉन
two
मंगोलियन
angles
टीम्स
that we'll be doing. He'd need to see
वैसा
the
बोल रहा हूँ
pop
मैं.
off in those for them to have that like good chance.
Who's the
but
IGL in
you don't
Falcons?
feel
IC
too
is
nervous
IGL.
going into that 6th game.
And Inco, they hopped out and were looking to edgeguard somewhat on the rotate. They caught whiff of Vampire, but
No
they go
fights.
wide and look like they have been able to
Talon
bypass
versus
them at
IHC.
least, make their move round. Meanwhile, Alula IHC do take a first
Talon is
connection off
pushing.
the back
Roka
of
पेटी
Talon.
है.
Ooh, that's isolated as well. You can crash straight into the building. Make sure you confirm that one. Grab the elim off the back of it. Hell, even the Overwatch
push
is
किया
making that
उसने?
one look easy.
Yeah, bro, 100%. For the Talon, that was an easy pickup. Alpha 7 off in the distance. This is a good position to be playing out the rest of the game.
टॉप
IHC,
I
though,
hope so.
losing a player.
मैच वन
not
अच्छा गया टॉप
ideal.
का
Try and
कंसिस्टेंसी इज द
gatekeep.
की
They have this warehouse to play around with, but they still are on the
पता
northern
नहीं
side. And next
IHC के
circle's
बंदे भी
coming
मारे
in
अच्छा
too,
खासा मैच 1 पे
which again, very reasonable. Not a lot has changed in terms of the space that teams are playing. It's just, again, pushing everyone slowly but surely closer to one another. But we are moving away from that compound that sits on that south side. Just more of these compounds, I would
भाई,
say, that's on this road. That
these
snakes
accounts
through
are
the
admin
map in the
accounts,
center,
इसमें
which is going to be
zero
pretty
skins
big
है.
to move around with. And Mad Bull's already got a pretty strong one to
Just
play
for a better
around with
viewer
here.
experience.
I like this position. Yes, they have the overlook coming through from DRX above them, but still, strong spot to play. A lot of good sight lines that look out towards this north and south side.
They've got the read on it. They know where the fight could be coming from. And Tulika, I said his name before, he saw the opportunity
बहुत
to get stuck
sexy
in
उतारा.
against TJB.
Only
Even
इसको.
DRX could
कहाँ
take
से उतारा
hot
देख
shots
वो?
downhill from the
इधर से
elevated
उतारा
angle as
उसको.
well and apply more pressure onto them.
Nice.
You see it with a map screen, how closely grouped everyone is, fighting over actually having viable cover to play off of.
TJB in a slightly rougher situation, I would say. I mean, this compound's nice. It will keep them safe for a while, but it's not the most defensible of positions. Again, some other teams are just going to be out in the
Assume
open,
that
so
India and Mongolia invitational
can only
tournament
say
में
so
India
much
team
about that. I mean,
dominate
they have
करे
a roof over
Mongolian
their
teams
heads.
पे,
It
and what was the reaction on
It
that?
could be worse. But a lot of
I
teams
would
try
be
and
the
play around
happiest
this
man on the
ridge
planet,
side
bro,
the western
if that
edge.
happens.
Difficult though, because you know at some point with the way the circle's going, you're likely going to have to pass through the fields that sit on that west side,
सबसे मजा मुझे ही आएगा.
where you have DRX, Mad Bulls, TJB
That
all
means
looking
India
that way.
global में compete कर सकता है बोल के मेरे को
Kago
एक
Saka,
clear
who
stamp
lost the
मिल
player
जाएगा.
earlier on and making their way up from that southern edge. And you know that Moneymakers know about this. They already took a shot towards them, removed one of their players from the team, so they should have the read on a play like this one. And Mattoon is getting dangerously close to their location.
Yeah, he really is pushing up. Ahead of the pack, he's got a little bit of backup at least. But Moneymakers, off the back of the prior game, probably want to try and give themselves some extra stock in this one. See if
Harame,
they can
bro.
get some more points accumulated. Already finding one elim point.
एक chicken
into
तो बनता है
this
यार
outing
तुम लोग
so
का भी.
far, needing to climb those
What about
rankings.
DRX यार?
Down to
DRX
15.
उनका
Another
region का
minute.
top team है bro. How can they
Bro
go
spread
home with
looking
this
good.
kind of
Bro
points?
team as well, keeping it a bit further back.
8 point है यार.
The Bros have had some ups and downs, dude, and it feels like a few of these situations, it's been a very
This is their
slippery
8th
slope
match,
for
I
them.
think.
The talent's
DRX
been there
का
in some of
8th
the
match है ये.
individual fights.
8
It's the
matches में 8
positioning for
points.
me that keeps me
Wow.
guessing.
Yeah, again, for Bro
That is
Harami, it
dreadful.
feels like they make some good decisions and then suddenly make a bad one for no apparent reason. And I think that is the difficulty, because I think they get nervous about some of the positions that they take. They're worried that it's not the best one in the
You
circle. I
are
think a lot
wrong.
of times
Wrong
you
about
just have
what?
to commit to that decision. I think some of the teams in this lobby are very good at that. Tiamba, for instance.
ICIGL नहीं है, क्या बात कर
in
रहा
a
है?
similar
IC
way,
तो IGL है.
they'll just pick a position and be like, look, this might be not ideal for the rest of the game, but we can certainly find some value off this one.
SEA
Very
versus
hard
CSA, choose
northeast
one.
shift.
Bro,
The
I can't.
Vampire, who were out of the
can't.
blue for a
दोनों में
long
मेरे
time. It's worked out for
मेरे
them really
पसंदीदा
well.
teams
They have
बहुत है
this
दोनों के
compound that
अंदर.
sits just to the south side of Everest here to work with, and still some high ground that Stone's playing over towards the craggy rocks towards
Talon
that
versus
top
IHC.
side. Talon, though, rocking up towards IHC, coming off the good
Zero
game
knock.
with Axel to open this one up.
Getting the pressure
Talent
on.
इसलिए push
Nades
किया
being
क्योंकि
cast out as well. They know
IHC
about
का
the
एक बंदा को
potential
knock
of
finish
the
कर दी.
elevated
It's a 3v4
angles.
बोल
Players
के.
could be up top.
Linux
So you got
knock.
to contend with it. Drop
Godless
down.
knock.
Here we go. Haula
Demo is the last
IHC
man standing.
starting to clap back. See if they can build
Yeah.
off this. Talon in the rear though, and the nades rattle on
Well
over.
played, Talon.
That's going to be a bit of a
Well
shutdown,
played.
and not in the direction you would have thought it was going. Haula IHC
Boom
removed from
versus
the
Harame,
equation.
bro.
You get the first chicken dinner, but you damn right ain't taking another one.
Taking them out. Top side removed already. Lovely to see from them, honestly, which is good. But there's a lot of action.
ओए, Moneymakers आ गए third
Now,
party करने.
Moneymakers, in fact, make their way over towards this position now. You've got the boys coming through.
Axel
IC will
यार.
find one here, Jackie.
Here we go then, Moneymakers. They want to try and
मार
accumulate
दिए.
some wealth on this one. Running
Successful
through the
third
top
party
spot.
from
And
Moneymakers.
Talent down and out. Moneymakers taking hits back though. Oh, and there's nades coming on over. This is Boom that are getting stuck in, bringing out not only the nades, but the
Last
shotgun
man
to
standing
support it
for
as well,
Harame, bro.
as they're going to be able to fight their way through this. Missed shots up close.
Chalo,
And
Boom.
We were
It's about
saying
time.
that they
It's
can
about
bring a bit
time.
more punch to the game, Blank, and that's how they're going to show it. All right. We're not going to have that much downtime either. You got the nice establishing shot here, giving you the lay of the land. Team Liquid have already doubled further back. We get Falcons hopping in the vehicles and looking to
गिर क्या knock हुआ?
advance.
Moneymakers का
Yeah,
बंदा.
bro, Harami.
What?
Just make that move, and I think they could have made it a lot more slowly. Again,
गिर के मर
it's a
गया
case
आखिरी
where
बंदा.
they should have known
Moneymakers
that
का.
realistically
They are
there's
out.
going to be teams in this location taking up that compound.
Wow.
And I think they just think they have to go for that
What
crash.
a
but
way to go out.
scouting it a little bit later, a little bit earlier, sorry, and getting the nades over, maybe some smokes to make that a bit of
Why
an
is
easier
Alpha
transition.
7 so silent यार? थोड़ा
Just
हल्ला
odd
मचाओ Alpha
gameplay
7.
right now for this team. Falcons, though, from the back of not a terrible game
देखो,
for
मैं
themselves
बोला वो
over
मार दिया,
Sandhawk,
देखो,
but they're
Revo ने
dangerously
मारा.
close to IWNRX, who are sandwiching them
TJP
between
के दो
them
बंदे knock.
and Team Liquid.
Seeing if they can keep them penned in. Ooh. Bullets into the back line. Falcons saw that opportunity to take shots towards the vehicle, though. IWNRX, they have to hop straight back in, try and clear that line of sight and get into a good
IC ने
spot.
Frozen को knock
Falcons
किया.
will not
IC का
give them
mid
that
range
opportunity.
tracing
That's
अच्छा
the
है बे.
last
Frozen
second
finish.
knock, as that
Falcons
one will
को
be
एक point
grabbed
मिला.
in the end.
Nice.
Kago Saka also on the move. And this is what you're going to be running into. You might get away from one squad, but there's another team on the
TJB
other
is
side.
getting-
DRX tucked in behind the vehicles. That's only
Getting
going to
bullied,
provide
bro.
you cover for so long as the bullets blow it straight up and remove that man down. Alpha 7 also take hits.
Good explosion on the vehicle there, Jackie.
Liquid versus Falcons. दो बंदे गए Falcons के.
Cardozen gets a good spray off. The team is almost alive, but a shot from the side will take down the rest of Falcons here.
Why?
But Team Liquid looking brazen, fighting two teams at the same time. Mythic is able to make it happen. What a
Mythic
fight has occurred. Again, fighting on two fronts seems to be Team Liquid.
Falcons are out, guys. Falcons are out.
Boom from the side. It just never stops for this team.
Oh man, they're not giving them any opportunity to get the heels in. The constant pressure that's being applied, squad after squad. Although Liquid fight as hard as they can, they might have fallen at the final hurdle here. You're in a rough spot. Two players pushing up, looking to see if he can play medic whilst their focus is put onto Boom instead. And the
Ayala is the
real
last
Boom
man
is the
standing
nades
for
that are
Team
raining
Liquid.
down on top. Low HP off the contact. DRX really just want to finish this one off. They don't want the fight to go on for
Well
much
played,
longer. And that's the
DRX.
finishing
Well
piece.
played.
6 elims, Team Liquid.
इसने 4 किल निकाला
Honestly,
इसमें. Nice.
I would say not a bad result.
बट आ गया Mad Bulls.
Considering the fact that they were just assaulted
किसी को नहीं छोड़ेंगे bro.
by several squads. In comes Mad
किसी
Bulls.
को नहीं
The
छोड़ेंगे.
DRX
There is
team
always a
just not
team
notice the other
to
team
stop
that's in their camp
the
right
dominating
now.
team.
Fleek moves forward, nade over the top, might get the splash onto the back of him, and it will hit him hard.
Oi,
But
oi,
just
oi, oi,
QXZ.
oi, oi.
This
Nice
has
try,
been
be.
unreal
Nice try.
fight. On the
QRZZ.
southwest side, it's been action
not
into action
QRZZ,
into
it's
action, and
QXZZ.
TJB are closing the gap as well.
Alpha 7
The
TJB को
fight
दे रहा है
that
उधर.
does not stop. The never-ending story here, with opportunities appearing around the map. Alpha 7 consistently putting
TJB का
bullets
एक ही
down
बंदा
range
बचा है.
onto TJB,
गया
who
वो
at
भी.
this point are
नहीं,
crumbling
नहीं,
hard, losing any
अब
of the
गया.
HP they had to work with. The nades are rattling in. Vampire are also mid-bout, and it just does not stop.
Alpha
There's the
7.
pick up onto TJB.
Remember
They'll
the
commit
name.
for that one, and Alpha
वही
7,
निकालने वाला है
5
match का
elim
winner.
points in the back pocket as they clean house there.
5
At
finishes, 4
Osaka,
man strong.
This is the fight that we saw against Vampire. They got the first contact off, were able to deal some damage and shut him down a bit. They get the man back up, but he's low HP. Luckily tops himself back up to full, so he's going to be in a better spot for this. But Vampire, they got the spread, they got the understanding, and they got nades to help them out.
दो बंदे knock.
Double at the same time.
Osaka.
Nice nade from the side. Another nade goes through over towards Naoto. Power's also
दो
chiming
side से
in,
nades आ रहे
looking
हैं
to
उन
clean
पे.
house.
गए.
I think Vampire were able to
3
secure
frags
the
मिले
majority
Vampire
of those
को.
eliminations.
Well
Yes,
played,
they
Vampire.
were. And
Well
again,
played.
with Vampire playing on this north side, they had so much room to work with, so much time to scout. This should be a Vampire win if they play their cards right. Mad Bulls desperately trying to extricate themselves from this valley that they've been inset towards. But it's Al Haji from Power taking shots. They find Tony K. He's in a
क्या
bad
लगता है boys, कौन
position.
निकालेगा
Can
winner,
he be
winner, chicken dinner?
rescued?
This is going to be a big problem
top
now.
contenders are
Power
Alpha 7,
coming online.
Vampire.
They take down the star man, the wonder
Power.
child of Vampire. Peeping them, guessing with how to play this one. You didn't expect Power to
कोई
find
भी
the
निकाल सकते हैं, to
opportunity,
be
but they
honest.
certainly have.
कोई भी
Everyone
निकाल
else
सकते हैं.
just trying to build themselves some
My-
kind of
my
cover, some
prediction is
opportunity
Alpha
to
7,
break the
बाकी
line of
देखते हैं.
sights, dashing out the smokes, backing themselves up, and only really wanting to engage if it's a worthwhile fight. For Dan's also moving up, but he's clearing so many angles. You can see the paranoia on the map screen. Everyone trying to clear because of how closely grouped they are with limited cover between them.
Yeah, Vampire. Tony K takes a really aggressive off angle there, gets punished for it, and now Power's in an even better spot for themselves.
Zone
In this
कहाँ जाएगा?
compound, they can just take pot shots at everyone from. Again, we were speaking about the rotations. It looks smarter
में 7
from
frags
Power on
निकाले,
that
nice.
last game, and it's paying off here. Mad Bulls
need a
has
dinner,
to win
yaar,
for
they
this
need a
next
dinner.
shift, though, hoping people have to move
Okay,
in.
Alpha 7 will
That
survive the
circle
next circle
encompasses
easily.
most teams other than Alpha 7, which is the real true
Chat
threat
says
to the
mostly
Mad
Alpha
Bulls at the
7,
moment
Vampire.
as they rotate in. Boom has got
Vampire.
the oversight, and they're just going to have
Power.
to razz this one in the vehicle. And I think they've only got one.
Oi,
What is
oi,
that
oi, oi,
spray,
oi, दो बंदे
though?
गए.
Oh, mate, you said Alpha 7 with the true threat, but in reality, it's Boom that bring the heat straight out. Elevated peak just on the off angle. Firing off those shots. Dealing so much damage onto him, consistently spamming into the
Ek
smokes
goli.
with such little health pool to work with between them.
One more
Barely
bullet.
a thin shroud of the plumage of the smoke, giving them some kind of lifeline. One that's probably going to tick out very
yeah,
soon.
Got to pass back all the supplies here. But
9
I highly
finishes on
doubt
Boom
English
Esports.
is getting out of this situation alive. The sprays look pretty on point. Yumi's got a good idea, just spraying across here, trying to catch a bullet onto the rogue member still left
मार
in.
दिया उसको भी.
And we'll get it just as we look
Mad
away.
Bulls बाहर at
Mad Bulls
hashtag
go out
6.
with 2 elims.
भाई,
What
Boom को
started
मिल
out
गया
to
10
be a
finishes
pretty
इस match
decent
में.
game. Alpha 7, 4 players alive on this northwest edge, taking shots over towards Power, looking to potentially move on in. They softened them up.
Will that be enough? That's the big question. They've got nades to arc on out, and they seem to have expected the push-up from Vampire as well. They're looking to bring down the wall, stop them from getting close. From smoke to smoke, they start to sliver their way further forward, looking for a better angle from the backside where there's limited cover, where they would be exposed to take those hits. You got the move up on the vehicle as well. There's a man from Inco lying in the wings
Alpha
as well.
7 versus Vampire. Maza aayega wo ye fight.
Kicking. Problems could arise on this one as everyone is being moved further forward.
Revo's got a good idea on the location. Trying to toss them further in towards the backside of that smoke. Knocks the car out the way. But
Bhai,
McGrellin
boom,
taken down
boom.
on the road.
Yummy ne knock kiya Marglin ko.
You're having an absolute powerhouse of a
But
game
kitna dur se
here.
mara usne?
Just constantly finding these pickoffs. Going to the market and they're bringing back points.
They're taking everything they want, taking it off the shelf and putting it straight into the backpack, and they don't even really need to be in a position where they can take heavy damage. They've got range, and they are utilizing it perfectly. Vampire, finally the name starts to connect with Alpha 7, but they're still taking so many shots. They're getting softened up, and this really is a fight for survival between the two of them, and it's not looking that great for Vampire right now.
I respect that from Power as well, because they see that Alpha 7's taking some shots towards them.
Sabka nazar Alpha 7 pe, bro.
Up, engaged with another fight there, and Power is not going to let them get away with it for free. So as soon as they see McGrellin start to make that rotate, they're not going to play scared inside the building. They're going to start taking some pot shots towards them. Another nade comes through, not quite on McGrellin to flush him out. He's just trying to stay safe behind this rock, but Vampire back up.
Kitne nades hai be in
They have a
pe?
read on the location of Alpha 7, getting in the back of the buggy, attempting to get some information over the top, but Inco,
Agla zone banne wala hai.
two teams
5
that
second
just
mein.
constantly are
Tab dekhte
rattling
kaha
off
jayega.
shots.
Every time
Niche
you
mat
peek,
aana zone, niche mat aana.
your confidence is wiped away because you realize
ठीक
you're
है, चलेगा, ये
exposing
चलेगा.
yourself to so many other angles.
Alpha 7 have to take the fight against
Forced to
Vampire
move
now.
eventually for Alpha 7. It could be a real detriment to their health. You would be exposed to Power, exposed to Boom. Inco realize they can just keep themselves sitting pretty right now and not get stuck into fights. Don't make yourself a target if you don't need to. And for Vampire, man, they really do need a vampiric burst in this one. Some kind of lifeline to get them back in. They've got to take fate by their own hands.
Exactly, Jackie. I mean, the same could be said for Power. For Alpha 7, they're looking
I don't like the
fairly
odds
happy
of
towards the top
Alpha
with
7
60
guys right
points
now.
but it's
Sabka
Power who
nazar Alpha 7
understand
pe
that
hai.
this game means an awful lot to them. Same to Vampire, 37 points, getting some more points on this game. Pumping those numbers up would see them in a much better position towards the end of the day.
I think
but
Boom push
Power,
karega
on the other
Power pe.
hand, 21st place currently.
Yes, yes,
game
yes,
like this,
yes, yes.
A fair few eliminations would be
Utar jaye ko.
huge. Alhaji, once again, is the main man himself. Catches a hook as the vehicle comes through. And Boom's bruised.
Heavy is the hand of Al-Haji. Turns and does damage on entry. Boom thought they had everything in their basket. Staying back for so long and only taking opportune engagement.
kahan tak
You can't
pahunch
do
gaya
that
dekho.
when the zone moves against you. As they usher forward, they take heavy casualties and are now in a real rough spot for this one, just down to a solo to look to try and make issues arise. Alpha 7, 3 players in the squad. They find opportunities to take elims here and there, but it's been this elongated bout with no one really wanting to over-engage and make the mistake.
They're
versus
looking for an
Vampire.
opening.
Starting to run low on
Clock
nades on a
is
few of them
ticking.
as well because the constant cast
What
out from
will
either one of
Vampire
them.
Esports do?
Ollie's close.
Stone feels the burn close to his face, singes the hair a little
Oi.
bit, but he'll get away. Another nade goes through. Both of them too short, too long. As
क्या लगता है,
Revo
boys?
sits on the cusp
कौन
of this
निकालेगा ये
one.
fight? Alpha 7 or Vampire?
Trying to stay alive here. Power, the Saudi Arabian
सही time पे dodge किया उसने.
representatives, just sitting pretty.
Excellent
in
opening
their
from
shack.
Marglin.
It's
Instant
going back and
trade.
forth now.
Here we go then, the fight starting to kick off. Power stance is pulled out from every one of them. Vampire finally sink the teeth in. As they
Revo is
go
the last man
lateral.
standing.
Shots back
Maar
on
di
target
be.
from Alpha 7, causing problems.
बढ़िया खेला
Starting to
Vampire,
get them
बढ़िया
down.
खेला.
Vampire realized they got to play medic, but they've been
Good
able
defense,
to at least
good
clean
defense.
up on the real core of the issue. Alpha 7 down and out. We rattle off another squad and leave us with 4 remaining.
We're going to test the fortitude here of Power now as they're assaulted on both sides with the solo from Boom behind. And Inco now coming in to claim
Inco
a piece
पूरा
of the
zone ले
land
लिया.
here that Power has been having an overpowering presence over.
Zero kill भाई,
towards the
मैं नहीं
rich
खेल
side.
रहा भाई.
How do they play out this
Inco
game?
zero
They've given an
finishes.
awesome compound to work with.
अब निकालेंगे
awesome
2-3
finish?
किल निकाल के चिकन निकालेंगे वो.
Inco, they have the split. They've been so far back for so long, but now the tables turn. The shotgun lying in wait.
Just so you
like a
guys know,
doorway
Inco
for
is
an
also a
opportunity.
Brazilian team.
Power reveal themselves, overcommit onto a fight.
Vampire
The
push कर रहा
Vampire
है.
draw their
Power
attention. The backstab, the burst from
लग गई.
Inco could cause problems.
Yeah,
Al
boom,
Hadji
yeah.
switched on to it. Boom, down and out. The last man finished.
Vampire is
off.
out as
There's
well.
the peak
Proper
again. They
4v4
start to
power
strike
versus
in.
Inco.
You're causing problems. Power, they're bringing the energy
दो
up.
बंदे का Inco के.
Inco lose another man. They're starting to switch on him, Blank.
Power sees everything in this
Wow.
lobby right now. They've got the divining rods here on the player's location. Inco's running away, but
नहीं उतार
Power's
पाया.
not going to let them get away so easily.
Push कर रहे क्या?
Chasing them down.
Push कर
into
रहे.
the smoke. Shrouded they might be, but Power's going to blow a hole.
They jump in the
Excellent
vehicle, they
cover.
go for the push. The first man loses out on contact though, but there's an instantaneous clap back. Inco all on one, and the vital signs are plummeting. Power in a better position to close it, and that's what they're gonna do.
Well played,
Al Hadji
Power,
with the
well
final
played.
piece and a chicken dinner for Power.
भाई
Looks
मुझे लगा
so
इनको का
different
easy
from
chicken
this
है.
team coming in
भाई
with the
0
day.
finishes #2 आया भाई
Straight
इनको.
onto a chicken dinner. Great rotations.
बहुत
great
खराब लग रहा है.
calls. Amazing.
They maintained their
control of that
composure
final circle
throughout the
from
match
compound.
just for the dinner, and in the end हाकी
So
दिया
many
वो.
places they could have been assaulted from as well on that ridge
Well played,
side.
Power.
And unafraid
Power Saudi
at
team
the
है ना?
end as well, Jackie. That's the big thing I like about that one.
Saudi Arabia
Inco
team लगता
starts
है.
to dash
Power.
away, realizes they've made a grave mistake, and instead Power
Wow.
shows them directly to their grave.
It's mad. You thought maybe there was an opportunity
Well
there.
played,
They're
well played.
sneaking up. The second you're like, right, they've got to deal with Vampire.
अब
What do
Power
they
को
do?
कितने
They
points
deal
मिल
with
गया?
them. Instant turnaround.
ये भी देखना
Bullets
पड़ेगा.
on target, and they were not playing scared. They were playing with
Wow.
the utmost confidence, and the showmanship on the stage already
Inco
comes
through.
out. Al Hadji waving
Inco
to
through,
the
yeah.
fans, and that is
Through
a
tower.
huge win for them.
Yeah, Al Happy's back.
I did not think
Definitely. That's
Inco
a
would be
big
playing like
game,
that.
One they desperately needed. That pumps them up to around about a 40-point average. Well, not a 40-point average, but a 40-point total, which is what they need.
भाई ये fight ना. Highlight of this
I
match,
said that for
ये fight
Vampire
था,
as
Alpha
well as
7 versus
Power,
Vampire.
it needs to be something that happens early in the day to give them that chance of heading towards the top side of the table. I'm really happy for them, man. I'm a big fan of Power.
Yeah,
Points
they do
table
play with
बहुत
such a
close
electric
दिख रहा है मेरे
style
को.
of PUBG Mobile.
देखते
And when
हैं.
it works so well. But the positioning was on point this time
This
around.
power
The
means
circle
Saudi
works in their
power.
favour. And they knew they didn't have to overcommit, you know? So many fights that went on for minutes, Blank. Minutes, where
Yeah.
they sat there biding their time, thinking about the big picture.
Crazy,
the
why?
chicken dinner.
That is the big
The
picture.
competition
At
is
the-
crazy.
At the end of the day, that's what you want to see. And even you saw there, in that final moment, some great smoke coming through. It's
I'm
not
pretty
all
sure
just
जब
that
मैंने
aggressive,
comment
it's
section में
good
पूछा था
smoke to cover
कि
Al
क्या
Hadji
लगता है
off.
अकॉर्डिंग टू यू कौन निकालेगा विनर विनर चिकन डिनर. एक भी बंदा ने पावर का नाम नहीं लिया,
For around about 2 minutes.
एंड पावर ने निकाला. बता रहा हूं ना, इस लॉबी में कोई भी हल्का नहीं है, सब बराबरी का है. मौका दे दो चौका मारेंगे वो, एक्सेप्ट फॉर इनको नहीं मार पाया. Where is S2G? S2G could not qualify. Turkey से we have BJK and we have one more team from Turkey. S2G नहीं है इस बार. Special invite Vampire Esports को मिला है. A lot of people were pissed कि special invite S2G को मिलना था बोल के. आपने भी नहीं कहा बिकॉज आई एम ए अल्फा 7 सपोर्टर ब्रो. ऑफ कोर्स आई विल गो विद अल्फा 7 राइट. इसलिए नहीं बोला. अगर अल्फा 7 नहीं होता मैं भी पावर बोलता. पता पावर बोलता और आई वुड हैव बीन राइट. डी प्लेस किया नॉट देयर. डी प्लेस किया के मैचेस खत्म हो गए. दे हैव 63 पॉइंट्स. क्या लगता है गाइस 63 पॉइंट्स एनफ है फॉर क्वालिफाइंग? Where is BTR team? BTR did not qualify. इंडोनेशिया से एक ही टीम आया, वो है बूम स्पोर्ट्स. फैल्कन नहीं मार रहा. एक चिकन चाहिए आप फैल्कन्स को. कितने पॉइंट्स मिले फैल्कन्स को इस मैच में? आई थिंक 1 पॉइंट मिला शायद. आई थिंक एक मिला. प्लीज अपलोड सेकेंड डे हाईलाइट वीडियो प्लीज. मैं सेकेंड एंड थर्ड मिला के एक वीडियो बनाऊंगा मैं, ठीक है. BGIS का भी वॉच पार्टी करो. BGIS तो खत्म हो गया ब्रो, क्या बात कर रहा है. इंडिया में वॉच पार्टी ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट के लिए अलाउड नहीं होता है ब्रो. क्राफ्टन इज स्ट्रिक्टली नॉट अलाउइंग वॉच पार्टीज. 2 पॉइंट्स मिला, क्या हो गया. 2 इज ग्रेटर देन 0, तो ठीक है, विल टेक इट. बस नेक्स्ट मैच में अच्छा करे फैल्कन्स. दे have good odds bro to qualify. BGMS का परमिशन मिला, वॉच पार्टी के लिए नहीं मिला. स्ट्रीम खत्म होने के बाद मैं वीडियोस बना सकता हूँ मैं. తెలుగులో లైవ్ ఎప్పుడు చేస్తారు ఆఫ్టర్ PMGC బ్రో. ఇప్పుడు నాకు టైం దొరకట్లేదు. What is wrong with Falcon decision making? Even if they took out Team Liquid, they still would have died in that position. I know, right? मेरे को समझ नहीं आया वो पुश का. अगर वो टीम लिक्विड को मारता ना, ऊपर रड़ी बेटी है DRX से मरती. I had no idea भाई. सब क्या सोच के स्लैम दिया वो स्लैम भी इतना अनकैलकुलेटेड स्लैम था वो. पता नहीं मुझे यार.
And we see here 20 points for Power Esports. Boom as well, a team that desperately needed points, getting themselves 14.
मेरे को लगता है कि they took a chance and it did not work out.
Like a lot of teams who need points.
And इतना गलत जगह पे चांस लिया ना, जिधर रडीली और एक टीम बैठी है बाजू में.
Second place in regards to total points, because they were able to third party a lot of fights. You saw Yummy being on top of a roof, taking shots, whether it was towards Team Falcons, whether it was towards Alpha 7 fight going on. It's good to see that proactiveness out of that team.
Views on TX, 26 finish points. Smart and deserving.
Backfire, and Team Liquid was able to take on them. And on top of that, with that third party from Boom Esports as well. Also, with Inco, I'm surprised they got...
No Godel, no watching.
Yeah,
Mr. Sandeep bro, please यार. ये spam करने से कुछ नहीं होगा bro.
That they were not shooting at anything. They were just collecting information, and when it came down to actually making the final push,
उर्दू वॉच पार्टी करो ताकि समझ आए. जीशान भाई, कल मैंने एक पोल लगाया था with regards to English और उर्दू. उस पोल में 75% वोटिंग इंग्लिश को आया. That's why we are doing English. मेरा कुछ इसमें नहीं है हाथ. बूम इस मैच में अच्छा खेला.
Moving up as close to the compound as they did of Powers and trying to go for nades, but really delaying when they
Falcons need one good match, then the remaining matches will be history. Momentum bro, it's all about momentum. इस level पे it's all about momentum.
You need to do it fast and swift and make sure
momentum
you
and planning.
Power is and take them out and at least put in a bit of a knock or two whilst doing that. They could have sat basically in a line middle of the circle where Vitali was, where the rocks were, and let the game come to them, but they did not. So Inco, I
getting angry again.
starting to flop. Mean.
I did want to say
what happens with Mad Bulls? Please answer Spike by. Mad Bulls का किस्मत खराब चल रहा है. Things are not working out. They have very strong gun power, but they are getting outplayed. They are getting outplayed. That's the right word to say. They are getting outplayed by this better teams.
Get 2 knocks.
Yep.
And then we saw Inca respond by trying to go back and potentially go for the res. And then we were watching Power immediately get
competition बहुत ज़्यादा high level पे चल रहा है बे.
It's the perfect way to do it, right?
Yes, because you are a strong team doesn't mean you will perform. You have to be very
things like that, then why on earth not?
Very much on the top
that kind of occurs
when it comes to planning, strategies, studying teams.
It was. And at one point, we were even wondering how was Vampire getting all of
तभी
that
रहेगा.
ability. It was because they were able to take on Kagosaka early on. They were able to clear that team. So I think that
आज का MVP लिस्ट पे टॉप पे चल रहा है.
going back
Power.
to what we were saying out of power, it's good
Power
to
का
see that they are at least able to make
Alhai.
that switch happen. They were just so slow.
985
in their
damage,
compound,
5
not doing
eliminations,
anything
5
for them to
knocks,
make the switch. Okay, we see the opening
183
with Nico,
heals.
let's go for it. It's good to see that out of them.
It's actually one of my favorite circles of the tournament so far, kind of finishes, because it really shows kind of a lot of interesting dynamics about how things can go down. The Alpha 7 Vampire,
अरे वो क्या
I'm
देगा
gonna
तूने?
call it a stalemate. because
6
it
knocks
usually
दिया उसने, 1 kill मिला.
There's different ways you can approach that, but they approached it in that we're going to get as many elims as possible. We're probably not winning this game.
Where is Navi
Let's
Esports?
see what we
Navi
can do from
Esports.
here on out. But I can't believe how much util they
They are no longer in esports. Are they? Are they in PUBG Mobile? पता नहीं मुझे. मैंने देखा नहीं, काफी time हो गया Navi को देख के.
It is almost impossible to make that push down there. So it was fascinating to watch.
Well, on top of that, you had the Vampire Esports whenever they were making that push across the street. I don't think they were expecting another player, which was the last player standing from Boom, to be there and stopping that kind of push out of them. I think it caught them by a surprise, and you could see them kind of freak out a little bit more. And with that utility, they didn't have any smokes. They just there's no way they were going to be making that push successfully.
So what if we put our imagination caps on?
Vampire का trade game बहुत बढ़िया है बे.
As we were watching that,
बहुत
of course, you did point out
बहुत सही trades लिए, पता वो बहुत सही time पे trades लिए वो.
power, that dip, that
मुझे
trend
लगा
was very
Alpha मार
strong.
देगा.
And you were saying if you're one of these teams like Vampire, like Alpha 7, you crash that, take that position away because it's so strong.
इधर क्या मारा अल्लाह ने?
What if we imagine that Vampire Alpha 7 did do that? Do you think Power still would have won in the end with having 3 people in that compound, or do you think it was very realistic for the whole match to change completely?
Oh, it's tough, right? Because if you are Vampire or Alpha 7,
Scout का matter हो गया है, आपको मालूम या नहीं? क्या matter हो गया?
For the other team, be it Vampire or Alpha 7,
कुछ नहीं पता ब्रो. 3 दिन से मैं watch party कर रहा हूँ, खाना खा रहा हूँ, सो रहा हूँ मैं. मुझे कुछ नहीं पता. I am disconnected. आज रात को बैठ के मैं करूँगा वीडियो VGMS का, तब देखूँगा क्या है क्या नहीं.
Vampire Esports, if they would have won the fight towards where Power was, I feel like they would have been a lot more proactive. They would have been proactive in just shooting at people, trying to engage on that fight. Like Power wasn't even.
भाई
trying to engage
मैं
on
Falcon
that
से
fight.
expect कर रहा हूँ यार.
Alpha
Next 2
7 and
matches में
Vampire,
कुछ करें.
I can see one of the players gonna scout it a little bit, but I don't even think they had an angle for it.
Your views on Tainba. Strongest team bro.
Where everybody's playing.
मेरे को तो strongest aura आता है मेरे को Tainba से.
If you're Alpha
Tianba.
7 Vampire, you realize, okay, the only way we can possibly win this game is if both of us crash that compound at the same time. This is perfect world scenarios, though, Jason, where then in the chaos,
So overall standings इधर है guys.
on top in that game, but it's not to be here. It's very difficult.
फिलहाल D plus क्या चल रहा है? 8.
Saying, okay,
अभी 4 matches बचे.
are we
ठीक
gonna do
है.
it?
4 matches
You
बचे.
know, it's a real odd standoff.
Sure. Especially with the situation we're in at the moment of just trying to get top 12 so you can make sure to qualify for the main event, which at the moment
क्या
Alpha
लगता है
7
cutoff
feel like
क्या
they
क्या
might be able to pull
क्या
off
रहेगा?
here. 7, I believe you put the cutoff around 65 points. You're thinking reject looking relatively safe, so Alula IHC and Alpha 7 should be in theory looking pretty
एंट्री
comfortable.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
पे।
कैजुअल है.
Second page and
क्या
where the team's
क्या
currently stands.
Instagram का handle है आपका?
Number 8, 59
Bird OP.
for 9th place. And the
क्या
cutoff
मैसेज किया
at the
आपने?
moment is
कुछ
52 points
कुछ
with
पर्सनल
Vampire
मैसेज किया क्या?
TJB, Boom all knocking on that door and brute force now.
कुछ अलग से मैसेज किया क्या आपने?
And now even Besiktas.
भाई I am in Riyadh finals. फाइनल्स की टिकट ले ली. काश इंडिया होती. Encore Gaming. Enjoy brother. थोड़ा फोटोज खींचो. कुछ प्लेयर्स का कुछ वीडियोस खींच के मेरे को Instagram पे टैग करना. I would love to see.
It's one of the teams that we were talking on earlier.
Encore Gaming.
I want to see a little bit more.
भाई रियाद में है.
They definitely have that
फाइनल्स का
fighting
टिकट भी ले लिया
power.
कहते
I feel
हैं.
like with TJB,
कट ऑफ 60 नहीं ब्रो. I think more than 60.
Especially yesterday when they ended up
मैं
playing.
कल भी बोला मैंने, परसों भी बोला मैंने. 65, 66, 67, 68 इन चारों नंबर में एक नंबर होगा कट ऑफ.
I was a little bit afraid for them how they were going to be
Let's
able
see.
to control that area. So we'll have to win.
If it is anything lower, D plus किया, super happy.
With Vampire is that they're
If it
winning
is
those fights. We just saw them
if
win
it
that
is
fight
higher
against
than D
Alpha
plus
7.
किया is
Don't
out.
wait too much longer, but before we can head into
मतलब
our
out
next
मतलब
match,
league
remind
stage
you guys
खेलेंगे
at
वो.
home to make sure to be voting for PUBG Mobile as the mobile esports game.
एंट्री
of the
अच्छी है
year.
लेकिन
And
बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
Bullet
है.
underscore 47.
And while you're
सेव
voting
कर
for
लेता हूँ
that,
ये. स्ट्रीम के बाद
you
देखता
also
हूँ मैं.
vote for 7. For what 7?
Bird OP.
For esports
Actually अभी
analysts,
खोल लेता हूँ,
this-
क्या दिक्कत?
There you go. Make sure you get a vote in for him as well. In the meantime, we're going to head down to the stage really quickly to go to Sandstorm action for an interview with our winning team of Power.
टडन टडन टडन.
And we are here in the SDC arena with Kante from
Or
PMWC.
you are an Mbappe fan.
Winner chicken dinner in
Good
the
taste,
group
bro.
stage. And of course, we're going to be jumping right into the questions. Kante, first of all, congratulations. You got yourself the first winner chicken dinner. How does it feel? حصلت أول
अरे एक भी
chicken
मैसेज
dinner
नहीं दिख रहा है ब्रो आपका
في
कुछ मैसेज नहीं है यहाँ
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
There is no message. 72 जाएगा I think so
very
because
happy
4
with
matches है
getting
अभी
themselves the very first
4
chicken dinner.
matches
Of
है
course,
but
it gives
you
us
have to think
some very much needed points
about
and makes it
teams
easier
who are
for
in the
them
bottom
to
as well
get
वो
to
भी
the next step, which is
points
top
gain
12,
करेंगे
getting themselves
उतना
into
high
the
नहीं
next
जाएगा
stage. Of course, the main
72
tournament
मतलब
type.
70 के ऊपर
When
नहीं
it
जाएगा
comes to points, how many
बाकी
points
हो
do
भी
you think
सकता
you
है
need to
सिर्फ
get
ऊपर के
yourself
टीम से
to top
पॉइंट्स
12?
गेन
كم نقطة
करेंगे तो
بتحس انك هتحتاج
हो भी
عشان
सकता
تقدر
है
توصل لحاجز التوب 12؟
اتوقع بين 40 42 40 42 بالايام الجايه.
يعني كمان 42 نقطة زيادة. Okay, so he's talking about maybe another 40, 42 points on top of what they have right now. So
मैं
you're
high
talking
लिख
about
लिया
maybe 70, 75 points at the end.
सेक्सी
Last
स्ट्रीम
question
था
for
भाई
you, Kante. How
ओह
does it
अब
feel
दिखा मेरे को
having
मैसेज
a
थैंक
crowd
यू ब्रो
supporting you in the arena? Does it add more pressure or
Thank
does
you.
it boost your confidence? هل في تواجد
Best team from Nepal.
الارينا بيزيد ثقتكم بنفسكم
I
ولا
think
هل
I
بيزيد
think it's
الضغط عليكم؟
لا والله بجد
it's not debatable but DRS right best team from Nepal
كلها حاضره 500 كيلو كنا نمتعهم وتجيب اقام حلوه.
No, of course, it definitely boosts their confidence, you know, having their viewers basically standing or sitting right in front of them in the arena, and definitely helps them out in a very stressful
why
environment.
no
We're
use of
talking about
DPS
the group
like
stage
BGMI
for
lobby
the
क्योंकि
PMWC.
इधर
That's it. Shukran, thank
इधर
you
के
very much,
players
for joining us, and we're going to head on over back to the studio and continue our journey for the group stage.
DBS से चोक कर करके छोड़ दिया शायद पता नहीं क्या सीन मैंने भी ये सवाल पूछा था
IHC picking up the opening chicken dinner of the
उतना
day.
फर्क नहीं पड़ता है गाइस
Step up to
DBS
the
से
plate and
उतना
claim one
फर्क
for
नहीं पड़ता
themselves
है
with the
इनकी
heroics that
स्ट्रैटेजीज
was
से
shown from Al-Haji.
Apparently.
Now we move on to the
एंट्री
third
अच्छी है
match of the
लेकिन
day.
बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
Outstanding
कैजुअल
for
है।
you know we got to give this one some gas. Give it justice for the building we're in.
शोल्डर डाउन हो गए होंगे लोअर
lower
टीम्स के
समझा
नहीं शोल्डर डाउन हो गए
We got all the players on screen
मतलब
for you here for your beautiful
मेसी
viewing
और रोनाल्डो
pleasure at
ब्रो
home. But I'm not sure if it's going to be too much of a pleasure for some of the players
मेरे को दोनों
inside this
बहुत
lobby.
पसंद है
Because
I can't
some
choose
will
one.
be going
ठीक है
home at
I
the
can't.
end of the day. Survival stage, rough. Only 4 will make it through.
They will indeed, Blank, and they'll be making it through on those G.
But I grew up liking-
those bad boy phones that are getting them dialed in.
while I was growing up मेरे को मेसी ज़्यादा पसंद था
144
but after I
sounds
grew
pretty
up
good, right?
Ooh, yeah, that's very nice.
when
You
I
can see everything,
actually read about
every minute
Ronaldo
detail.
about
That's
his
how power
backstory
was
how
able
he
to
has
catch out
become
Inter.
Ronaldo
Easy peasy,
I became a fan of
lemon
Ronaldo as
squeezy.
well तो मेरे को दोनों बहुत
Maybe that's
पसंद
just
है
how Haji's
I can't
are,
choose
because
one
They run at like 240 hertz.
Yo.
Like he's just sat there, he sees it all.
He's got the 360 hertz eyeballs.
Oh man,
That would be insane.
sees everything. Like even behind him.
Yeah. Well, the 360-degree angle, and it looked like it.
That's how they knew.
चलो
it was
भाई
gonna go.
That's how they knew, dude. It was
Goddamn.
easy peasy.
Let the
to be honest with you,
fireworks begin.
Haji has played well, but we have to give credit to the rest of the team.
Oh yeah.
You know, bringing Satan out, having a bit of a reshuffle for themselves, it's honestly a decision within the team that you had to make. Like, it's worked out well for them.
That's actually a massive caveat to factor
Action
in as
equal to
well.
Ronaldo,
Think about the fact
top
they
equal
get
to
that
Messi.
chicken dinner with the changes. That's huge for him, bud. You
Yeah.
gotta think that's gonna
bro
dial you in as well.
another military base
It's
circle
like
bro
it's still working.
Yeah.
It's still working, and we can make this
3
work
दिन से यही हो रहा है
to the end of the day.
इधर
Really loving it for them.
जॉर्जो
You
पूल
see
के अराउंड सर्कल
right
बनेगा
now
नहीं तो मिलिट्री बेस जाएगा
where they are, they jumped up quite a bit. You got to
PUBG Mobile, what is this behavior?
19 points down towards the bottom of the lobby. 18th place. This is more manageable. When
super
the
happy for
fact that
Falcons
going up
Falcons
as
is the
well,
only team
it's 39 points to 52,
on the military base island
right? It's
देखते हैं भाई
not
क्या
that
होगा
much of a jump for them. It's not that much of a jump. Another good game, and that's what we want to see out of Power. It's what Vampire want to achieve as well with their
Anime
first
hub,
place
bro.
in the team.
You
Liquid
can,
keep
bro.
losing
It's
that
okay, no
third,
problem.
that fourth player, man. Ooh, they might be opening up the gate.
you don't have to
It's
announce
terrifying that this keeps happening. In and
that.
out. You
It's
know,
okay.
you got to feel for them.
If you want to, you can.
That they've been running into problems arising, keeping you guessing. We'll see how
Oi,
it goes.
oi, oi.
Right now, though, we're thrown into a fight. Kago Saka, they're going to get struck down.
Kago Saka just not having the best of the games. Man's going to have to leap off the top of the building like an
भाई
assassin. with
जापान को
blades in
रिप्रेजेंट
hand.
कर रहा है क्या
The
गुस्सा का
VSS
बहुत मार खा रही है ये भी
He's creeping around, and I think he's been spotted. Garnet about to be carved. Beautiful Ruby, but
Just a matter
will
of
be
time.
leaving the game.
just a matter of
He had
time
the
bro.
Ramsey in his hands, but can't use it to chop anyone.
Ah.
No butcher blade actions here. No fresh meat on the chopping block. As you
Bro,
got
इस
Bro
location पे money
going
makers
up
भी
to
उतरते हैं
burn
ना?
those and wipe out the stragglers.
Kago Saka at this point, losing this early in the match. 2 players.
Bro, NGX didn't qualify, or what happened to the way they got in PMWC? NGX उनकी रीजन से क्वालिफाई नहीं हुआ, NRX आया उनकी रीजन से.
I think Inco is right on the edge with 31 points. Tough to get back.
I think it's NRX और DRX, दोनों में से एक टीम आया उनका रीजन से.
You boys up on top. Talent, Team Liquid, still pumping those.
Bridge camp कर रहा है NRZ. Falcons versus Boom Esports.
That we haven't talked about.
एंट्री अच्छी है, लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
After they finish their day of play.
What?
Oh man!
अबे कैसे नॉक नहीं गया यमी?
He's pulled it back around blank.
How did he not get knocked?
He's got the timing, but no, the bunny hopping.
भाई ऐसी भी नॉक खाने वाला है.
Out of the vehicle and claps straight back, and it's
What?
south.
भाई ऐसे जंप करने पे नॉक खाता है ना बंदा.
Modified vehicle, ejector seat action in the air.
What was that? Finals में Alpha 7 अलग ही दिखेगी. Alpha 7 Americas. Yes bro, I know that for a fact.
The hopes alive.
I know that for a fact.
Now 42 points on Sosnovka. Definitely a possibility here to just try and live this one.
NRZ hug दिया. Bro, NRZ हगने का छोड़ दो. How did Yummy did not get knocked?
A little bit worried.
ये
being hedged in by Alpha 7. This was this amazing shot from behind the tree, behind the leaves.
ऐसा कूद के सरवाइव करके रिफ्लेक्स में दे दिया NRZ को.
A max man right there. The PP is on.
Wow.
Yeah, dude.
Making it look big.
Through the trees. Dear me.
That's kind of nutty, dude.
Yeah.
Wow. NRZ, he must have been counting
Crazy.
everything in that one. You know, sort of thinking that his eyes.
Crazy matter देख लिया हमने.
Like it would have been freebies for him. He's in a good off angle as well.
How do you track that?
I don't know, bro. How do you trace that? Misery, though, not going to be looking great for him. Feeling a lot of uncomfortable emotions here as TJB spotted an isolated man and they swoop on him.
The problem with Talon right now is that, yeah, they're safe in 9th place, but they keep consistently.
Guys, Vampire भी ठीक-ठाक points लेके बैठी है. 4 मैचेस में अगर उनको एक 20 पॉइंट मिल गया तो they will also qualify.
An uncomfortable scenario.
Same goes for Boom as well. Same goes for Falcons as well.
TJB hunting down Ayala. Does the curse continue, Jackie?
Oh, they're on him, hot on his tail, putting pedal to the metal.
क्या खेल रही बे? TJB classic खेल रही क्या?
Can be fired out from the back line. They're trying to get the shots on target. Not a little bit of damage here and there, and that's the one that connects.
2 kill मिल गया Flower Edge को.
Not like this, Team Liquid. Come on, boys. This can't keep happening every single game. Team Liquid playing handicapped into these matches.
Before playing with a trio was bad enough. Now it's just a duo that.
Top ने Pawnbit को knock किया. Pawnbit finished by Top. भाई Top है तो भाई. Top है तो Falcons है.
TJB, the direct competitors them as well. Currently in 13th place. Just 2 points behind now of knocking them back down is that bottom 12. Tough scenario. IWNRX as well, another team that just has not had that same power. And I think that, you know, you look at that last match, the player counts from Zed Wolf, who is probably one of the most confident players in this tournament. Just in teams have been able to, in terms of carrying his team, didn't look good, didn't look happy. I think
read my comments, sir. There should be a LAN event between India region and Central Asia. Love from Nepal. It will happen after 2 months. Confirmed by 4MV owners. बहुत लोग बोल रहे इंडिया वर्सेस नेपाल, थोड़े लोग बोल रहे इंडिया वर्सेस सेंट्रल एशिया, थोड़े लोग बोल रहे इंडिया वर्सेस मंगोलिया. भाई जो भी होगा मजा आएगा ब्रो. आफ्टर BMPS होगा जरूर, इतना मुझे भी पता है.
Yeah, it's the issue. They kind of have like semi-win, semi-loss here in the sense that Moneymakers.
I want to see Lord. NGX का Lord है क्या?
They make this crossing, but they have
sexy player है वो.
A vehicle that Moneymakers potentially might really need in the coming moments of the game. And even more so, they're sort of penning them in a bit. I think this might have to be a vehicle crossing on the bridge for the Moneymakers if they don't find another vehicle parked outside the warehouses for them in Primorsk.
Hello.
Ooh, a tough time ahead. Cardozin, Chief, they're going to swim this one. They know that they can't afford to go in with just the two in the boat. Desperation plays ahead for Team Liquid in the drink.
Realizing they have to just keep their heads down. don't bring unnecessary attention to the team. As like you say, you're at a major disadvantage in the battle of attrition. You wouldn't be able to contend in a toe-to-toe raw firefight. That was Talon as well, refueling and setting themselves back up in the zone for now. Potentially debating where that next shift's going to go and how they should reposition when that happens.
A lot of squads confirming onto Sosnovka here. They think it's going to be a Sozzy finish, and I think that's reasonable. Like I said, though, there's still a chance for this to move hard north, but no, directly onto Sosnovka. Teams like IHC, Inco, Moneymakers, Power, who would have loved for this one to head further towards that north side to give them some more time. This is crunched out. Both the bridges, essentially. So quick rotations are necessary, and you know there's going to be people holding on the outside, waiting for you to make your crossing. And you're hoping for the boom special, really. Jumping out of the vehicle and defending against a hold like that. How often does that happen?
Those aren't repeatable. Those aren't sustainable plays. And they made it look good, and it was impressive in the engagement they were thrown into. But relying on that isn't something you can really expect. There's close grouping here. TJB, they were the sore thumb that was sticking out in the rotation pathway for Power. They don't need the bailout of the cars. They try and take shots on the move. Bit of a drive-by. Al Hadji going down. They want to deny a second back-to-back potential chicken dinner here for Power, and they instantly put all of the punish into it.
Kante on the off angle. He loves playing this one. Has a good read, but Al Hadji more than done so here.
TJB मार रही क्या?
Maybe they're able to get a couple of
Rev नहीं हो
points
सकता वो, not possible.
versus TJB, and Kante's got a nice read onto them. Oh, he jumps out the vehicle
What?
quick.
Uh-oh,
he was quite low.
उसने rev देने की चक्कर में क्या exit किया उसने?
Like you just said, steal away a few points. You've broken your own legs. You've got to recover. See what you can do from it.
Fidan and Kante playing hand in hand here. Do they know though? You got Only coming over the top side.
उतार दिया.
What a spray down. Pops him out the side of the vehicle, opens the
L
door.
लग गई.
And
इनका L लग
this could be
गई.
all over for the boys on TJB.
भाई imagine इनको भी उतार दिया तो.
In comes Fidan as well up the hill. He has a bleed onto them. Both players are up, but extremely low here.
And that info goes both
बहुत sexy उतारा bro उसने, बहुत sexy उतारा.
But this is going to give them
It is not easy to trace like that.
The zone's moving in to make it even more uncomfortable. Shallow nade on the first. Kante gets a better angle from the elevated peak. He's got this opening. He sees the opportunity to try and get those shots in. He doesn't want to muck it up though. Fidan makes the first move.
Hidan ने knock finish कर डाला bro और एक को. What is happening here?
The longer it's gone on, the worse it's got by far. And I don't think you're in a great spot here. Just a vehicle blocking.
TJB is getting owned by.
All they've got to work with.
Fidan sends a beautiful air burst on that one.
Power.
TJB,
Fidan.
Power
1v3 TJB.
To see another day here in this match, down to 2 players. But
क्या हो रहा है भाई TJB के
mentality.
52 points है उनके पास.
That's what
They would need at least 16 to 18 points more.
For them. They withstand their first test, but more are surely coming. Inco are on the rotate down.
बहुत sexy मारा भाई उसने. Power F Hidan.
Over the bridge.
Fidan
have been biding their time, looking to guard the edge for so long.
1v4 था क्या?
Have to be an incredible hold versus Alula.
पहला बंदा को भी वही मारा क्या?
Depends if they can make it through.
मैं कॉल पे था उस टाइम पे. मैंने देखा नहीं. Well cooked nade, I know right? बहुत सही nade किया उसने.
Here's the initial roll in. Great shots out of the vehicle, honestly, from TJB over the top side. Almost the hold from Power. It all goes wrong. A matter of an instant. Fidan, though, brings it all back together, and that was the crucial mistake.
I'm not sure. पहला kill किसको गया?
You get the Power POV as well.
TJB was so good. NT. Bro.
Off of the crates.
TJB बढ़िया टीम है यार, पता नहीं क्या मार खा रही है इसमें.
Wide rotate the whole way around the back, setting up with the circle.
बंदा ने सही खेला. Fidan ने.
Meanwhile, DRX, it always feels like every time we see them, they're in such a rough spot. They had a glimpse of potential to start off today, but that was quickly taken away.
Taking stock of the circle right now. You got Falcons playing up towards Observatory, staying out of too much trouble for themselves. IDB and RX set themselves up on a wide split on that north-west edge. Alpha 7 playing a little bit more interesting. Inco coming around on that north side, could be backstabbing.
जो भी जोन के बाहर है अभी ये बहुत दिक्कत में फंसेंगे अगर फाइट ले लिए तो। पावर का रोटेशन देखो, ये पक्का मार खाएंगे।
Do they know IHC's here?
IHC were taking so long to go for this. They felt comfortable. They had the meds. They had
Prediction.
the supplies. Now they started to
भाई
make their move.
ये सर्कल्स बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता है प्रेडिक्शन करना। You guys remember what happened yesterday, right? Similar circle.
Similar sort of situation for them coming in from the coastal side.
क्या किया उस बंदा ने? लियोन डीजी क्या किया उसने? सोलो चिकन निकाला।
They wait for
इसका नेक्स्ट सर्कल के बाद ट्राई करते प्रेडिक्शन।
before they decide to go for theirs. Primorsk, huge city as well.
Lord is not anymore with NGX. कौन सा टीम से खेल रहा है
make this journey easier. There's a loot crate out in the water as well. Maybe Moneymakers pick that one up, but you got to admit there must be eyes on that one. They do pop out. I think shots might have gone their way.
What? They made it?
Currently still up as 4 to make landfall. Power
बहुत लेट देखा। हरा में ब्रो का प्लेयर बहुत लेट देखा।
Power went for the quick move, favoring the speed to get themselves onto the beach and at least set up and have that angle to work with. And yeah, they are taking shots. Bullets downrange. Bit of peppering going on. Meanwhile, we join Aula IHC that have gotten themselves into a better position, but Inco could crash in the back line and they're forced to fight out with Alpha 7. A bit of an exchange. Trades going either way. Alpha 7 debating what
Finish
to
भी हो
do
गया।
from this. You know, you got to leave the man that's now down and get a bit further back.
An over-aggressive play, honestly, from Carrillo. Out off that western side, dies the play zone. And again, they had the inside track on this circle. They could have held them out.
3 kill मिला Falcons को।
To anticipate the team
Let's go Falcons.
Most likely would want to go for that long crossing over the north side of the map through to the western bridge. So I think Alpha 7 just bit off a little bit more.
Godless is the last man standing for IHC.
Losing a player in a strong position where they were is not feeling good. But look at this, Moneymakers opting to get rid of the vehicle, the boat, and instead just swim it in. Power takes a bit more of a strong man's mentality. They just send it.
Yeah, they go straight in. Don't want to give the opportunity for another team to take snipe shots down at them and pepper them with bullets. But Tulika, he loves these long-range firefights, and it plays into his book. Hits the first as he's able to take out one on the cross, and now he's a bit suspicious. He's clearing towards the coast, so Power might have given the game away a little bit here. We got the move up from
मारेंगे Vampire मारेंगे।
fragmented Team Liquid. They went down early in terms of the numbers, and you're basically trapped, penned in whilst the push comes up.
आखिरी बंदा कहाँ है? Team Liquid का।
On the sideline and get a bit of damage.
Chief मार खाने वाला अभी।
Tony K though, this man can be lethal. How good is he in terms of getting the nade in through the window?
Goes far, wide in fact. Chief opting to hold on to the pin. Doesn't want to waste grenades. And Tony K from the side is Bro Harami, who've come up on top and have taken too long on this engagement. Here comes Chief with the nade. Could back, finds the second knock.
What?
Will look to clean up as well, and that's 2 eliminations.
भाई दो नेड,
honestly, Team Liquid desperately needed.
टोनी के ने शैक के बाहर किया, एक अंदर कर देता भाई।
Looks for another. Will be Bro
भारी मिस्टेक हो गया।
that one away, but fantastic job from Team Liquid to live this one out, and I think the Vampire just thought they had way more space.
Nice one, nice one, nice one, nice one, Schwabs, nice one.
These two
बदला लिया।
they finally push up,
भाई का बदला लिया।
cut their losses and at least grab that one elim point off the back of the fight.
Falcons गुस्से में लग रहे bro।
In Team Liquid, Falcons were up.
Top 4 kill निकाल दी bro।
Locked in, Horn smashing against each other with Boom.
Top is
they
built
commit to the
freaking
on
different.
that one, leaving it down to just a solo. Nice nade to kick off the engagement at least.
दूर से पड़ रहा है, दूर से पड़ रहा है।
Causing problems for him. He's taking shots towards the rear. Got to push further forward. There's 2 Falcons members ahead of him.
Top ने मार दिया उसको भी। Top 5 solo finishes. Let's go top.
House of leaves there for Yumi, but like a house of cards, it comes crumbling down in the face of the dynamic duo themselves, Action and Top, playing together for so long. Kante over the top here.
बोला मैंने power survive करना बहुत मुश्किल है. I've seen this multiple times. Same goes for Moneymakers as well.
If the question is, can Kante? Well, he certainly can in that fight. Hits the first, Alula IHC going down for good as well as they're taken out of the overall equation. And look at the map screen, bud. Everyone's so closely grouped in terms of these overall fights. This game's going to start reaching a fever pitch soon. We're starting to bring it up, Blank. We're getting that energy going for the third game.
नहीं नीचे आया
NRX just passing
तो
over
कर
the
लेंगे
top
सर
side of
नीचे
the
वाले
airstrip, getting the propeller going, and are about to take off, in fact, as they start to clear down on this south side. DRX,
Top on
the
top.
first time in a long time.
Maybe
have
वही बनेगा
themselves
आज
a
MVP
central position in the zone.
बहुत मार रहा
Is
है
it too little, too late for this team?
I think इसके टीममेट्स मर रहे बट फिर भी वो बंदा नहीं रुक रहा भाई हर बार
presence and space that they have been given in this match.
Here's the push up round the side, bring in the vehicle, reset things, see if they can get themselves picked back up. I wonder if they're aware of this though as well, down towards the trees. They barely
How
miss
did they not
Icy
spot
Boss,
him?
who's had his belly down on the ground for quite some time. We saw that split up from the duo in Moneymakers. They opted to go to different positions.
Snake.
Keep their noses clean. Don't engage into any unnecessary fights here. And this man's lucky, barely protected by the shrubs.
Wow.
Surely he sees them, and they're in the vehicle, man. They have very good sight lines down.
How
to the
did
floor
they
here.
not
They've
see
passed
him?
by him twice.
Two
He's
times.
going to have to hit at some point. The Blues pushing him in, and he has the perfect backstab.
Crazy,
Finds
bro.
in the pocket as well. They're out of line of sight as well. This could be huge for Icy.
I see.
ये डालेगा देखो सामने वाले को डालेगा ये नॉक फिनिश डालेगा देख
Far away,
बता
he
रहा
could leave
नहीं
Bro
वो भाग
down
गया
on the DECK. Meanwhile, though,
रास्ता
that's
मिल
what's
गया bro उसको
happening to
सर्वाइवल का
Vampire as they are
रास्ता
out
मिल
of
गया
commission. Removed again. Another squad being thinned as the herd is getting ushered inwards.
How did
This
they not
time,
see him?
This backstab.
उसके बाजू
We've
से क्या
seen how
guarding?
important and how powerful solos have been throughout this event so far. Blank
ब्रो बहुत सोलो बंदे हैं इस वाला मैच में भी टैलेंट का सोलो बंदा टीम लिक्विड का सोलो बंदा पावर का सोलो बंदा वी हैव डुओस आल्सो तो क्या लास्ट आई मीन कल जैसा कुछ इरांगल में आज भी होने वाला है क्या
Across towards Team Liquid, Cardozen blocks the first one on the rock. He's just dancing around it, using the smoke to his advantage. Crossing this road ain't going to be easy for the boys on Alpha 7. Solo remaining here for Team Liquid.
Action knock.
12 teams. He has to go a lot further here.
Action finish. Top is the last man standing for Falcons.
Quick heal up for Federales. Meanwhile, Top.
भाई
again,
टॉप नहीं मान रहा आज
opportunity against Talon. You can see
Top solo chicken, let's go,
rising there. That was the last man standing for them. Talon. They lost misery in the initial moments of this
6
game.
solo finishes for
He was
Top.
taken away within seconds. They were forced to fight with a free. Now none remains for the clawed beasts as Falcons upset them. Everyone slowly
कल भी सिमिलर सर्किल था
further forward.
कल भी मैड बुल्स बढ़िया खेले आखिरी तक देखते भाई मेरे को रिपीट लग रहा है मेरे को रिपीट लग रहा है
onto Moneymakers, but he didn't clean house. He left 2 of them alive.
And Bishke just hiding behind Fidan from Power. Next circle will lock a lot of
टॉप
these
निकाला तो
players
मजा
into
आएगा
a
ब्रो
cage
मैं
match on the side of this hill.
मैं नाचूंगा बट
Marble
कैमरा का
pushing
पीछे
through.
नाचूंगा मैं
Solo's
not in front of
down
camera
from DRX.
I'll be super fucking
DRX is
happy
just crumbling as players get closer. It's just almost like they get a debuff. They're afflicted by the presence of other players. I see.
यही सोलो बंदा था यही सांप सा जिसको तूने इग्नोर किया वो आके अभी काट रहा है तुम्हें ले
He's got this
ले
free as well. Had the smart
आगे
play
बाकी
with
इसके
smoke,
टीममेट्स
but
आगे
they dive straight back in. They've
एंट्री
isolated
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
in their heads, wondering where the partner is. Where's the duo at a point like this? That's
Bad
not
boys
so
to hell,
good,
bro.
though.
Explodes the vehicle. And
don't
Chappie just
send
falls
this
because
promotion
of
bro
it.
please
I get the mentality. You want to explode the vehicle because it is close to exploding in the first place, but at least let your teammates leave. Nade of the top from IWNRX telling about how this northern angle could be good for them, but they're scaling up the hill. Top here on this lonesome. The Falcons' wings have been clipped, but he's still
बहुत सेक्सी
going.
पोजी है टॉप पे
Seeing if he can cause some issues. IW,
Nice one.
on the
NRX के
clear
दो
around
बंदे
the
हैं
corner.
टॉप 1v2
Wanting
सिचुएशन
to
है
try
टॉप
and
का
keep themselves alive in this one, but Power they're on the exact opposite end of things. Down and out. Inco as well, taking heavy casualties. Mad Balls unfortunately taking Flique out of action for a sec there, detonating the vehicle. Lot of
क्या बात है टॉप लेट्स गो यार लेट्स गो 1v1
He keeps it large, living his movie from the elevated peak.
ओए
The trace
एक गोली
as well. Damage into the back.
Nice one.
Looks to confirm the first knock.
7
The
solo
bomb
finishes
off the back
top.
of this one, racking up the numbers as he brings
Top,
it
one more.
to 7 elims.
one more top
Massive game for Top here, and a game they desperately needed as well.
लगी लगी बहुत लो मार देगा
Like a
टॉप मार देगा
Leon scenario. Inco coming through, looks to steal here. The DBS goes
लो
crazy. So much damage to
अरे
the left,
यार
a bit too far forward. But what a game regardless from Top there. I think he just starts to feel it in those last moments. It's a bit too big for himself.
God,
but
भाई,
nine limbs
Top
to
God.
finish off the game. What
क्या
a
player
good
है
one
वहाँ
from him, an action. to save what started out as a very, very rough match.
इस lobby में solo versus squad potential है, white top को बता रहा हूँ मैं.
Being cold on the eastern side. Mad Bulls with a big old split along
crazy.
the southern coast. You've got English holding, watching.
He could have got that guy as well.
Alpha
Cover
7,
मिल गया
Team
सामने से.
Liquid, Inco, all from the same region on that side towards the north, duking it out.
F पे.
See who's the best of the best.
Here we go then. Let's see if this is going to be the best engagement they can possibly.
भाई ये 1-HP हो गया.
To be alive off the back of the damage established there. Cardozen finally down as Alpha 7 spot the last man.
Team Liquid बाहर.
And lop the head off the horse. No chance for that to carry on as Liquid are out. Rami Bro though, pushing up. They got the meds to work with. The paranoia's kicking in. Mad Bulls, they need to get grouped up here. They got the shots from the far back angle. There's the detonation on the vehicle that will shut down the first. Sideline swipe again. Trades back onto Zerich.
Awesome angle here from English. He has full sight lines all the way across. They planned this perfectly. And Bro Harami down to just one player. DRX able to steal away a lot of them there, but now they have the angle. They know as a team of
Harami bro,
and they're asking
bahar.
for English. Do you see them? Do you know where they are? Give some information back so Tulika and Fleeke can potentially get something done off the back of
Alpha
this.
7
Alpha
bahar.
7 is out. Inco
And
will
hashtag
lay them
4.
bare. This is over towards that
By
northern
Inco.
side. They've cleared out both Alpha 7.
3v3v3 by.
Now it is all their terrain to play with.
Nice one, Toliga.
Going down to Tulika.
7 finishes for Mad Bulls. कल वाला चौक आज नहीं होना चाहिए Mad Bulls के साथ.
That's looking to come out with that aggression, put his best foot forward and take the fight towards them. Two squads with 3 players alive. DRX down to just the duo. Inco, they've been biding their time throughout the flow of this game. Can they step up towards the dire straits? Bullets being put down range as well. DRX panicking, sweating bullets in the
भाई दारू पीते हो? नहीं भाई.
coming in from either squad still in.
Yeah, they're sat a little lost towards the center of the circle. Not sure where to look at this point in time. That's the difficulty with this circle itself, is that where DRX was playing, although it looked good, you're sort of setting yourself up for failure between the two angles on the north and the south side. You don't want to be sandwiched between those two positions. You've got to pick one or the other here. And now Inco with this ridge, looking to put on a little bit more of the pain towards DRX. Mad Bulls.
कौन निकालेगा ये match?
They are outside the circle. They'll have to push further in. Can they get a sideswipe potentially onto Inco? Go far west, rotate around the side. Open up that position. But a nice
इनको
shot
ने
there
दिया
from
cover.
Hugin.
क्या rep हो पाएगा?
Take away the edge that they had. Remove the manpower. Focus fire back. Tulika dialed in as always, even suspecting the peek from the second man in the back and keeping his crosshair honed on target.
Ooh.
Nice tap. Slows them down. Removes the HP from them so they can't peek in, but the zone is going to force them to make a move, or you're out to the play zone anyway.
Where DRX गया? It's a proper 3v3 fight now.
Mad Bulls with the reset. 3 players alive versus Inco. Got a lot to do now. This chicken dinner in tough contention. Either one of these teams could take it.
क्या
Crucial
हंस रहे हो तुम
repeat
लोग?
there coming through from Tulika to keep Fleeke alive. They desperately need the 3-man, and it's both ways on side of this valley. Who's going to take the top side? Who's going to be the lumberjack? Chop down these trees and chop down the opposition.
अगर zone favor कर दिया
It's Inco.
तो इनको निकाल
Mad
सकता है.
Bulls, toe to toe right now. As both teams edge ever closer to one another. He's got the bead. He spots one. He's just going to
Bhai,
unleash the
Vitalik,
barrage.
nice
There's
save, bro,
repeat for
nice
the rest
save.
of the team, but they have an angle now.
Tulika, the human hatchet for Mad Bulls, swinging wildly, cutting his way through the jungle and looking to take down the opposition. The opening engagement gives them establishing damage, but they still need to be aware of the positions that Inco
इनको
have.
हग देगी.
The Bulls.
You don't know much about these
preparing
teams,
to
bro.
charge here.
हगने वाला टीम एक
Inco.
भी नहीं है इस लॉबी में, बता रहा हूँ मैं.
Holding back, scared a little bit. They hear the thump of the feet on the
ये जाएगा,
north
ये
side.
लंबा जाएगा. ओपनिंग
Mad Bulls have
जो
done
टीम निकालेगा वही
terrifically
टीम
well.
निकालेगा
Good
मोस्टली फाइट.
splits.
देखते हैं.
Hold them in this game.
मेरे को लग रहा है मैड बुल्स निकालेंगे
Bulls
चिकन ये.
relying on repeaks, refrags here.
क्योंकि
Mad
कल
Bulls
का
just
ड्रामा
gonna wolf pack it
है उनके अंदर.
on the south side. Hope to open up something.
What is this,
Honestly,
यार?
if
घर वाले
they
कुछ
just
ले गए हैं.
brazenly head over towards that northern edge, find Garrix, potentially are able to bring something up. Quick scout in the buggy. Really useful bit of utility is that vehicle, just in terms of being able to angle yourself where these players are. And they're playing scared now. Vitali tries to fortify that position over towards Nenabete.
They Dial it back to the defense. They want to play tenacious on this one, but they've got to get the confidence back up. The scout in the vehicle for Tulika gives them the information and draws the fire onto him if they take shots. He does take one bullet to the side, cascades his way back in and tucks out for a second. There is nades to play with as well. It goes both ways.
Which
though.
device are they
Mobility
using?
is
They're
there.
using
There's a vehicle for Inco
Infinix
and a nade soaring
GT20.
through the sky.
Ooh, that's a great nade, in fact. Hits Tulika incredibly hard here. He's got the level 3s, though, on. Looking to take this to a level 7 versus Inco. But Zone 9 is not going to favor Mad Bulls. They've been backed into a corner here.
End zone तक
And they
रुकेंगे
will
भाई
have
ये.
to literally bull rush it over towards Inco in the end game, because they've got all the space in the world
I
to
think
work
action need to step up and give support for top.
At this point, they have
उसका
to command
उसका
respect
casualty
for
हो
the
रहा है
spirit
हर
animal
बार.
of the organization. The Mad Bulls have to rise up and storm the gates on contact. Inco playing with the lion's heart, further back, knowing how close they are to sinking their teeth into that chicken dinner. It just comes down to the decision making, making sure they can clean up on these fights. They're getting a little bit further forward now,
Dead circle, guys.
realizing time's starting to tick, things are starting to heat up. Nades being primed as well. The utility usage has been keeping them further back.
Inco
for
has the
so
better
long.
position.
They just need that clean nade.
The best thing about this is that Nenebete's been so patient on the nade here, popping it away every single time. He knows he doesn't have too many in the back pocket. He can't afford to waste them. But this vehicle play, it's psyched them out.
गया इसका
something
पुसी गया.
horrid.
It's baited out the face. Low
गाड़ी वाला
HP back,
बहुत low
forcing
HP.
to rotate in, trying to double up.
भाई इनको निकालेगा.
Group together,
इनको निकालेगा guys.
focus fire.
इनको निकालेगा.
The nades could still be important.
एक गया.
And that's the big one. Strikes first. Mad Bulls, the Lanimals, here on the stage. Are they about to crumble? Be silenced by Inco. You've got the edge now. Seize the initiative and push down.
Nice one, Redulika.
Tulika, we've said he can light them up
2v2,
something
2v2.
fierce, and that's what he does again.
Vitali over the top side might spot him. Tulika steps up, gets the frag.
Well
onto him.
played,
Just one
Tulika,
player
well played.
left alive.
Here we go.
आखिरी बंदा है ये.
It's all down to the hell in the cell. See if they can clean up from this point. Inco, you played a good game, but it might crumble away in the dire straits they're left in.
Yeah, इसका
Trap
पुसी गया,
behind
Tulika
the
का पुसी
tree.
गया.
Low HP on the two Mad Bulls.
भाई clutch is
Just gotta
possible.
hit those clean shots.
Clutch is possible.
Paranoid to peak.
Clutch is possible बोला मैंने. दोनों लोग थे.
Down as well.
Well played, babe. Well played.
Inco, the survival of the fittest as the Lions on the stage. Take the chicken dinner.
It's not over until it's over, guys.
Easy game
Tulika
there for
बहुत
Inco.
प्यारा खेला.
Control of all
But they were all on the same
that
side, bro.
Northern side versus
They were all at
Alpha
one-
7 and Team Liquid. The Mad
one
Bulls
place.
cannot get ahead.
They
They're
lost there
taken
only.
by the horns, thrown to the
Nice
wayside,
recovery from
and
Tulika,
Inco
but
will pick
Inco-
themselves up a much needed
Well played,
win
Inco.
there in the end game. Respect to
Wow.
the Mad Bulls though. They're both so low
एंट्री
HP.
अच्छी है, लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा casual.
They're just going to have to go for the duo push here. Swing wide on both sides, but it did not psych out the Lions at all.
भाई BGMS की वीडियो
क्यों
क्यों नहीं? कल आएगा bro. After this stream में करूँगा BGMS का वीडियो.
Inco playing
Wow.
passive, playing smart, and picking up a gigantic chicken dinner at the end of our third match.
चलो इनको भी comeback कर लिया.
I told you there'd be some gas in this one.
Dude, the thing is that you can start to see now a lot of these teams
बहुत
that
बहुत
towards
close
the
है
bottom
guys.
side of the lobby, they're looking to try and bring themselves back up to speed. A lot of our teams towards the top side are crumbling. 'cause
Falcon
they
11
feel
points,
safe,
yeah.
But these teams,
All
they've still
thanks
got
to
a lot
top.
left in them.
They really do. Huge game overall. Man, that was a tasty one to kick us off. And Mad Bulls again. So
बहुत
many
sexy खेला
times
इधर.
it feels like they get
Gary,
close.
पूरा cover का
They're
इस्तेमाल
right
किया.
at the finish line, and it's always ripped away.
I know, dude, but I think that if you are Mad Bulls, you've got to be proud of that match, man. You've got to be absolutely proud of yourself on that match because they played so
2 days का वीडियो
unbelievably
मिस
well.
भाई
I
मेरे को
love
परमिशन
the
नहीं था
splits
भाई
they
इसलिए मैं
took.
नहीं
So,
बनाया
and
डे 1
honestly,
डे
it's
2
kind
का
of uncharacteristic for
BGMS
those
but
players.
डे
I think
3
they're
से
a little bit not level-headed at times,
I'll
but that
cover.
game was pretty perfectly coordinated.
ये
And the
लोग
difficulty
किस
was
country से
they
है?
just
इनको
ran
is from
out of
Brazil
bandies. We're not gonna
and
run out of
Mad
games
Bulls
today,
are
though.
from
We're going to head back to a break.
Europe.
And we'll be back real
I think
soon
Paris.
to conclude the group stage.
Top was a highlight moment of this match. Not this match, of this day, bro. Today top was इंडिविजुअली इज प्लेइंग टू गुड टुडे, मतलब हमेशा खेलता है बट हर बार जब जरूरी तब परफॉर्म किया उसने टीम के लिए. ही वांट्स टू बी इन द फाइनल सो बैडली. भाई सिर्फ 2 मैचेस है क्या? वीडियो करेगा इस बार नॉर्डविन. क्या किया है भाई फॉर्मेट? 2 मैचेस इसलिए है क्योंकि भाई टेलीविजन में हो रहा है ना ये ब्रॉडकास्ट, तो टेलीविजन में उतना विंडो नहीं मिलता. यूट्यूब पे 6 घंटे स्ट्रीम करेगा चलेगा, टीवी पे 6 घंटे दिखा नहीं सकता है तो एक चीज को. यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट. लास्ट टाइम कैसे किए मेरे को पता नहीं. लास्ट टाइम PMWC नहीं था ना, इसलिए उतना बड़ा विंडो मिला स्टार स्पोर्ट्स में. इस बार इसलिए नहीं मिल रहा है उतना बड़ा विंडो बिकॉज ऑफ PMWC. Guys, do you guys like samosa? Bye, love you. Not as gay, but love you. Daniel, bye. Thank you, bye. Love you too, bro. But in grand finals, 9 matches. I know. It is what it is, भाई. कुछ नहीं कर सकते. तुम लोग को इस बार BGMS का सेटअप कैसा लगा? माई फेवरेट स्नैक. इधर हैदराबाद में बारिश की वजह से मैं मिर्ची समोसा बहुत खा रहा हूँ मैं. टाइम टू गेन वेट.
Hi guys, Ginny here. We are in the Boulevard with the players from Team Liquid who've had a great
Team
day
Liquid,
today
yeah.
on stage. We're gonna play a game of who is most likely to. We're gonna ask the questions. All you guys have to do is point. So the first question is, who is most likely to get eliminated first in a match?
Quem é o mais provável de ser eliminado?
अरे
Okay, it's going smoothly. The second question is, who is most likely to get a grenade knock?
Quem é o mais provável de levar uma granada?
I like this.
Okay, so you guys don't want to agree on this one. No point.
Então vocês não concordam nesse, vocês não têm nenhum ponto.
फूड रिव्यू करो फूड ब्लॉगर जैसे. भाई मैं ज्यादा उतना नहीं
I
करता
vote on
बट
myself.
Okay, well, that's
this is
fair
a funny
enough.
looking samosa
Who
by the
is
way.
most likely to drop their phone during a match?
It is
Quem
not
é
to my
mais
taste but फिर भी
provável
खा रहा
de
हूँ
largar o
मैं, क्योंकि
telefone
मैं
durante
भूख लग रहा है मुझे.
a partida?
इतना ऑनेस्ट रिव्यू दूंगा तो पसंद नहीं आएगा ऑडियंस को. ओए होए 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 कितना टेस्टी है ये. ऐसा बोलूंगा ना तब पसंद आएगा फूड रिव्यूज में.
Okay.
मैक्सिमम लोग वही
Who's
करते
most
हैं.
likely to get the longest elimination in a match?
Quem é o mais provável de levar a eliminação mais
इतना
longa?
छोटा क्या है स्टेज को और कलर क्या है वो.
Okay.
BGMS का नाम मेरे
Last
को भी
question is, who is
उतना खास
most
नहीं लगा इस बार.
likely to clutch a 1v3?
Quem é o mais provável de clutch uma vitória? De levar, fazer uma vitória. Both?
Who are we saying?
The four of them?
All four. There has to be one player.
पापड़ी समोसा. हाँ वही हो सकता है. पापड़ी समोसा है.
Aw.
Mythic.
Okay, well, thank you
Mythical.
guys so much for your time. I appreciate it.
You know what?
And the guys-
I like that game. Why don't we play a little bit of this? Seven
Okay.
and Polaris. Who's more likely to nade the other on accident?
Wait a minute, what?
Him, for sure him.
No. Okay, who's more likely to carry a match?
Not you.
It's not between me. It's you two, bro. I'm the host.
I mean, me, obviously. Humble brag.
Who's
East
more
is
likely
not allowed to play. What?
to pick up the PMWC Violet
ESL
Thunder
stage
set?
was.
Okay.
ESL का मेरे को
Because
अच्छा
it's
लगा.
currently out for you guys at home to pick up for
I also
yourself.
liked
You
it.
guys can check it out in game based off the design of Ailu and the PDPX Esports Outfit Design Contest. And Claris did say he'd be more likely to get it.
Yeah.
Let's just. I know if Maxman was here, he would fight you for that and say no, it'd definitely be him.
Yeah.
Hey guys, all right.
Yeah, he has
If
a
he's
lot
healthy
of
enough
UC.
to fight.
No, he's not.
Anyways, let's move on from here because obviously
Spike,
Inco
एक
did
समोसा
close
भेजो
out the
इधर.
match, and
आके ले लो
honestly,
भाई.
considering how the
खत्म हो
last
गया,
match
आखिरी
went,
था.
if they didn't clutch this one out, not even clutch this one out, they didn't confirm this one, I'd be quite disappointed in their performance.
Yeah, and I mean, for a team that was towards the bottom of the leaderboard, a team that definitely needs those points, if they even want to be able to be in the top 12 and not go to the survival stage, you can see a
PMWC
much
ticket
better
giveaway, Mr.
improvement
Brother.
today
मेरे पास ही नहीं है, मैं कैसे
in
giveaway
regards to
करूँ?
what they've been able to do. The ilms are up, the damage up, and most importantly, the average survival
तुम क्या
time
खा
is
रहे
up.
हो?
But
मैं
the big question mark
समोसा खा
was,
रहा था.
are they going to throw this
अब
win?
हो गया.
Are they not going to be able to close it out? And Kyle, luckily for us, luckily for Inco, they were able to actually close out the win.
Yeah, I had my concerns after the previous game and how things went down against Power, but this time around not to be the case. Able to take out Mad Balls here with the opening on from the nade from Nenebete to get things rolling. But Mad Balls have kind of like put themselves in a very cordoned, close position to one another. So it makes it very easy for Inco to spread out a little bit, have good angles on them, and then from there take them out.
To be fair, though, I'm actually even surprised that Inco came down to just one player of Inco with the position that they had. They allowed Mad Bulls to get so close to them, but hey, if it works out for you, go for it.
Well, at least for Inco's side, right, they had to actually fight their way in towards a position where Mad Bulls were set up quite early on in this match with it going over towards the military zone. But we can see again, Falcons top. I think he had 6 eliminations for himself, gets them up to 10 points in this match. Mad Bulls 15 points, and this is one of the teams that honestly I've been very disappointed in so far in this event because they were so impactful in PMSL CSA. It's nice to see them get 15 points, but they still have a lot of points to go if they want to build a break top 12.
Something to mention too, even though they're more than likely not gonna and are gonna end up going to survival stage, Harami Bro and DRX in the past 2 matches, they have been able to put up good performances, taking away points from those teams that are trying to get there in the top 12. And when we're talking about top, I mean top has been popping off, being able to get those 8 ilms. Once again, being the last player alive for his team. But luckily for him, he was able to get more ilms. But the frustration, you can see the frustration. As soon as he died, he slammed the table.
Yeah, he's an all-star player. He's a star-studded player for sure. When it comes to PUBG Mobile esports and how he's able to play things out. What's wrong, Jason?
If I got 8 elims at this level of play, I wouldn't be slamming the desk unless it was at happiness, man. Like 8 eliminations, like that's phenomenal. And considering how they performed yesterday, he should be extremely happy with that performance. But clearly wasn't happy about something.
I feel like they're maybe just upset at the way that this circle played out. Once again, we get a circle in military towards the south of Military Island.
It's their location, man.
Yep, that's the thing. It's their location, and they keep losing. They did it yesterday. They lost 2 players early on by trying to have a bridge camp, and it absolutely backfired.
It's quite an uncommon location to have a end game circle scenario occur on Military Island, though. So it does create some variance in how teams are going to approach it, where they're going to kind of move, etc. And that kind of causes some volatility in the play overall. But happy to see actually, now that I think about it, Mad Bulls once again getting to a 2nd place in a similar position to where they were getting to late games on other Erangels here throughout the tournament. So don't know what it is about Mad Bulls with this kind of location, but they're not about it here.
The thing that I actually liked about Mad Bulls' play throughout this whole match was how early they were able to rotate towards the south, and they kind of gave us some flashes of what Alliance have been able to do. They had some great splits. They were able to control that south area, and if anybody was able to come close to them, they made sure to make him back up with Alpha 7, and I think it was, I can't remember what was the other player, but there was one more player that was trying to challenge them. They were like, no, you're not gonna get anywhere near.
Okay, well, you know what? It is
40 time for Spike. पागल है क्या?
थोड़ा
थोड़ा face wash करके आया.
Check in as well here. We've got Hot Jukes and Johnny Allen joining us. Gentlemen, what's your thoughts on the first half of the day?
Dude, everything I think we expected and more. You know, I was actually expecting a little bit more from
Bro,
Team
BGMS
Liquid
looks
here.
like random
We still got
YouTube
3 more
scrims with
matches left
extra
to go. Anything
graphics.
can happen.
They start the game when you
I think that's a
complete
good team to
the
sort of be
target
looking at
like.
towards the
Huh?
end of this one. Trying to push up
Is that-
over the
yeah.
70s is going to be tricky. Are we still with these guys?
I think so.
They're still
I mean,
here.
you're still with me. I don't know. I didn't expect to actually have John Allen and very Hot Jukes to be joining us,
Hey.
but you know, gotta go with it. But yeah, gentlemen, it's been tough, right?
बारिश तेज और लाइट
A
गई.
little bit later on, we gotta cut you out of here. I thought we were gonna talk to him a little bit.
कहाँ रहते हो आप? बारिश इतना तेज
That
कहाँ हो
was
रहा
fun,
है?
very hot cheeks.
Yeah.
स्टेज
I
इज
mean, it is
बिल्ट
very warm
डिफरेंट,
here, but
लेकिन जो
it was
येलो
fun.
लाइट
I was ready.
बहुत
I was
ज्यादा
ready.
है, उस वजह से गोल्ड कलर
I was
डिम
happy to see he
हो
got his clothes finally.
जा रहा है.
He lost his luggage, right?
I think इस बार बजट थोड़ा कम है,
Analyst here on the desk as well, which,
इसलिए ऐसा बनाए सेटअप वगैरह. बट इट्स ओके यार, वी शुड अप्रिशिएट whatever
but yeah, so we're past the halfway point of the day.
they're
right?
investing into
We'll be
esports.
checking with overalls a little bit later on today, but
So yeah,
it's getting very
criticize करना easy है,
it's getting very difficult. No,
but
you have 3 matches left to go to try to break
it's
through.
okay.
And
Rough face चल रहा है अभी.
still have that one
BGMI
area to go
esports
left,
में.
and of course the double Miramar to follow up with. It's coming down to do or die time. This is like the moment that makes diamonds, Colaris, and you know I love that phrase.
Does he? Yeah, he does.
2x करो.
Yeah.
चले गया, आगे चले गया.
Well, I mean, the thing is that I need to
वो
hark
तो
on the
live
idea
ही
that
दिखा रहा
once
है.
again, DRX actually had a position where it's a winning location.
Bro, PMRC क्या है? PMRC हुआ है चाइना,
from the winning locations every single time.
साउथ ईस्ट एशिया एंड सेंट्रल एशिया के बेस्ट टीम्स के बीच में.
They were always going to have a hard time anyway today.
They're so passive. They don't.
मैंने ऑलरेडी वीडियोस बनाया उसके ऊपर, तुम चेकआउट कर सकते हो. स्पाइक भाई समय रायना के साथ चेस खेलो.
It is what it is sometimes.
तुम्हें पता है, before starting the stream, what I was doing? I was playing chess. Before starting the stream, I was playing chess.
And also incorporates elements.
I'm not good at chess, but मेरे
I have
को
to say, by the way, I don't think
मेरे
I've
को
said it
अच्छा
on
लगता
air
है.
yet, but that trophy
I get
is
the
sick.
adrenaline.
I love the W inside the
By-
globe. It looks amazing.
by playing chess, I'll get the adrenaline. I
Kinda
play for the
almost wish it
adrenaline.
was a snow globe as well, but I don't know. Let's head out on the stage here as we are at a halfway point with Barney.
BGMS वीडियो कब कल
Ladies
आएगा?
and gentlemen, to the halftime show with Sandstorm and Barney. We are halfway through our third and final day of the group stage for the PUBG Mobile World Cup here at the Esports World Cup. Game 1 went to the reigning world champions Al-Ula IHC, followed by Power, getting their first winner chicken dinner.
Bro,
Game
Jelly के
2,
साथ 1v1.
and finally, we
Bro,
had
मैंने
Angel
Jelly को 2
Gaming
बार
taking
पूछा.
game number 3. With 3 games
भाई ने
left,
दोनों
we
बार
will get
बोला कि
closer
मेरा
and
TDM
closer to
अच्छा
find out
नहीं है,
who will make it to
मैं नहीं कर
the
सकता बोल के
main
बोला
tournament. But with 3 games
मैंने
left, we have
ठीक
2 more.
है, क्या
on
कर
which
सकता
map?
हूँ?
You guessed it, it's going to be Miramar.
Yeah, right, it's going to be Miramar, but at this point in time, all eyes on that 12th position, that cut-off point. So, I'm going to give you a stat. Between 10th and 20th place right now is a mere 11 points. That's one good chicken dinner, covered in gravy, because I'm British, and we like to ruin food. But let's remember that this is a vital moment.
I like this caster.
Only 12 teams will go through to the main tournament directly, and then the other 12 will go down into that survival stage, where they will battle once again. It's going to get spicy, and one map can do it. So, who's it going to be? Casters, let's find out.
Falcons, bro. Falcons are on the way.
Thank you very much, Barney. And I don't know what he's talking about with
मान
British
जाके
burning
करो
food, you
1v1.
know, beans on toast is a delicacy.
उसके लिए मेरे को
the
रेगुलर होना
Australian
पड़ेगा गेम खेलना.
Right?
What's lots of
हर रोज गेम
I don't
खेल के
understand. You've
प्रैक्टिस
got
करके
beans, you got toast.
जब मैं मेरा
That's
प्राइम में
just
हो
a good
तब
time.
करूंगा मैं.
Sounds delicious. I'll pass.
That
but
means
you know
कभी
what?
नहीं.
I'm not passing up on these
उतना
next 3
time मैं दे नहीं
matches,
सकता
because
गेम
that
में.
is it. 3 more matches left to go, and $1 million
Spike by your favorite
are gonna
tournament.
go into some
Mine
of these
is
players'
PL.
bank accounts
Because
here.
of girl
the
audience.
lion's share of that.
I like your honesty.
I can't wait to see who
I
is
like your
going to get
honesty.
it.
My favorite is
we
always
saw a great performance yesterday. and
PMWC,
honestly, it's going to be really tough to catch
PMGC,
Alliance, I think, which is just how well they did.
PMWI,
Absolutely.
PMGO.
It is indeed
ये
going
सारे
to
मेरे
be
favorite हैं.
pretty tricky. That 122
Where
point mark.
all across the world
over
के best players
10
आते हैं ना?
points average per map.
Those
Only
tournaments are my
just
favorite.
okay, but still, making that metric work for you is always a very, very tall order. And it is, at the moment, leading the charge to get up there is Al-Ula XIHC, right? And even they are not quite up at that metric. It is a very, very big day needed. But as they were
Spike
highlighting,
missed
it
the
is
old classic
all eyes on
videos,
12th place.
especially that KGF
last
intro,
team
bro.
that's going to make it
Aditya, bro.
directly to those finals, not going to have to suffer the survival
You're
stage.
going to make me cry,
Which
bro.
teams are going to make it? Let's get into our
एकदम वो सब
final
याद दिला
aerial
के.
of the group stages. Novo over towards South George as we head on in for our final pass.
Yeah, good
over
times.
the grassy pastures
times,
with
bro.
dual gaming chipsets and 144 Hz AMOLED screen. The GT20 Pro will equip teams with
This
up to
match
120
IHC will
FPS,
win.
which is also the
They don't
first
need to
back
win.
to
They're
support
qualified in my
devices,
opinion.
offering esports
But
level
it's okay, good
performance
to see
and
them.
visually stunning experiences in
देखते
the
हैं.
2024 PMWC.
I strongly
Let's
think
kick it off.
Falcons
Let's kick it off. Let's
are
get
going
it
to do
going,
something
folks. Because right
in
now
the
it is
next
do
two
or
matches.
die for so many of these squads. You got to remember, it is top 12 that are moving on to the finals. Bottom 12 are going to go to that survival stage, and that is a place you do
top
not want
22
to
frags
be. You got
individual
hungry
frags.
squads that have been waiting for that moment. They're studying you time and time again, so you want to make sure you can do everything you possibly can. You got to put it all on the line right now, and there's a lot of squads that really need to do that starting right here, right now.
Absolutely, they have got a lot of work to do.
एक लक तो हर जगह टॉप पे बैठा है.
Vampire
Nice.
not going to be heading over to Primorsk this time. Playing over on the east side, close to.
Looks like Team Liquid has changed
Team
their
Liquid
drop.
down to C block, down towards that military base on the south side.
चलो एक normal
And we're not
circle
going to
देखने
have
को
any
मिला यार
spicy
finally.
military circles this time around, Hot Jukes. We're keeping it chilled out now as things get a little bit more intense for our players. It's a circle that centers on Pachinki, which doesn't really give too much away. You could still go north of the river, you could still go to the military island, as unlikely as it is, but we're going to be allowing a lot of time for these teams to get things done.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need every single second they can get, but looks
पहला
like
मना
a
किए
runner
वो.
here.
पहला वो
Power
मना किए.
Esports on the run.
बाद में वो लोग हाँ
Talon
बोल दिए. पता नहीं क्या
possibly
सीन
looking to hunt him down
उतना
here. Let's see if he's able to get those shots. He
मैं
has
एक
an
बार
AK.
पूछता
If
हूँ
you're going
बस.
to use
मैं
any
पीछे नहीं
weapon,
पड़
that's the
जाता
one to
हूँ
do it with.
Damn.
And they are definitely committing to this.
Pop the spray, witness me, chrome on the teeth right now for Talon. They're trying to claw some points back to their tally. On the chase, they're already sitting at the top end of the teams playing today. You can see they're on 60 points right now. They want to keep that one going. We were looking the other day at where
dress actually
that
मुझे पसंद आया, पता जो dress ये पहन रहे.
around the low 70s
पूरा-
is where we're going to see that 12
पूरा black
place
dress
sit.
है,
So if
बस
you could
पीछे
push up
logo
over
shine हो रहा
80
है.
points
shine
today,
नहीं,
that
glow हो रहा है
would be
वो.
phenomenal. 3 games to get 20 points for Talon, it's doable.
Yeah, totally doable for sure. And right now, that cutoff is going to be where Brute Force is, 53 points. They're going to get passed up for sure. So hopefully we can see them do something in the survival stage. But there's a lot of big names here that still need to cross that gap. I'm looking at you, Vampire Esports. Even Eco Gaming, they had a great game that last one. That definitely helped them out here.
मुझे
Oh,
पता
look
था
at
उसके
that.
बारे में.
Little pistol action there.
I don't think he's shooting at anyone. He's shooting at Saverny for TJP, and currently nobody is in Saverny.
Getting their fingers warm.
He's just getting rid of the ammo. It's quicker than opening your inventory. Just shoot the
TJP
bullets,
next
you know?
दो matches में they need
You can just see
15
he's just mad.
points.
He's there just punching those fists
Falcons
in the
also
air,
need
trying to
15
find that
points.
M4. Let's see if he could do it. So now he's starting to
Falcons
get
qualify
looted
कर
up, which
लेगा
is
बे.
great for him.
घंटा थ्रो नहीं
But at
करेगा
the
इतना
same
दूर आके.
time, man, they got some work ahead of them. They have 52 points right now. So TJB
This
we
match
should
is the
see them
decider match.
in that top 12 as long as they
देखते
have
भाई.
a good, consistent few games.
Last match
But,
तक आके
when
तो
this
भाई
is-
pressure
this
बढ़
is that
जाएगा,
moment,
उतना easy
right?
नहीं
You
है.
got to clutch it up. You got to be able to get
This
it done
match is a
here
decider.
now, and you can't let those nerves get to you.
No, you definitely can't. You've got to be able to hold your nerve when it matters. And coming into this one, it is just going to be a
BGMI में भी
a
watch
question
party
of keeping
करने का
up the pace
permission
for the
देना है.
teams at the
तब
top of
सारे
the
आ
block
जाएंगे.
right now. For
सब
that
के
they're
सब आ
currently
जाएंगे
playing
करने.
in, right? We've got Alpha 7
और
leading.
वो
From
अच्छा
the
भी है
top,
गेम के
72 points
गेम के लिए अच्छा है
already,
बता.
which is pretty good news for
Audience
them.
enjoy
This is
करेंगे
a team obviously
अपने
that
अपने
people have
favorite creators
expected
के
to
through
do well.
watch party देखने में.
Likely going to be
That
able to
will
get
promote
up
the game.
towards the top of those tables towards the end
But
of
for
the day.
some reason,
I wouldn't
Crafton thinks
expect
the other
anything
way
different
around.
from them. So hopefully they're able to keep up that pace as well. Currently in North George, and actually a pretty difficult rotation if Alula XIHC try and get ahead of them on that river crossing. The question is, how do they navigate that? They've got a lot of options open to them from that northwest side. We're seeing quite a lot of teams down to the southeast, I think, right now, of this map in general. We're on board with IWNRX right now, and they are one of the furthest west of this set of teams out further east.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very cookie-cutter type zone right here, so there's nothing too special about it. These teams know this circle like the back of their hand. So Alpha 7, they're just getting looted up, ready to go for this one. You do have quite a few squads that have already centered up, but teams are definitely, I think, prioritizing loot right now, and they're not in a big hurry because I think this is that calm after that military storm we saw last game. So at the end of the day, though, you got to make it into top 12. That is the minimum result. And I actually got to have breakfast with Knight from Team Liquid.
Oh, lucky you.
That's right. That's right. So I got to have a good long chat with him. And I mean, for those of you that don't know, this guy here is one of the most winning coaches in PUBG.
This is match 5.
For the past, I believe it's like
5
A-tier events that he's been a part of.
इसके बाद और 2 matches है, my bad.
Every single one in different regions, you know. So to be a part of a huge org of Team Liquid is incredible. And I got to get a glimpse of just how well these guys train beforehand. You know, before a big event like this, they all meet up, they all stay in a place for about a month, scrim every single day against the top teams, and even fly out to different regions as well to prepare for a tournament like this.
Did you guys notice?
You know, Team Liquid, they did talk about just
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल।
तुम लोग को राइट साइड में क्या दिख रहा है? क्लक, जिमी, ओलियो एंड लियोन डीजी दिखा रहे बूम के लिए, बट दे आर नॉट क्लक। क्लक कहाँ खेल रहा है? क्लक यूडू अलायंस के प्लेयर्स है वो सारे। Production error.
About a month, scrim every single day against stakes that happen one by one after the other.
By Mongolia,
right? If one player makes a small mistake, you can't point fingers at him. You got to be able to have that reset and continue the game on right now. As we look at CAG Osaka taking some shots on the Blue Esports.
They are just trying to slow down those rotations as teams start to make their way more central. If you didn't catch it, by the way, there was a long-form interview on the HQ show with Knight as well. So make sure you check that out. He was covering a bunch of those points, the match they won, talking over their Sandhawk chicken dinner, the entirety of that match. So definitely good to get a chat with him over there. And obviously you had a chat with him over a pancake and a coffee.
Oh yeah,
something like that for breakfast.
They can do whatever the F they want, bro.
Good old plate of shakshuka.
What was it? What did he eat for breakfast?
Because they got,
I believe it was just eggs and beef sausage.
They made India proud,
that's
right?
The breakfast of champions.
So let them do whatever they want. It's fine.
That's what it is.
That's quite an English breakfast.
And he was there right early in the morning because he was ready to put in some work today. And the pressure is definitely on his team for sure. But one thing that he definitely told me that he's really proud of his squad is he definitely feels like his team has that clutch factor. That when the going gets tough, they can still perform. And they proved it in PMSL Americas where, you know, Alpha 7, maybe those hands started to shake once again, and then they were able to, you know, finish second place. Team Liquid just surpassing them there. So we'll see what happens right now. There is a good solid gap between Alpha 7 and Team Liquid points-wise. But you know what? Anything can happen here.
That's true. Anything can and most often does happen here in PUBG Mobile.
Right now, deep place क्या के सारे players बैठ के देख रहे होंगे.
Trying to scout their way in, a couple of inroads potentially going to become available to them right now. Again, still not too much conflict. You can see top run around, grabbing a little bit more loot, not quite satisfied. Still is going to have that level 3 helmet, that level 3 vest as well. So they're pretty decked right now.
Guys, action 6 grenades carry करता है. 6 grenades, 4 smoke.
Maybe, you know, a med kit. Seems like he's got plenty of nades, plenty of smokes.
Well, these guys are set up. They're ready to go for sure. So looking at the leaderboards, you guys can see that right now as we're about to get into another zone here.
Where is 4MV? 4MV के matches
This is pretty much do or die. This game right here for 4 teams in particular.
Okay.
I'm talking about Harami Bro.
Sure.
CAG Osaka.
Excellent.
DRX.
True.
And IWNRX. Those guys need a chicken dinner.
Top needs
right
4
right
more
now,
finishes
or they're not making it
to
top
become
12.
This
the
is
top
thing,
player.
right? I mean, IWNRX is particularly an interesting one, right? Coming from the EMEA region, obviously it was brute force with the champions from that region, but throughout the majority of the tournament, IWNRX were the best. And that was predominantly off the performances coming through from Zedwolf. He was an incredible fragger back in the region. We thought it was going to be a breakout performance here coming into this tournament, but it just hasn't been. They have been nowhere to be seen. They've been so quiet so far over the 9 matches that they've played.
Bro, PMRC हुआ तो कौन सा location पे होगा?
And it's really
हो गया bro
unfortunate,
already.
I
China में
think
हुआ.
Zedwolf definitely has the talent, right? And it's just somewhere along the line, it hasn't connected to what's going on in this tournament, and it's slightly disappointing.
Yeah, well, they're not out of the race just yet. I mean, there's still this match and 2 more left to go. You could definitely soak up a lot of points, but the problem...
They probably need like 50 to 60 points, though.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is, like, in order for it to happen, we need a double-digit elimination
finally
chicken dinner
zone
right
after
here. If
months,
it doesn't
I know,
happen,
right?
it's nail in the coffin. I'm going to say for all 4 of those squads here. So
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, it is. It's possible, but not probable with the way they've been playing so far. And at the end of the day, there are so many good squads here. And we saw Gary go crazy in the last match there with a nice little 2v1 to win the game.
Hitting with the snail trail.
Gary.
Able to slow them down enough. TJB on the northeast side, close by to Inko. Looks like they are just going to divert, fall back a little bit, get away from the scratch.
Where is S2G? What
Right
happened?
when you get down to the last 3 matches, there are so many teams that desperately need points. And when that happens, everybody just starts turtling up, playing ultra passive. And when it comes to that aggression, they can flip that switch on at any moment's notice. So it's going to be more difficult to just get points here, especially like double-digit eliminations. You'd have to play absolutely insane because these are those championship rounds. So we'll see you know, if we're going to see one of these teams at the bottom of the leaderboards be able to put a big performance up. But right now, it's not looking too good. Even if you're, honestly, even if you're Mad Bulls, Power Esports, I'd try to get it done right here and now, because those last 2 matches, you never know what's going to happen.
What was it Barney said? Like 10th
with pillow, without
20th,
pillow.
It's like 10 points or something like that. Or it looks like, like 11 points. Right? Team Liquid and Mad Bulls right now, which is a huge jump up in placements for what is ostensibly one good game.
The more I get focused, the more I bend.
You just need that profit, that breakout performance. So
which is really bad for your posture.
If that is in the back pocket, if they've got the rockets to strap to their shoes, blast themselves up the table.
Side angle
how fast they can go. Right now, major feature of the circle. Let's talk a little bit about that. Potato Hill on the east, Pachinki sandwiching it off on the west. The circle just about to pop, heads up towards Potato Hill. So the north part of that Potato Hill position going to be really hard
bending and
for
playing.
CHU Osaka right now hold it. Are they going to be able to withstand the pressure?
They're going to need to, that's for sure, because they're one of those teams that, like I said, need a double-digit elimination chicken dinner right here, right now, or we're going to have to see them in the survival stage and risk watching their key get crushed right in front of their own eyeballs.
Owie.
That's gonna stink. That's for sure. So, meanwhile, you got teams like Team Liquid, Falcons. Those guys need to put up some points on the board. They're all the way on the south side right here. They're gonna have to push through quite a few squads, and with that desperation time coming right here, right now, oh man, it's gonna be very difficult. So let's see how it happens. You can see Team Falcons trying to make a safe rotation. Already starting to get popped at by Vampire, and that's the problem with a zone like this.
Just so you guys know,
Absolutely, and given the fact that there's no casualties right now of this match,
it's going to
exacerbate that problem, right? It's just making it worse with 16 teams all trying to cram themselves in. Now is where things are going to start to heat up, where that kettle pressure is starting to whistle.
And it's whistling hard. And the problem is that nobody wants to open up that can just yet, because if they're the first to engage into a fight, the chances of getting third party right now are like 99%. So, you know, everybody's just waiting, hoping that somebody gets a little antsy and starts, you know, maybe a crazy push happens, and then that third party will come in right after. So
it's okay.
We'll see what happens here.
That's not how you... Hang on a minute.
Very interesting.
That needs an insurance claim right there.
Oh, yeah.
Who's at fault? Definitely the buggy.
It's classic Mythic.
Oh, dear. Come on.
Oh, here we go.
They're on the road.
Team Liquid.
This is a bold send. I mean, they must know someone's up here.
But TNG Osaka's too split right now. They are so severely split that they can't support each other. And he's going to get taken out right here, 3v1. I think a big misplay for CAG Osaka. You cannot try to take that much real estate in a zone like this.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
Can they withstand the pressure? The answer, no. Right now, a point of their hold has been taken down, but they still have 3 players alive. And once they regroup those 3, Team Liquid can kind of act as that 4th player on their south edge, but it's just going to be so much more dangerous for them.
Oh,
Alola x IHC now clashing with IWNRX, who have been trying to push in for a little bit. Swain goes down, and we are finally starting to see these casualties coming through. A lot of them going to be happening over towards the west side near Pachinki.
To see absolute chaos ring out here in the next few seconds. You can see a little IHA on the move. NRX going to have to sacrifice a player. Oh, and they're already down to 2 players. That's going to be quite difficult. Is he going to be able to get that knock? He doesn't. Goes for the confirm, so at least get 1 point. And they need every single one that they could get, because they are really struggling right now. NRX gonna try to get this shot.
Nice one bit Demo. Nice movement.
Not gonna be there for Kine, unfortunately. Demo now trying to go on the swivel against Frozen with the AUG. Low HP for Demo, low ammo as well, and IWNRX win out that trade and take down Alolex IHC. But Alpha 7 have managed to leapfrog them. In the meantime, Talon have pushed in on the north side of that position, and it's going to be so hard to extricate themselves from it with the remnants of this IWNRX roster.
Let's see what happens. IWNRX need these points much more than IHC did, and they are down to the final couple players. Boom Esports getting taken apart. Everybody's on fire. And this is exactly what I was talking about. The second that fight rings out, you know there's going to be some more players coming. Boom Esports going to try to go for a reset here. 2 players down for Money Makers. They're start throwing out some smokes. And I think, yeah, both these teams should be able to get a full reset.
A lot of challenge on this south side as well.
Falcons.
A scrap going on.
Team frags
Falcons clashing with one another. Falcons, they've taken a knock, but they can get the res. However, the zone 55. Is going to push them.
Falcons are qualified, guys.
They're on the long side.
10 more points.
Need to flow on in past the positions from Boom and Moneymakers. given that this fight is going on, that is the reason that Falcons can
Are
make
you-
this
are you hearing
maneuver
the
now. They're going to be
chant-
able to have
chants
a route in
from
towards
Falcons
the top
fans?
of Potato Hill on
Let's
the
go,
west side.
Falcons.
The question is,
They
how
will go.
long are DRX and Mad Bull's going to let them go for it?
Let's see. And if you're Boom, you need to get this fight done as soon as possible because you don't want Falcons to be knocking at your door here. The nades are starting to ring out. They're throwing every single piece of
Arey bhai,
utility
lag
here.
gayi, Boom ki
Yummy
lag
is the
gayi.
first one to go down. So
Boom ki
Moneymakers
lag gayi.
could turn this around right here with another knock.
Trying to put the nades out through the window. The flush onto Yummy is there. Close range engagement, potential danger here as they push out, but it's dealt with handily. Koa leads the
Well
charge
played.
around the edge, and not the Moneymaker goes
Moneymakers.
down. Easily taking
मुझे लगा वो
control of
बाहर
those
होने
two
वाला है
players
बे।
on the outside. But look, Falcons have made
बहुत
that move. They have
बढ़िया खेले वो।
surrounded this engagement, and the Moneymakers have bigger fish to fry.
The Falcons are swooping on in, and here they are, just a little bit late to the party,
Action knock.
actually. They weren't able to catch that third party right on time, so now it is going to be a fair 4v4, and Moneymakers actually have that edge with that knock onto action. Uh-oh, Koa down to, he's really low. Yeah, runs immediately away, gets into the shack, and he should be able to get fully healed up. But now Vampire is coming in here as well.
Thought that nade
Oi,
went
पीछे
into
से
the window.
Vampire
That
भी आ
one
रहा
might
है।
do a lot more damage sent in. No, that one just bumps short. You're right, Vampire are here. Schwepp is
Nice
going
knock.
to be an outpost for them. They're not fully in. There's a nade.
भाई
There's an
Nurzed
opener towards Havlik.
कड़क मार रहा है आज।
Continuing to keep that pressure on the back there. I'm not too sure about this
Oi,
Falcons
सारे
push down the
utility
hill,
खत्म
but if
करने
they're
वाले
sweeping
क्या?
out their sidelines, trying to keep control, then they're going to have a better chance of pushing up towards
और एक बंदा knock।
Osaka after this
भाई,
fight.
IC।
But they need to conclude it first. 2 knocks now over towards the Moneymakers as the res comes in for Havlik, keeping 3 alive in the building, and the Falcons disengage.
They said, forget this. We cannot handle this right now.
Well, hang on a
Actually,
minute.
never mind.
Push
We're
कर रहे हैं।
turning around. We're getting into the fight. We're going to go ahead and just take them head on. And Schweppes is right there around the corner as well. So let's see if Vampire swoops in, but Moneymakers desperately trying to take these players out to keep their tournament hopes alive.
Oi, top is the last man standing.
With the S12K. Brings out a few shots, but not able to get the knock.
गया,
That is
गया,
it.
गया।
Moneymakers
तो
are
आप
out
भाई
of there.
वापस बचा लिया, but Vampire
still
आएंगे
here
third
to
party
play.
करने।
Can Schwepp do more now? 4 players alive for them.
Schweppes
The rest
भाई।
of the team nowhere to be seen. Falcons have got 3 players.
Thank you,
They can get
thank you,
these
बच
reses,
जाएंगे,
but
बच जाएंगे, बच
Schwepp
जाएंगे।
does not have any nades. That is what is
How
stopping him
does
from really
Action
going
does
for
it
more
every
pressure on this.
single time,
The
bro?
circle's moved away.
Sorry,
They
how does
don't need
Top
to
does
go
it every
aggressive,
single time,
but
bro?
maybe
I'm
they
so
should have
shocked.
done. Maybe they should.
needed to.
single
They
time.
needed to. I'm so shocked that they didn't press this fight because Team Falcons are only separating them by 3 points prior to this match. So
Top is
to
one
take
of
out
a
the
kind,
Team
guys,
Falcons
बता
right
रहा
now
हूँ।
would
He's
be
one
very
of a kind.
advantageous for Vampire. But instead, they say, you know what? Let's prioritize Circle and see what happens. And it's a
कितनी
bold
बार
call.
बचाया
It's a bold
उसने,
call. Let's see
कितनी
if it ends
बार।
up working out for them.
Schwepp a little bit out of tune right now with the rest of Vampire. Stone
Falcon कितने points हो गए?
tries to put a leash on it,
59.
pull him back in.
Yeah.
Or maybe he should have been the one
They
being
are
pulled over
qualified
towards
brothers.
that. It's going to be interesting to see
I
how
hope they
the
get the
3
dinner.
players from Falcons now can impact Vampire's position.
Pressure
The
तो हट
difficulty,
जाएगा। उनके
right
मन से
now
pressure
for
हट
the
जाएगा।
position for Falcons, they can't really put too much pressure over towards Vampire because of the way that the terrain sits on the south side of that Potato Hill.
Oi,
Straight for
oi,
Mythic,
oi, oi.
1, 2, 3,
Oh!
and the rest go up in flames.
Mythic को 5
That is
kill
a
मिला, I mean
huge
4
pick
kill
up
मिला।
for Team Liquid on the
1v4.
west side, and the Mad Bulls, they are sent down.
See ya, Mythic shutting them down right there. 5 eliminations to
क्या कर
his
रहे थे बे
name.
Mad Bulls?
You can
4
see
बंदे
that
एक
helmet
गाड़ी
right
में
there. He found them
पिकनिक जा रहे थे क्या?
real quick. That's how you get it done. So Team Liquid busting out some big eliminations right when they need them. And now they're
Alpha
starting to put
7,
some
Mafioso
pressure
knock.
onto the Brazilian brothers of Alpha 7.
They're trying to close
Kill
that
चोरी
gap.
हो गया।
Another knock, another flush. That goes to Talon, but that still depletes the resources of Alpha 7. And the rest are up on the menu. Ayala
He's dancing.
wants the shots.
ये भी
He's
finish है,
adding
ये
the
भी finish
pepper.
है।
He's making it spicy. McGrellin goes down.
Alpha 7 is
And Team
getting
Liquid,
torn
6
apart
eliminations
by
now.
Liquid
Looking
Esports.
so good right now. Very, very strong. Holding the edge of Potato Hill. And CAG Osaka are just playing this completely passive. So they're not applying any pressure from up the mountain. It's really up to Team
तुम
Liquid
लोग
to
ने
get it
notice
done
किया
here.
guys?
Talon are
ये
trying to
Chinese
find a
teams जो
flank
है,
on
TJP
in,
Time
and it
Bomb.
looks like they are going to take
ओए,
that fight
कुचल दिया।
misery with a beautiful shot
Sorry,
onto
sorry,
Ayala.
Zerner knock किया क्या?
Sparks this
तुम लोग ने
engagement.
notice किया Chinese teams
Ayala,
का?
where are
ये
you?
लोग कभी बसड़
Need
में
to be
नहीं
a
रहते
little
हो।
bit more consistent with those sprays, but let's take a
बसड़
look
में
at this
बिल्कुल नहीं रहते
third-party
हो।
potential coming in from Alpha 7 if they go for this full-out
कोई भी
scrap.
side रहता है, एकदम
Talon
शांत
really
रहता है उस
can't,
side।
I think, fully engage onto this. They just need to keep the suppression on because Alpha 7 will move up whilst Team Liquid are busy holding their knocks back.
ये
Let's take a
वाला
look at this
भाई।
replay. I mean,
4
also
kill।
okay, say, look, you move all in a vehicle, and
Crazy.
every time this happens, I always say,
Carrillo
it's
is the
just
last
going
man
to go
standing
badly
for
for you.
Alpha
That's
7.
exactly why. Let's take a look at Carrillo. He's going to fall down, but Talon, they're having
Mythic
their
6
toll
solo
extracted
finishes,
on them.
Alpha 7
Ayala's
bahar.
going to get rest, and Team Liquid still with 4.
Team Liquid,
Alpha
this
7
is
be
the
like,
game that they
see you
needed
guys
right
in the
here.
finals.
And, I talked to Knight. He said that we're just going for top 12. We want to make sure we make it to that finals.
Exactly.
But this is how you do it right here, right now. Meanwhile, Talon down to 3 players. They do not have any kind of hill priority
Does
at all,
TJB
so they maybe just have
qualify?
to stick it. But now,
TJB has
look at
52
this. The
points,
fight
bro.
is
They
now
need-
ringing out between
they
Vampire
need
and
15
Team
more points.
Falcons.
No,
But
13
now Vampire
more
loses
points,
the
13
advantage
plus.
they had a little bit earlier.
आ
Oh
जाएंगे.
man, Vampire, that sucks
Action
so much.
knock.
If there was a way that you could have gotten rid of Falcons, right? Right? Maybe you should have gone for that down to the southwest side, but not to be. Tony K dispatched on a knock, but should get rezzed up here with smoke cover. Stoned is the off
By
angle.
respect to Nurzed,
Potential
bhai.
third party, weird
Respect.
sort of action from Power.
bench
They
करने
start
के
to
बाद
shift down
भी
on the
उसको
east side. You can see
लेके आने
actually
के बाद
Kante
क्या खेल रहा है
and
वो
Easy
आज?
both moving in on the east. So potential backstab if Vampire want to push this. Don't think they can really go too aggressive now. With that knock onto Tony K, Falcons have moved further up, and CAG
Vampires
Osaka not
versus
making a peep.
Falcons.
Not moving at all, but
ऊपर
they're
से
going to
Osaka आ
have
रहा
to
है.
because this zone's going even further north, and all those teams are going to have to collapse onto CAG Osaka in the next few minutes. If you're Apollo, you need to start pushing up right here. You need to apply pressure on these squads while you have the blue zone working with you right now. But for the moment, Vampire and Falcons in a fair fight for now. Top, busting out the envelope, through the smoke, gets knocked.
That's long range. That's the backstop. Stoned able to put suppression over the ridge
नहीं
line.
यार.
Smoke clears. They
Top
get the
मरने से
flush.
पहले मुझे
2
बता
players
था.
now left for
कुछ नहीं करना
Falcons
चाहिए बोल
to
के.
try and hold on. Nurzed with 2
Power.
eliminations, low HP, needs to try and get some healing action taken low, and they haven't got a knock to answer. There's
Go on.
the knock from Tony
Nurzed
K.
is the
They push
last man
forward, and
standing for
Nurzed now,
Falcons.
the only thing to stop Falcons from going out. Team Liquid have an off angle, and they will get cut down, falling before the
क्या
feet of the
भी.
Vampires.
Vampire Esports, I cannot believe they were able to have this fight fair. I mean, there were so many teams right next to them, but they just allowed that to happen. CAG Osaka, a team that desperately
It's okay.
needs so many elimination
Falcons
points,
got 7
currently
points. It's
sitting
okay.
with 0.
Those coffins getting nailed left and right now. Harame Bro, IWNRX, DRX, all out. Low point scoring games. You said you're counting them out.
क्या
I think
Vampire
I'm
chicken
agreeing
निकालेगा
with you.
तो भाई
CAG
वो
Osaka
भी qualify
on
हो
that
सकता है.
lifeline. 3
Chicken
players
क्या?
on the top of Potato Hill,
Even if they get
holding off, fending off
15,
against some of
10
the
points,
strongest
that's
teams
good.
in this tournament.
They got to realize
this
placement
match.
points aren't going to do it right now. They need both eliminations and placements if they want to make it into the finals. So, I mean, they had so many opportunities to third-party
TJB क्या
players,
कर
but
रही है?
instead
एक ही बंदा
just
बचा है
holding
TJB का.
down their location for now. TJB on the move, only S. Going to make some nice shots there. Puts a little bit of pressure onto Gary. Going to try to blow up that vehicle as well. Oh, but the off angles are starting to ring out.
Yeah.
Only S is in big trouble.
Inko moving out wide with Vitali to try and get the off angle, and that's exactly what
बचा
you
वो.
need. You just can't move on in now.
चुपचाप
There's
जाके rep
full
दे देता
surround
भाई.
going on here. And it's going to be done and dusted for TJB on Erangel for the group stages. They've got 2 Miramars to play now. They'll have to
TJB
focus on
बाहर.
that. In the meantime, Team Liquid finally turning their attention
अब
to
तो
the
मुश्किल लग रहा है
remaining
TJB का
players
qualification.
on
ऐसे ही
CAG
खेलेंगे तो.
Osaka. They're down to 1, and their tournament might
Ayala
just be
knock.
dropping down to the survival stages in these next moments. But a nade
Naoto.
keeps them alive for just a second more.
Oh, but it's only just one player up. I mean, we have to see an absolute miracle run from Naoto. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it. But now the Molotov
nade.
coming
Oi!
on in. He's burning.
Beautiful
Is he
nade.
going to burn down to nothing?
बच गया,
Oh,
बच गया.
barely
Wow.
survives.
A big
Vampire
nade
push
sent back
कर दिया.
over, and look, the Vampire
Chief
with
is
the
the last
third
man
party.
standing.
Team Liquid on the ropes now. 2 of their players are down. They only just got 1 rest,
खेल
and
रहे
another
Vampire
relock
वाले.
comes through.
Right decision.
Inko are there, and it's a third
कहाँ
party,
से
a fourth
पड़ी
party
इसको?
as well. And Team Liquid fall. Naoto holds on the inside. CAG Osaka will finally fall, but Vampire hold the top.
Vampire is on a
desperately need
rampage
these
mode,
points.
bro.
Power Esports do
6
as well.
finishes.
So let's see how they're going to be able to end up on this match here. Tony K, look at that, 6 eliminations from Vampire and a dominant
Let's
position.
go Vampires. निकालो भाई
That's a
chicken
great
निकालो.
result for them. Team Liquid
Will be
getting
done and
pulled
dusted.
apart. That beautiful opening knock, and a lot of that was on Naoto from CAG Osaka, right? Getting that nade in, stopping Team Liquid dead in their tracks. They couldn't
इनको
push
का
up
Erangel
more to
बहुत
that
strong है.
building
समझ में आ
and
गया
finish
मुझे.
the fight
They
that
are
they
like very
wanted to take.
consistent.
If they had that building, Vampire can't move in, Inko can't get third parties. But as it stands, Vampire now on the high ground. With Talon starting to falter, Power might want to sweep on through.
Yeah, CAG Osaka had a big opportunity here, a dream circle, but just weren't able to take advantage of it. Just got completely outclassed by these other teams. So let's see who is going to make it into that top 12. And every single one of these teams that are in the match right now desperately needed. Talent Esports being the only one right now in 9th place. So they are sitting comfortable.
No gold.
But man, it's going to come down to that last match to see who makes that cutoff.
Absolutely. It is going to be brutal. Right now, Power on the lower end of the tables for these teams playing, starting the match.
क्या लगता है इसको कौन निकालेगा? Power, इनको and Vampire Esports.
Keep it up. It will be good. But they currently don't have any eliminations, Hot Juice. That means that they're going to need to push real hard for this chicken dinner, more so than a lot of these other teams that are still in this fight. Nade over towards Newsy, not going to connect.
Oof, they need pretty much every single elimination here. And it's going to be very difficult because they're going to have to do this fight with Vampire. Oh, but they're so spread out. They're completely 4-man splits. They're not in a position to take a team fight at all. They're just going to snake their way in and try and hope for the best here.
Inco might be looking for this back-to-back, but if Nunes goes down like that, that nade might find Axel, but it's not even going to tag the damage. A knock on the front point for Inco is going to be worrying. But everybody's got so many angles to worry about. Vampire making their trudge forwards. It's not going to be easy. We'll see if they're able to make marks onto this circle.
And they're gonna, I tell you that right now. Vampire, this is what they do best, with their back against the wall and just being able to shoot at anything that moves. So they're starting to apply that pressure. Schweppes loses helmet right there, so that's gonna be pretty interesting to see how they end up playing it out. They have the high ground. Everything should work out for them. But you can see Inco Gaming has their eyes locked on them for now.
Chad believes in what I said.
Vampire
niकालेगा.
Over towards Budan from Power on the northeast side.
Nice
and Vampire keeping control
Let
of this
Vampire
high ground.
cook, guys. Let
Vehicle's
Vampire
still
cook.
available for Inco. Putting 2 players in it, that's dangerous. But they got to roll straight over towards Power. They want to sweep through.
What?
This is a
Inco
2-player
push कर रहा है क्या
push. There's a
power
nade in
में?
hand. What are you doing?
चलो, that
Just
is
gonna get
music
lit up.
too.
There's no answer as
Vampire
well.
Esports
And
ears.
Budan
कर
is
लेंगे
just going to
easy
be able
advantage.
to get res. They moved out, and Inco lose a really weird sort of fight. They try to push forwards in the buggy. 2 players completely exposed to high ground. I'm putting a big question mark on that.
They could have just moved so slowly, but instead they just try to full send it with a
Talon,
vehicle
yeah.
and got punished. That is Talon out now, and Vampire are just watching this happen from up top. Beautiful
nice
shot
knock,
though from
babe,
Nenebete.
nice
That
knock.
was huge.
Only 1 player remaining for Inco, and it is Nenebete, able to land that shot. It's gonna be good news. 3 players alive for Vampire, but only 2 active. Power have been biding their time with Inco trying to make that play, and it not really working out. They've been given a lot more of an opportunity here, but Tony K moves forwards into a linchpin position. Vampire have got the res now, and they're playing on the high ground.
इनको बाहर.
Alhaj has the MG3 to
नहीं,
full level 3'd out.
1v3v4.
This man is ready to go. He doesn't have quite a few 7.6 bullets left, but he has a full mag, and that is going to help him out big time. Meanwhile, Nenebete being a thorn in the side of both of these teams.
Oh, I thought that might have just bobbled over, but no, it goes a bit down the hill.
This is stage 8, by the way. This zone's going to go about to nothing.
I think you're right. I think it's going to go pretty close. Tony in the middle for Vampire. And how much more iconic a Vampire style can you get, right? Yesterday, not great. They are starting to ramp up the pace, right? They're gathering their shadows
Dead circle भाई,
around them.
next dead circle.
They are
5 सेकंड में स्टार्ट होने वाला. सबसे
ascending
पहले
for the
Vampire Esports को
shadows
hit
here,
करेगा
right
zone.
at the last moment, right when it counts. And here comes Papa Blue, folks. This is it. The zone is now going to go all the way to the middle. And
9
that is
finishes for
Inco
Vampire.
out. We're down to the final 2 teams. Power have the low ground, but they have an extra player. And 2 knocks. That is how you get it done. Vampire are in trouble.
1 versus 4 for Tony K. He is
Well played, Power. Well played.
pretty good, but I don't know if he's that good. Needs to start out strong with 1, but that's all he'll get. Tony K goes
That's
down.
back-to-back
and
winner
Power
winner chicken dinners
clutch
for
it
Power
out
Esports.
with a chicken dinner. Held on the northeast side. Stopped anyone from moving around.
So
and
not
able
back-to-back.
to clinch
2
it
chicken
in that
निकालना है
home
ये.
ground.
Oh, the crowd goes
Last match
wild. You
इनको
couldn't
करना.
ask for a more clutch moment because this team desperately needed every single point that they could get to make it into the finals and into that top 12. And they just
Local
did it right
audience.
here, right now.
पहली
2
बार
more
दिखाए
matches
हुए
left to
audience
go,
को.
and the last
पहली
matches,
बार.
we don't know what's going to
tournament
happen.
में.
So, I mean, you said that word clutch, and I cannot agree anymore.
Good
That's
job,
how
Power
you do it.
Esports. Good job.
Second chicken dinner
Vampire.
today for Power.
Cozy बहुत
They
खराब था
won.
भाई.
We're not even going to think about that anymore. We're looking at today's games, and they are burning
बता रहा हूँ
bright
मैं।
right now. This is a team that has
सब
surprised
come
us
back कर रहे
before.
bro।
It looks like they're trying to do it again.
सब come back कर रहे।
Absolutely, man. What a performance right there. Beating Vampire on the low ground, not an easy task at all. They hit those
Come back
shots
कर लिया Power
and
ने।
got it done
Qualify हो
right
जाएंगे ये
here.
भी।
So, I mean, a performance like that, we should hopefully see them in the finals. There's still two
All
more
smiles।
matches left to go, and like I said earlier, it's going to come down to the last one.
I think it might just do that
बहुत
with
close
the
जाएगा,
proximity
points
on
table,
these
बहुत
tables,
close।
with the 12-match set that each of these teams are going to be only
ये दुबई का
playing
team है, I
12
think।
matches. It increases that volatility so much, and everything
Osaka
can change.
ruin
on
Falcon
one
gameplay।
play.
Well, speaking of volatility,
Not
right?
really।
Now I'm gonna claim it, right? Nail in the coffin for the
हर
bottom
जगह
four
से पड़ रही
squads
थी
right
Falcons
now.
को।
We're gonna see them in the survival stage. I know it, and I think they
Power
know it
बहुत
as
सही
well.
खेली है।
Here comes the problem, though.
बहुत सही खेली।
You know you're making it to the survival stage. You know you're not gonna make it to the finals. Maybe you decide to say, hey, this team annoyed us. They're the reason why we're here. Let's go hunt them down.
Talon
On the flip side,
निकालेगा। Talon
maybe you want to
they
allow
started
teams that you think are better
the day with 52 points bro। कैसे नहीं निकालेंगे वो? उनको सिर्फ एक 12-13 points चाहिए qualification के लिए। निकाल लेंगे वो।
Therefore, you go against weaker teams that are around that bubble, and you
Power
try
Esports
and
कहाँ
elect
की है?
which teams you
Saudi।
wanna go for, right? So there is that sort of dichotomy depending on how you want to play it, right? And even then, you don't even have to make that.
ये
call.
team
You could just
T2
play
के
for points, just play for
जैसा
as much as you can.
winner
There are still
बनेगा।
ladder-up bonuses, right, for getting
T2
higher
के
places
संदेश
on
वो वाली
the-
team
on
ना?
the group stages. A couple of grand can be the difference between that bottom spot and a couple of points higher. So
Falcons के
still
और
a lot
matches
to
है
play
कि नहीं?
for.
है ना?
We're
और
gonna be
दो
heading to
matches है।
Miramar after the
Next
break.
दो matches। Falcons dinner needed bro। They don't need a dinner, they just need 10 more points, not 10, 7-8 more points in the next two matches। बस choke ना हो next दो matches, कर लेंगे वो qualify। बट आज टॉप का गेम प्ले देख के तो भाई मजा आ गया। डे 2 वीडियो, डे 2 एंड डे 3 दोनों डेज का कंबाइन करके बेस्ट मोमेंट्स वीडियो आएगा, ठीक है? स्टे ट्यून्ड। D plus is not going to finals yet. देखते हैं, it's too early to say. They have 63 points. क्या पता कट ऑफ 62 हो, 70 प्लस कट ऑफ, 70 प्लस पता नहीं, देखते हैं। कितनी टीम सेलेक्ट होंगे लीग मैचेस के लिए? लीग मैचेस के लिए बॉटम 12 जाएंगे, टॉप 12 ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए जाएंगे। Bro, Star Sports is not a small platform, so I think Krafton should allow them to use the BGMI client. I am no one to say what Krafton should do and Krafton should not do, bro. Krafton listens to no one, so let them do what they want, right? Falcons team coordination needs some work. I agree. पता नहीं, थोड़ा चोक सीन लग रहा है टीम का, पता नहीं, ऐसा देख के जज नहीं कर सकते गाइस। बट नर्सेट एडिशन के बाद आज तो अच्छा खेल रहे हैं फैल्कन्स। यू कांट से आज अच्छा खेल रही है, आज टॉप खतरनाक खेल रहा है, इंडिविजुअल डोमिनेशन टॉप का। Why am I getting warning? I am getting Nightbot। अरे Nightbot क्या करता है पता? If you spam a lot of emojis, तुम्हारा मैसेज डिलीट कर देता है Nightbot। ये कैसे ऑफ करूँ मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा है Nightbot सेटिंग्स में। स्पाई भाई BMPS टॉप 3 प्रेडिक्शन पनौती बली, प्रेडिक्शन पनौती बली। भाई BMPS नहीं है वो, BGMS है। प्राइस पोल कार्तिक, प्राइस पोल इसका है 25 करोड़ रुपीस।
Power Esports take home another chicken dinner. Jason Kaplan joined by 7 Worlds Gaming and Kolaris there on the end. And honestly, it's looking like Power, with their 2 wins today, might be able to pull this off. They might be able to qualify.
They may. They have the power. I had to go for it. I'm sorry. We have got ourselves 2 wins in 3 games. And overall, I mean, this one was very well done considering that these teams having to deal with Potato Hill, dealing with the high ground elevation. But for Vampire, as soon as that high ground elevation gets eliminated from the proceedings, they are done.
Power.
That was a big question mark for Vampire. How were they going to be able to react whenever the circle didn't go their way? Because they were going to be able to expose themselves. You end up backfiring, but I mean, still for Vampire, this is great points for this team. And Power, they have done so well today.
अरे भाई कितना इग्नोर कर रहे हो मेरा चैट
ब्रो and now this second
तेरा चैट इग्नोर करने से मेरे को क्या मिलेगा मेरे को बताओ अभी ये दुनिया ना पढ़ लिया
मैंने ended up in 11th place but with at least 6 elements, so it's good to see them being able to get, whenever they don't get placement points, they get those elimination points.
I see another unfortunate finish for them here, only getting themselves 2 points. Mad Bull is getting absolutely destroyed by Mythic, losing all 4 players, and that kind of shows you why you don't rotate all players in one vehicle.
और कितनी matches बाकी
I
है?
really kind of want to see overalls. I don't know if we can jump to it right now because we didn't get to check in with it last game, and I'm curious how have things potentially have shifted up here considering what has gone down.
I can hear.
And we are going to see. No,
Top 1 said see you in global. That means you already know MVP already
plus Kia. Now it's going to be in the second
It is
phase
not
as well,
that easy, bro. But if someone can do it, it's top.
I still feel like Reject should be safe. I really want to look
Bad
at
boy
that second
gaming.
page, though.
Entry अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Because I feel like it's going to be a lot closer.
Thank you, brother.
Now we're not just going to be talking about some of the teams that we're going to Besiktas completely out now. We're waiting for it. Look how D plus currently where they're at. I think D plus.
What do you think, Bad Boy? You think Vampire Esports can win the tournament?
Yeah, for Rejects, I mean, it's going to require quite a few of these teams to have a pretty decent 2 games to knock Reject out from my money. So yeah, it's still D plus that is really facing down the barrel here.
Falcons के पास 60 points है, bro. They just need, I think,
gonna get them
5 more points.
So Power at the moment would
Two
be
matches
able to stop right now.
Easy.
However, they need to go into these Miramars and just pick up some amount of points. They need to be a little bit consistent.
Brute force
but hold on to the amount of points that you're able to get in steadily. One team we did see there that's not in the run, but hold on to
qualified, yes,
some amount of points.
Points table दिख रहा है ना तुम्हें स्क्रीन में.
So
अभी top 12 का चल रहा है 61. But Falcons क्रॉस कर लेगा 61. इनको क्रॉस कर लेगा. TJB maybe not. But I think they will.
Power at the Miramars.
Entry अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
Money makers also, they also can. I think so. Bad Boy Gaming, keep supporting, bro. I think Vampire Esports is an X Factor team. They carry the experience.
But I think overall,
all they need is a momentum.
Miramar's harder to
बस
find
momentum पकड़ेंगे तो भाई,
make that happen
it's
compared
possible.
to an Erangel, right? So.
Spike Mama, Jeevitam, Borga undi aim cheymantav.
But I do want to give us a chance to talk about how Erangel has played out today here for a couple of
Find
teams.
a routine, bro.
Take a look here at Power.
Do something
their first
meaningful.
Day of play up against their second day of play and kind of compare and show
Find
you
a passion.
how big of a step up it was for them.
Work hard.
And what a perfect time to make it happen as well here. Averaging over double the damage, the elimination.
When you don't do anything, you'll feel life is boring. When you do something, life is not boring.
If Power want to qualify.
So do something.
Where was this team? Is this the actual Power?
Mad Bulls करेगी क्या?
वो huge here for
मेरे को तो मुश्किल लग रहा है.
And considering what they've been able to do
वो league stages खेलेंगे.
I do think
उधर से हो जाएंगे.
the
Mad Bulls.
first
They are
win
not a big
from
team.
Erangels was a bit more of a given compared to this second one. They really had to work for this.
It seems like the captain is taking India for
gaining
granted. If this keeps going
Another team
the
that's
same
gaining
way,
traction,
this game will be
Vampire,
dead soon in India.
The defending champions for
देखो
2
dead
years running.
तो नहीं हो रहा
I
है.
just want to see their stats
क्योंकि
as well because they
बताता
didn't do terribly.
Dead इसलिए नहीं होगा क्योंकि there is no
Vampire
other
that we kind of
game.
expected coming into this event.
There is no competition for BGMI.
I felt like with Vampire
In
on
India,
day
there is
one,
no
we just
competition.
felt like they were being a little bit too passive. Now we're starting to
अगर
see
जब
Vampire
competition
take
आएगा
onto
1-2
more
games
fights,
ऐसे
being
आएंगे
able to be
market
a
में
little
जो
bit more
esports में
aggressive
अच्छा कर
too.
रहे.
I mean, we saw what they were able to
तब
do
खतरे
to
में
just
है.
Falcons, and I can't remember what was
तब
the
तक
other.
चलेगा
I
bro.
think
तब
it was
तक
actually Falcons. Whenever Falcons was fighting
कुछ नहीं
between,
होगा.
let me check here,
Dead तो नहीं होगा bro.
money makers
No way.
in a building.
Well, here you go.
Yeah, might be right or not, but overall, I mean, with Vampire, the aggressiveness it has finally come out. It's not just Tony K. We have actually seen some of the other players
खाना खाया क्या Spike भाई मैंने 4 समोसा खाया
see
मैंने
it right there clearly today.
थोड़ा भूख तो लग रहा है
Scenario
मुझे
where they were fortunate that it was
it's okay.
Kagosaka
After the 2
above
matches.
them on Potato Hill in
After-
when they were battling
after
down towards the
PMWC,
south of it.
मैं कुछ
Because
खाना खा के फिर
Kagosaka
BGMS
is
करना
one of the
पड़ेगा
more
मुझे
passive teams in the lobby right now,
भाई
and they were especially being passive because they were only 3 compared to 4. If they'd have peeked over whilst that
Stress.
fight was going on, which they could have absolutely had the ability to do so, that could have been
Sound कम करो
the bell
एक
tolling
second
for
कम करो
Vampire in that
कर
moment.
दिया
But that was not to be. They had no intention of peeking over. Any other team that was a little bit more aggressive could have really put
What the
move.
fuck Vampire versus Vampire अरे हाँ प्रोडक्शन वाले आज समझ रहे हो आज थोड़ा
You guys at home who are watching, make
थोड़ा
sure
पी
now
के आए
on
आज
July 3rd, you are following
यूडो अलायंस के प्लेयर्स दिखा रहे थे बूम स्पोर्ट्स वाले को
do a victory dance, post a video whether it's in game or out of game, and use the hashtag PMWC victory dance. You have a chance to win up to $3,000 in virtual gift cards. But for us, as we just finished talking about Vampires, time to hear from the team themselves.
आई ड्रॉप लगा लो पहले अरे ब्रो आई नीड इट आई डोंट हैव इट
Welcome back to the
I don't have eye
main
drops.
stage in the
Yes, bro.
STC arena, where
Screen
I am
time बहुत
joined
ज़्यादा हो
by
गया
Vampire esports coach. It's of course Sir Tani. What would
ये Vampire का coach है I
be
think
without
this is
us having
Vampire's
a few
coach
chats
right
on stage? Really enjoy.
someone tell me
You okay?
Yeah, I'm so great.
जिनको
Thank
अगर
you so
पता
much.
है
Nice. Right, coming into this tournament, you're 2-time mid-season champions already. Lots of confidence coming here. But
He's
do you feel
been
like
with
yesterday
Vampire
you
for a
might have
very
been
very long time.
overconfident?
So ये
Yeah,
coach
because,
coach या owner पता
we know
नहीं
we
owners
are
तो नहीं
the
आते
former
usually
champion
stage के
before,
ऊपर
so we came here, it's just like a home. We will do our best, but yeah, yesterday is really
I think
complicated. And
I'm
it's
I'm
really
thinking
hard
he's
for
the
us, so
manager
yeah.
or
A
coach
bit of complications.
of Vampire
right? Well, we
Esports.
spoke earlier today, and you mentioned.
Do you play
that,
Sea of
you know,
COC?
you might be able to switch things up a
No,
bit,
bro, I
maybe even
don't.
switch a few drop locations as well. Why
एक
is that?
सिमिलर गेम हुआ करता था
So,
COC जैसा
for us, it's today
वो
is
खेला
only
था मैंने
the
काफी
cash,
लंबा
so
टाइम तक
the
उस
whole
गेम का नाम है
the first important thing is our point, so we don't want
कैसल
to
क्लैश
drop carry the
कैसल
whistle,
क्लैश
so
बोल
yeah,
के एक
we
गेम
will-
है
We find some the good
वो
drops
खेला
that are
मैंने
available for us,
बहुत
so
ज़्यादा
yeah, we
खेला
share
मैंने
it.
वो गेम
And also some roots, some
बहुत पैसे भी खर्च
how
किया मैंने उस
we
गेम
play,
के
the
अंदर
timing, everything is shared today.
I'm not sure
Okay,
how
well,
many of you are
speaking
familiar
today,
with that
speaking of
game
points, you managed to secure high points in that final Erangel map.
Coach है, I thought so,
You
I
can
thought
rest
so.
a little bit. You're currently in 11th place with 62 points, okay? You're still not quite safe. You're only 1 point ahead of Power Esports right now. 2 more maps remain on Miramar.
Top was
You
the
feel like
only
you can do it.
PMGC
Yeah, I
MVP
feel
for
like
3
we can do it,
consecutive
but
years
just only the main hand
bro
and the consistency,
top is
because,
always नाम का काम है bro
I
उसका
have to say we are
हमेशा
not
रहता है
playing
top
the
पे
same
वो
match, but I expect to focus for more like a 75 point.
इंटरनेशनल का
75
कब
points,
का
that's what we're
वॉच
aiming for.
पार्टी
Sir Tani,
करो
it's always amazing to
स्पाइक
speak
बाय
with you. Thank you so much
इंटरनेशनल
for
का
joining me on the main
सबका
stage.
वॉच
Best of luck
पार्टी
to
करो
Vampire Esports for the rest of today. Hopefully we'll see
देखता हूँ
you in
भाई
the tournament. But for now, let's go back to the studio.
इट इज नॉट इजी
Day
तुम लोग को
3
लगता है
of
वॉच
group
पार्टी
stage.
इजी है बट 5-6 घंटे बैठ के नॉन स्टॉप ऐसा बात करना विद द सेम एनर्जी इट इज नॉट इजी पता मैं तो लाइक 1 सेकंड भी ब्रेक नहीं लेता हूँ मैं एटलीस्ट कास्टर्स व्हेन दे डू कास्टिंग आफ्टर एवरी मैच दे गो चिल आउट फॉर 20-30 minutes but I'm doing live streaming right
Absolutely. D+.
So I can't
obviously not playing
I can't
today,
chill out if I chill out
points,
public
right?
सब भाग
So
जाएंगे
it's going to be
बट ये तो चुप बैठा है
quite
बोल के
interesting to see who's going to start to
समझ रहे हो I have to be
down those
constantly
tables.
engaging
Big
ओए मैच
Four's
स्टार्ट हो गया
getting surpassed now,
मैं बिना हेडफोन देखूंगा ये
down
मैच
in
थोड़ा ज्यादा
17th place. It is
कान दर्द हो रहा है मेरे
starting to
को
see teams drop below that margin. I think also Besiktas have dropped out of the top.
I love
12
esports but
from
parents
their
want
group.
me
For
to
Group
get a
Red,
job
those are the teams
what
we're
I
gonna
say to
start
them
see tumbling down the
get a
table
job
over the
यार
course of these next 2 matches.
if they
And it's going
listen to your
be
parents
pretty brutal. But you know what you need?
you
when
want to
it's
get into
brutal,
esports
what's
मतलब
the
आपने
best
अभी तक
equipment?
start
With
भी नहीं
dual
किया you don't
gaming
have any
chipsets and 144 hertz AMOLED screens.
you don't have any plan with your
Pro-equipped
esports
teams with up to 120
so you
FPS.
should sit down
So the first
be
match
very
is
honest with yourself
offering esports level performances and visually
क्या
stunning
तुम सही में कुछ कर
experiences
पाओगे
in the
esports में
2024
ये सब क्वेश्चंस खुद के लिए पूछो उसके बाद करो यार बता रहा हूँ मैं if you want to get into esports अभी तक मुझे नहीं पता तो आप कौन हो तो भाई
as we get into
go
the
for the
last
job
2 matches of the
there is too
day
much
and
competition
of the group
job
stage
छोड़
right
के
here.
esports में
$1 million
घुसना
gonna be
is like
split
risking your
amongst these
career
squads at the end of these 2 matches here.
I do not recommend that
Let's just see who's
I do
gonna
not
get that big money. Honestly, at this point, trying to catch Alliance, I think it's gonna be just a little bit too hard for this lobby. They did so well their first 2 days, but you know what? you could definitely see some squads surpassing some of the others. You got like
Spike तो पहले evil में था ना कप्तान किधर है? नहीं पता bro.
Xavier, maybe even
No idea where
Morgan
captain
B.
is.
If they do really well in these next two matches, they do have El Pulso. They did get a plane drop at least towards their area, so they're going to be looted up to the teeth. But they're going to have to get moving here very, very quickly, as it looks like we have a nice
Los Leones circle. My favorite circle. If you know, you know.
Sort of centering over towards Los Leones. Are we going to have an urban finish? I feel like that would be so cruel for a lot of these teams, right? Generally, when you go to those urban environments, it just gets so chaotic, and predicting it, even in like stage 7, becomes pretty close to impossible, right? Unless there's like just some wild, completely dominant position, but very, very unlikely to happen. I'd be interested to see how that would unfold, but I don't really want to see it, because I feel like I really want these teams to have a fair shout in towards the last of their matches, right? This match, next match, the only 2 times they're going to have to put on the board to jump up towards those 12th places.
Oh, yes, they do. And I'll tell you what, Power Esports now have jumped right there to that 12th place position. So they've just reached that cutoff, but they got a lot of teams that are going to be hunting them down. You got Team Falcons, 1 point separation. Inco Gaming, 2 point separation. And then TJB just only a few more points down from that. So the job is not done yet, but Power with that last game, they have definitely put themselves in the running.
Yeah, absolutely. Alpha 7 right now, the only team that's jumped over where I sort of think that bubble's going to be. And even then, they are not out of the woods, right? The fact that we've got
Spike is a BCA student. BCA क्या होता है?
All of these teams are still
What is
chasing
BCA?
that position makes me think that the bubble might be just
I don't know
a
what
little
BCA
lower,
is.
right? Because you're not going to see all of these teams have a super strong performance. If you can see the bulk of them getting towards 6 points in this match, that's when it's going to start to jump up towards that low 70s mark. And it's going to be really interesting to see.
Let the fight begin यार पता नहीं टीम थोड़ा समझ रहे हो अर्ली फाइट्स प्रीफर नहीं कर रहे कोई बात नहीं मिरामार पहला मैच है तो थोड़ा स्लो स्टार्ट ही होगा अगला मिरामार में होगा बूम बम साउंड नहीं आ रहा क्या साउंड बड़ा हो गया
very unlikely.
It's over.
It's over for their group stages. They will get through to the survival stage.
That's correct.
Bachelor
if
of
they don't make
Computer
it up into
Application.
12th place, which for all intents and purposes
No,
they
वो नहीं
already
हूँ मैं.
haven't.
I have a master's
We are
degree.
going to have to see what they can pull out the bag
Masters in
in those
computer
next
science.
stages, right? We're going to be starting to cut teams down for Boom, for Mad Bulls, for
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
देखकर मजा आ गया डे 2 में
where this match could
भाई
come out of the running.
Yeah, definitely
उसका
could.
तो
And you know what? For those 4 bottom teams,
उस मैच का तो
you
फैन
never
हूँ
know
भाई
what they're going to do right here now. And sometimes
Crazy match.
when they're at this stage, a lot of squads
Every
start
esports
going
player
crazy
should
because
watch
there's no
that
more
match.
nerves, right? They know that, hey, there's no
कि क्या
chance we
कर
have
दिया
of making it. They
लियोन
finally
ने
start playing
उस
their
match
game
में.
and start disrupting all the teams above them. So, you know, it's always good to keep an eye on those squads for sure. But I do agree. You know, Boom Esports,
भाई कितनी
Mad
बार
Bulls,
पूछ चुका हूँ
even Money
बता दे
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
RRQ कब का डिसबैंड हो गया ब्रो RRQ is no longer the same RRQ that you remember
at this
D2
point.
E वाला
Boom Esports 46 points right now.
BGMS
Power
क्या
Esports
दुश्मनी है
is at
Spike
that
B.
cutoff line with
BGMS क्या
61. What do you feel
दुश्मनी
Boom
है
Esports
Spike
needs
B.
to do right
समझा
here
नहीं,
now, or what do you feel needs to
सोलू, अमन,
happen
वाइटी.
if they want to have a chance of making it into the finals?
समझा
I
नहीं
mean,
तुम्हारा
you
क्या
just
क्या
need
बोलना
at least
चाहते हो
double digits on the match, right? And I think that bubble in
Are you
general,
talking
I'm
about the
still thinking it's
permission
going to
वाला?
be low 70s. So
समझ
for
नहीं आ रहा
Boom,
मुझे
they have a real big task ahead of them. I'm looking at them needing potentially
भाई
15
भाई हम
points a match
BCA
to be
वालों को क्यों
secure
तोड़ा भाई मैं
into
तुम
this
लोगों को
one.
कहाँ
That
तोड़ा
would
मैंने
give
बस
them
मेरा
30
बोल
more
रहा हूँ
points,
मैं
put them on 76, right? That's around where
कोई बोला था
Satani
कि
said
भाई
he wanted
Spike
Vampire to end, and they're on 62
has
points
done
already.
BCA ऐसे
So
कुछ बोला
that
उसने
sort of puts into
मैंने
perspective
BCA नहीं
just
किया बोल
how
के बोला
much
मैंने
of a chase Boom have, how much Mad Bulls have, and Moneymakers as well. They are really
India
on
versus
their last
CS
chance,
is
and they need
happening
2
after
consecutive
BMPS
absolute
confirm.
bangers
I know brother I
or
know
1 gigabanger.
That's right. Yeah, a gigabanger, and we haven't seen it happen so far from them. So it's
चलो
going to be absolutely
now let's
crazy
talk about
to
कौन से
watch. And you
teams
can see
qualify नहीं
Power
होने वाला है
Esports, they had
DRX
a banger of a match
नहीं
in
होने
the
वाला है
last one, right when they
NRX
needed it. So
नहीं
they're
होने
going to
वाला
have
है
a little bit more
आरामे
room
ब्रो
to
नहीं होने
breathe,
वाला है
but jobs
कैग
definitely not
ओसाका
done yet. They
नहीं
just
होने
need
वाला
2
है ये
consistent
4 तो
games
कंफर्म
with
है पक्की
something
बात
on
है
the
नहीं होने
board.
वाला है
Just can't go out
Boom.
early if you're Power. Meanwhile, you have
बूम से
Vampire.
लेके
They're right there as well. None of these teams can afford to put
Power
up a 0
Esports
point
तक
game.
Power Esports से बूम से
But, you know,
लेके
Alpha 7, they have
TJB
73
तक
points. They should
जो
feel
भी chicken
pretty
निकालेगा
comfortable here. You can see for
वो
those of you guys
qualify
that
होगा
can possibly
और
see that map,
consistent
they're
top
just
5 top 2 2 मैचेस आएंगे तो क्वालीफाई
all
होगा.
the way through the edge down south.
TJP
nice
के ऊपर
and
जितने भी
safe.
टीम्स है वो सारे क्वालीफाइड
So
है.
they're going to definitely be in the mix here soon.
TJP के ऊपर सारे
I don't
क्वालीफाई हो
think it's
जाएंगे.
worth it for Alpha 7 to try and burst out towards those top spots when it's still
Hopefully TJP
so
भी qualify हो
volatile for
जाए.
them to actually be
एंट्री
confirmed.
अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
BGMS का
Final
स्ट्रीम
stage.
ना
They just got to play their game.
They've just got to play the game. If you can
ना
get sort of
करके क्या
3, 4, 5
देख
points
रहे
on
हो.
both of these next 2 matches,
इंडिया
that is
इंडिया
going
का
to
देखो
see you
रिएक्शन
safe
पे लो.
in towards those
मुझे पता है
finals.
इंडिया
But then
में ही
again,
ज्यादा व्यूज आते हैं
that's
मेरे को.
that's my opinion, right?
But
I am
मेरा
not
मन
Alpha
कर रहा है
7,
कि मैं ये
but
करूँ
these
यार.
guys
It's World
have
Cup.
the passion for this game.
हमारे इंडिया में
is
tournaments होते
very-
रहते हैं.
almost unparalleled.
Yeah, if
बाद
I
में भी
were
cover कर
Alpha
सकता हूँ
7
मैं
right
वो.
now,
This is World
I
Cup.
would put it in my mind
मेरे को
that we're in.
मेरे को लगता है कि भाई ये ज्यादा क्वालिटी कंटेंट है मेरे ऑडियंस
because
के
in
लिए
my
जो
opinion,
e-sports एक्चुअली
Alpha
पसंद
7,
करते
their
हैं.
biggest struggle is
So
themselves.
I chose to
You know,
do
I
this.
talked to Jax, their manager,
Simple सी
and he
बात.
said exactly that. You know, we
बाकी
are our
BGMS
own
का मैं
worst
videos
enemies, and
परमिशन के लिए
I would
पूछा
try
मैंने.
to
परमिशन
emulate
कल
that
रात
in
को
my
मिला
brain
मेरे को.
right now. Like, oh, you know what?
So
We're
आज से मैं
just
करूँगा.
moment.
After the stream
we
I'm
have
going
to go
to
crazy.
take
Otherwise,
a
we're not
break
going
of
to make it to
20
the
minutes and
finals.
then I'm going
So
to
that
sit
way they can try to
for
work through those
BGMS.
nerves, because that's their only problem
Definitely
here.
bro, if I do
So wanna
BGMS
see
मेरे को
some
ज़्यादा
signs of
views
life
आते
for
हैं,
Alpha
ज़्यादा
7 these
engagement
last two
आता है मेरे को.
matches to give me a little bit more confidence for
But-
them come finals time.
That's what we're looking for. I mean,
This
a
is
lot
more
of
quality
people will have
content in my
predicted
opinion.
Alpha 7 to be
उधर
winners
ड्रामा
of this
ज़्यादा रहता है
tournament.
बे
I know
BGMS में.
You got 7 over on the,
दो दिन
on
से
the
मैं
desk
नहीं
as
देखा.
one of
All
the
I hear
biggest
is drama.
fans coming from the Americas
ये
region.
join नहीं
And
किया, ये
to be
3
honest,
man खेल रहे, वो 3 man
put
खेल रहे,
Vampires
fan
in my
favorite
prediction to win.
teams.
That was
वो team.
primarily because they're back-to-back
E-sports
defending
है कि क्या है?
champions.
Big Boss बन गया उधर.
But I think if I'm being honest, I think Alpha 7
Game
did have
कम,
coming into
drama
this
ज़्यादा.
tournament the best chance of winning it. Given Alliance and Tiamba's performance, though, it's kind of putting question marks as to
Sorry
what's
for
going
being
on
too
in this
honest.
lobby. And I'm really interested to see how that's going to develop moving forwards. Very likely that we see Alpha 7 making their way in to take them on in those final stages. And we, again, on the flip side, we talked about teams that it's very unlikely they're going to make it. Teams are starting to get like really quite solidly confirmed to be getting through to those finals. Obviously, Alliance, Tiamba, but also 4MB
Pure Lost
and
Leones
DXavier,
circle. अरे
right?
बाप रे
Looking
बाप.
pretty healthy, but what a shift on the circle.
Bhai,
One Southeast,
2 more frags and top will
Leones in
be
on
the top
northwest
player
side and
of
keeps
this
Puerto Paraíso in.
stage.
Oh my goodness, this is a perfect zone shift for a team like Alpha 7. And we're starting to see some shots ringing out just due to this crazy one. Moneymakers currently sitting at 18th place. They're one of the teams that desperately need points here. They got to be able to hold it against TJP. Both these teams need that, and
instant trade.
both of them go down.
But कहाँ से
And
मारा
actually,
उसने?
that is Moneymakers out of there.
When I said
Flower H
this
ने
was
1v3 किया
potentially
अबे
their last
Moneymakers
chance
को.
and they're going to get cut. Now it is up to the Gigabanger final map, isn't it? And you do
And
not
he's
want
gonna
to
get
be
ripped.
there. They still have the chance, though. We'll see if
Nice.
they'll be able to
It's
tune
about
back
time,
in with them
TJP.
next
It's
time
about
around.
time.
Talon close to the remnants of TJP, and so that could be the end of their match as well.
Nice,
Meanwhile, down in the rest of the thick of it, it is Power starting to flip those switches again.
सच तो नहीं बोलना था Spike भाई. Bro,
I could already hear the crowd starting to go nuts as soon as they saw that knock from their hometown
बहुत
heroes.
silent रहता है यार, but कभी-कभी निकल
this is
जाती है.
DRX know that they're down and out. They have zero
मेरे को
chance
लगता है
of
कि भाई
making it
मेरी
into the finals. So
just
if
because
you're
they're
gonna
true
push a
doesn't mean you
team,
have to say it,
that's
right?
one that you should really want to go ahead and press the issue on.
I believe कि
TJP still
कभी-कभी
being suppressed out in the blue up the north side,
तुम्हें
northwest of
पता है क्या
Hacienda.
चल रहा है,
A
but
nice
फिर भी
answer, though,
चुप
from
रहना ही
Longs
सही
with a
है.
long shot over
Because
to Linus.
सच बोलने से
Able to
काफी
hit
बंदों का
that
feelings
headshot
hurt
as
होते
well.
हैं. इसलिए मैंने बोलता नहीं हूँ मैं. But अभी निकल गया. इसलिए मैं बोल
Looks
रहा
like
हूँ
they are
sorry
going
for
to go
being
for it.
honest.
They're going to have to pick up, and I don't think they want to stay here now. But in comes
इंडिया
the
में बहुत
rollover.
जल्दी हट जाता है
TJP
लोग.
pushing up to this.
For
They
being
might be
honest,
able to pick up 2 points now.
honesty को उतना
Pure
credit नहीं
Linux
मिलता है.
both do get up, but there is
जो
just
मक्कन
a
मलाई लगाते हैं
hail
ना,
of bullets
उनके लिए
rolling down
उनको
the
ज़्यादा
hill.
credit
And now
मिलता
it's
है.
up to Axel to try and put the pieces back together. They've got Misery still in the fray, but you can see he's quite far away. Getting closer and closer, though. Can he have an impact?
Flower's going to see those nades coming from a mile away, so he's going to have to land it
Beautiful
perfectly.
nade, babe, beautiful
He
nade.
didn't see that one coming. Axel with
Misery.
the beautiful nade. Got to
1v1.
another play here for his team. Talon currently sitting in 6th place.
मिल गया
TJP
पीछे
are the
से.
ones that desperately need
Well
those
played,
points,
Talon
and
Esports.
they are
भाई
out
TJP का
of
टाइम आ
there.
चुका है.
Talon able to snaffle
TJP
it
का
away.
56 points है ना,
74
आखिरी
now, and
match.
today's leaders
Next
on the
match में
tournament
उनको चाहिए
tables.
at least-
That is great news for the team
At
of
least 9
Talon.
or 10
and
points.
It is a great
It's a do or die
result.
match for
Another
TJP
team
next.
pushing up and over,
Moneymakers तो गया.
looking better to get towards those finals. The team from Indonesia.
Chicken पे ही qualify होंगे वो.
Heads up play from Talon right there. They wanted to make sure they secured their slot to the finals. And honestly, with
Bro,
that
your
squad
audience
line,
is educated, not like
BGMI
BGMI Chapri
Power
fans. They are
Esports, though,
literally clowns.
their ticket isn't punched just yet. They need to win this fight with DRX.
No, I have
They
both.
unfortunately
I
lost
have
a
good
player
audience.
in this
मुझे पता
fight.
है वो. मैं
That
बहुत
is
पहले से
definitely
ही.
going to hurt them here as the blue
मैं
zone
जानता
is
हूँ.
now starting to pass
मैं
them
कभी
up.
उतना target भी नहीं किया
Leon
मैंने.
is difficult to navigate when you've got
मेरे
that
को
close
ऐसी ही
range
audience चाहिए
threat.
बोल के.
And
But
it's
somehow
exactly the difficulty
मेरा
that's
content
facing
उन्हीं को
DRX
attract किया
and
जो
Power.
actually
But
समझदार
only
है.
2 players remain now for DRX. 4 nades in hand. Maybe
Actually,
able to
like,
do something. Pops a molly.
blessed with
Plays,
good audience.
forces players
इसलिए मेरे को
off
live
that
stream पे
close
पता
range
मेरा
on the top
moderators भी
floor,
उतना
but
active नहीं
are
रहते.
really gonna have an
But फिर भी मेरे
impact.
chat
And
में
again,
बकचोदी नहीं
puts
चलता
it
पता.
into the middle. Plays it
एक
back.
random बंदा
They
के
try to
गाली
create
लिखना.
space here, allow
Threat
his
देना
teammate to
मुझे.
get
कोई नहीं
through
आता मेरे chat में ऐसा.
so that they can play a
क्योंकि
1-2
वैसे
punch,
लोग को
maybe
पसंद ही
even
नहीं आता
breach
मेरा
the building.
content.
Power yet to disengage from
It's
this.
a
They have
win.
3 players alive.
It's a win-win for me.
They're going to have to disengage here eventually.
Even
or
for
just
my
start
audience.
Pushing it. I'm surprised they're being so passive here. And this just could be the fact that, you know, they're in that cusp. They're right there on the leaderboards in that 12th place position. I think we're starting to see the nerves start to ring out for this team.
It's pretty tricky to look to get out of this one if you aren't fully aware of the enemy team's locations, but the nades are starting to come through, and Power
एक
could
moderator
really
नहीं है
start
हमारा
to
chat में,
suffer
just
here.
saying.
It's
3
only
दिन से
gonna get
stream कर
worse
रहा हूँ
and
मैं.
worse. Once the zone
2
hits,
लाख, 1
it's gonna
लाख,
tick
1.5
harder
लाख
and
लोग देख रहे हैं
harder.
अपने को.
And Power
Zero
wanna get out of there.
toxic,
They
zero
need to
toxicity
get
in
out
our
of
chat.
there. That campaign is not over. 2 chicken dinners not enough.
कोई
to
विश्वास
secure
नहीं
the
करेगा
deal.
bro.
It definitely is. And Power
Yeah,
have to make
BGMI
a decision
creator
here. They have to push.
Live
They
stream
cannot
करता
just
है.
wait because,
Toxicity
like you
नहीं है
mentioned,
chat
that
में.
blue zone
How
is
is it
starting to
possible?
tick, and it's starting to tick
How
hard
is
right
it
now,
possible?
especially once it fully closes and we hit stage 4. Let's see how they decide to play it. I am so shocked right now that we're seeing Power just completely turtle up. They got to move.
They've got to get out of there, but instead, over they go. Pops the shot, and that's going to give the game away. They're in the building, steps out, and that's the first knock going over.
Huge.
Easy, able to pick it up, and that is indeed huge. Power might just be able to win this fight off the back of it. They should know that the players upstairs, and DRX sat at the bottom of the table, sat on the top floor above Power. They've got 3 players to
चलो
deal
guys,
with.
now let's
Just
jump into the
gonna be
game.
Too much, I
बहुत हो
fear.
गया. Personal talks बहुत
You
हो गया.
can't be pushing a building by yourself right now. I'm so shocked that they're even doing that.
14
It's
team
so
survive कर
risky.
रहा है.
If you get knocked, you're getting thirsted 100%. So all the entire
A very
Power squad
crucial match
need to just full send it
for
onto this
Boom
last player.
Esports
Get every
and
single
Mad Bulls
person,
if they
run
want to
in
qualify.
and take them out. You got to get moving here.
Can they do it or
because
not? देखते
The
हैं.
zone is starting to really chunk away at you, and there's hardly any spots available.
Know where he is exactly, but
भाई
they are
पावर
just
ने
not
क्या
fully
comeback किया
committed
अभी
to it.
2
The
chicken
time
मार
is
के
starting to burn.
64
The
points है उनके पास. They're
almost
qualified.
down. No wick left, and that's
With
what
this
they
kill,
need.
they're qualified.
Easy,
Power
able
easy ने
to
1v3
seal it
किया.
with the DBS. Now, can they move away? Who's
Wow.
this? There's someone else
DRX को
moving
1v3
through,
किया
Los
उसने.
Leones. It's Talon. They were dealing with TJP
आज
up in
Power
the
ने
north
अपना
and finally
power दिखाया
They made
bro.
their way towards the circle. They divert
Power
away
ने
from
अपना
that
power
fight. They
दिखाया.
just want to get in.
So late to the party, and I think that is exactly right. Talon
ये
just
Flower
wanted
Edge का
to
1v3
get
क्या?
in
Nice.
to the finals, and that finish right there will work for
बहुत प्यारा
them.
खेला
So
इसने.
now they are late to the party. They're going to pass up Power Esports.
See you in the league
And-
stages,
Oh,
TJP.
actually getting mighty close.
Oh dear.
Some shots are starting to ring out, and I think that is one of the players from Talon getting knocked off the back of that buggy.
That's yeah,
Your
Axel.
content has no abusive words.
Going
That's
to
the
lose his
best part.
passenger, and
Thank you,
Power
brother. Thank you.
will be able to heal everyone up. Do they have the meds to sustain a push in? Because that northwest side is looking a little bit hairy right now. Talon get ahead of it, but you can
क्या
see
लगता है
they're
boys,
getting
कौन
shots out
निकालेगा
by
इस match
Mythic,
में?
by Team Liquid as well from their longhouse high ground, and a knock over towards
दो
Misery.
टीम से
Now
जिनको
there's an opening
बहुत
potentially for Power to
benefit
move
मिलेगा
through,
अगर वो
and they could
निकालेंगे
go on
तो
the
वो
north
है
side of Team Liquid.
Mad Bulls and
As the
Boom
attention is drawn
Esports.
south, they shimmy on in and potentially
बाकी
get a
कोई भी
good
निकालेगा
spot
तो फर्क
against
नहीं
Team
पड़ता, to
Liquid
be
because
honest.
they're gonna have to move further through. Neither team can stay
बाकी
where they
किसी
are
को
in the
फर्क नहीं
next
पड़ता.
circle.
सिर्फ ये दो टीम्स को फर्क
Fortunate
पड़ेगा.
rotation for Power, not to mention 5 eliminations. This is
Chicken.
exactly what they needed to do to secure that top 12 position. Team Liquid right there in 10th. You know, they're looking to put
It's
some
going
points on the
too
board
close.
as well.
Yeah.
And
बहुत close रहेगा
meanwhile,
bro.
you got a lot of squads
I will
still
not be surprised
available
अगर
here
दो
that
teams का
need
same
a big
points है.
game. I'm looking
But
at
winner
Mad Bulls,
chicken dinners की
Boom
वजह से
Esports,
qualify हुआ.
even Inco
And
Gaming
एक team
Falcons
without
need
winner
to start
chicken dinners
popping
के
off
बोल
here
के
as
ना
well.
qualify रहना.
It is
ऐसा भी
all
हो
about
सकता है.
those inches to add to your tally, right? It is all about
Power is
getting
qualified.
those single
Power qualified.
eliminations,
Right.
crawling your way through this quagmire that is the group stage.
Oh, every inch counts. John.
Team
Absolutely.
Liquid भी
Every
qualified
inch
है.
counts, and every point counts right
Talent
here.
qualified है,
It's
Alpha
gonna
7
be
qualified
so close here. There's only one match remaining. Mafioso busting out the mini, looking to try and pass up some of these teams on the leaderboards.
Vampire का लग रहा है. मैं
Starting
चिकन
to
की
move
बात
as
नहीं कर
well
रहा हूँ.
top, just trying to
I'm
get a little bit
talking
of
about-
information. You can see him on that buggy circling around.
हाँ चिकन की
These
बात
players
कर रहा
gotta
actually.
stay
Yeah,
calm
चिकन
here.
कौन निकालेगा?
And
Vampire
there's a lot
निकालेगा,
of
okay.
pressure. Your tournament life is on the line.
अबे आईसी मर गया यार.
But you want to make sure
ये
that you make it to that
Falcons
next
में ना
stage. And
टॉप
you're
को
gonna
छोड़ के
do
बाकी
it by
तीन में
just
कोई ना कोई
working
मर ही जाता है
together as
भाई.
a squad and pushing one team at a time. But silly
dear.
rotations like that, you're going to get punished.
Rame Bro have them dead to rights, but the sprays just aren't connecting. The vehicle's eating most of that damage, which is
Action
pretty
भी पकड़ा गया,
damaging
लो.
towards the Falcons' rotations right and now.
Nurse
Nurse
भी
goes
पकड़ा
down.
गया, लो.
Top might just be the last holdout for them. And the Falcons on one player, they're right on the northern
Oi,
side.
Harame Bros
They
are
managed to
pushing.
get dead central, but he's not going to give up without a fight
Action
now.
मेरे भाई.
Top has the nade.
निकलो.
Looking to cook it up towards Jappy. As over behind the vehicle, he's got cover. The smoke is there to stop Top from getting sprayed down from the high ground, but that's only going to last so long. Spray's coming in. I think that's
एक
from
तो
Boom
kill
across the
निकालेगा,
way.
बता रहा हूँ
It's a
मैं.
third party.
एक kill तो
Jappy
निकालेगा ही निकालेगा.
going
बता रहा हूँ
for the
मैं.
trade, but Top able to do it.
बोला मैंने.
It's going to be able to
बोला मैंने, एक kill तो निकालेगा ही निकालेगा. Bro,
And with
it's
the
top.
bumper, they bust
It's
his
top,
left,
bro,
and
it's
it's
top.
Falcons to fall.
He was able to get at least 1 point, but now you got Boom
चलो एक
Esports
point
on the
तो
other
एक-
side,
एक point
starting
तो
to
मिला कम से
pressure
कम.
Harami Bro here.
What? नहीं मिला
Shots
क्या?
are ringing out
Zero
from
दिखा रहा है
all
right में.
over the place. Man, a little bit of a lazy rotation there.
Wait
for
a
Falcons,
second.
And they got punished for it. It's going to
Confirm
come down
नहीं
to the
किया क्या वो?
last match
Top?
for them. They're going to have to pull out a miracle game if they want to make it to the finals. Meanwhile,
I thought he confirmed,
Harami
right?
Bro,
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
30 points. They need a
World Cup
monster
नहीं
game.
देखना,
And 2 eliminations so
trophy
far.
देखना.
1 player down. It's not looking good.
Mundo Gaming bro, thank you for the 40
Not
bro.
a happy couple of
नहीं मिला
buddies,
kill.
those lot.
Shit यार.
Unfortunately,
किसको मिला वो
Team
kill?
Liquid looking to continue their chase, keep up the pace.
Kill
67
चोरी.
points right now, and they're in a pretty solid spot. Again,
But देखा
very
उसका
few teams
खून
actually confirmed to be
भाई,
in on this one.
टॉप का खून के अंदर है bro वो fragging
Getting
वाला.
knocked there. Alula IHC demo.
Just
Gonna
imagine
go ahead and
Top was
start
born
off
in
with a
India.
Nice elimination.
Just imagine if
but here
Top was
comes
born
Boom
in India.
Esports starting
He
to
would
put
be the
that
biggest star,
pressure
bro.
onto
बता रहा हूँ मैं.
Harami Bro. I believe it's only 1 up left for them. A great push by Boom to get some very necessary points, and that's going to be 6 to their total.
Excellent start to their second to last game right now. Their Miramar campaign going well.
Bro,
That puts
Falcons
them
का
up
थोड़ा
with
dicey लग
52
रहा है
points.
मुझे.
They still have more to do.
They got 0 points
Looking
from
at
this
the
match.
circle, it's a hard northwest
अगला
shift.
match में भी
Vampire
अंडा
right
मिलेगा
now
तो भाई
in a
लग जाएगा
really
Falcons का.
strong spot. The compound on that southwest corner of the flat that sits on their north side is going to be a lifeline. Tony K up on the higher ground that sits to the northwest of it. They need to control Inco, but once they do, it is great news for them. Very few positions stronger than that.
I want BGMS series.
Power
कल
Esports,
आएगा
you see
bro
the Crew
BGMS का
sitting in
video.
10th place
Stay
with those
tuned.
5 eliminations. Looking really good here, but they still
After
need
this
to
stream
do a
मैं
little
बैठ के
bit
करूँगा.
more. Vampire Esports need to start putting that pressure because they're right there on that cutoff. They're sitting in 12th right now. No eliminations. You can see them playing this very, very calculated.
Absolutely. And Satani said 75
Imagine
points their goal,
Johnny in
right?
Falcons.
If they're going to split that between the two games,
नहीं
they
Indian
need
players को उधर
8
imagine मत
points
करो भाई.
to be able
ये
to get-
players को India में
Is that
imagine
right?
करो.
No, they need more than that.
You know what? I
They
think
need
they'll take it,
8 and
though.
5. They need 13 points, right? So you split it, 7 and 6. Which is this going to be? You want to get as many of them in this match right now. When you have a central position, when you have a strong
Oi,
position,
oi, oi, oi,
controlling
oi.
Inco was
Nice
always
one,
the
Tony.
thing that was going to ruin them. But if they could do it, they
Mill
have
जाएगा.
a beautiful position on this northwest side. They can control from that high ground. Everything looks pretty downhill from where they sit.
Meanwhile, Team Liquid are now starting to feel that pressure. Mythic is knocked. Alula IHC on the gun. Oh, but Chief with a nice little stiff arm there on the Godless. He's going to get that confirmation. He's going to have to start hitting the deck, though. Actually, I might be looking for a vehicle and get on the move here.
Alolex IHC
इस सर्किल
from
के
the
बाद
south
बताऊंगा मैं
edge
कौन
right
निकालेगा
now.
मैंने बिना chicken dinner.
73 points. Another team looking to try and jump up towards that 80-point barrier.
When I
This
see
seems
Alpha
fairly
7,
safe into
And
those
when I see they are
finals already.
4-man strong, my
have a lot
answer
more to
always
do
is
and
Alpha 7 bro.
Defending their global
That's how my brain
dominance
works.
from
बता रहा हूँ
PMGC
मैं.
is what they are thinking about right now.
वो जोन के अंदर
It's all
है
about
नहीं
squeaking
है
their way through the door.
फर्क नहीं
That's
पड़ता
right.
मेरे
With
मुंह
those
से Alpha
4
7 ही
eliminations, I
निकलेगा.
think that could have just done it for them, especially considering how these
So the
other
answer is
teams are
Alpha
playing.
7, bro.
Team Falcons out is going to leave it down
फर्क
to
नहीं
the last
पड़ता वो
match
लोग
for them.
निकालेंगे नहीं
Vampire
निकालेंगे
are
मेरा
still
सपोर्ट तो
up
Alpha
with
7
all
की ही रहेगा.
4 in a really
I
solid
want them to
position
lift
for
the
this next
trophy
zone.
this
We're going to
time.
have to really see where this circle goes, and a lot of these teams could really use a blessing right now.
This 2-2 split for Vampire looks strong, but Alpha 7 are going to challenge the south side. Nuzi, Chouette, both going to try and hold it, and Inco are going to suffer because of it. Revo now with the challenge. Has got that pump action.
Nice one, Revo.
Nuzi goes down, flushed quickly. There's an answer though. There's the knock in response. That came through from Stone in the vehicle, but Schweppes is now down as well. And there's only 2 players for Vampire. They're getting dismounted. Alpha 7 Summit, there was no backup. McGrellan.
Nice knock by Marglin.
And the south side hold for Vampire crumbles.
Stone getting caught with a nade in his hand. McGrellan's trying to go for the res here, but
Tony
his
K
teammate's moving just a little bit too much. But here comes Tony K, the last player up for Vampire Esports. They need this fight to win. Alpha 7 pretty much confirmed here to make it to the finals. Vampire, not so much. And they are allowing
nice knock.
Helps give them just a couple more precious seconds to last in this match.
Alpha 7 मार देगा
Vampire though. Alpha 7 going to rest. Get McGrellan back to his feet. Tony K has bigger
एंट्री
fish to
अच्छी
fry.
है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
Two
कैजुअल.
players to handle. If anyone can, it's Tony K. Nade over towards Schweppes to get the flush. Inko steal that point away, but they still have Tony K to deal with. Alpha 7 potential to third party, but power in the meantime. Dead center on the junction. A nice ridgeline to play around.
Tony K so desperate right now, just trying to make it happen for his squad. He jumps out with the pre-fire, jumping back in, using his best parkour tactics here. He's pulling out every strategy he has. He has to win this 1v2. He hears the footsteps. Nenefete is in the building. He tries to pre-fire it. He's trying to time this perfectly. But now
Alpha 7 do a third party?
Anyway, Tony K's got to make something happen here.
Steps in, Nenefete across the way. Tony K out of the building, trying to find them on the back foot there. Spraying, pre-firing. Alpha 7 now descend. Moving on in for the third party on this one. I think they've only sent the one player up to the north side.
Alpha 7 third party करने.
Nenefete going to be forced away to the sidelines there. Backup from the Molotov. They are starting to stretch out on this line on the west. Dangerous to expose themselves to the south side, but there's a lot going on the east that we'll have to tune in with later. This fight continues. The pressure is cooking.
Tony K's got to, his heart's got to be beating a mile a minute at this point because he's fully boosted now. He's going to have a little bit of that run speed advantage from that full boost, and he needs it for sure. He is just biding his time. He's very happy to just stay in that building as long as he possibly can here, and hopefully maybe sneak even a single placement point. But right now,
excellent strategy, Marglin. Excellent strategy.
It is an absolute donut.
Alpha 7 fighting on 2 fronts, keeping Alola XIHC at bay. I see a Osaka go down to Boom on the north side. Vitali goes down to the
excellent strategy by Marglin.
Tony K survives.
चलो Tony K भी बचा है.
One step further.
I am sure they are aware.
Placement points to add to their tally. They'll
क्या
take
Tony K 1v4 कर पाएगा Alpha 7
What more can they do? The answer is nothing because there is just more
6 finishes.
pocket for Alpha 7.
4-man strong.
They really want to
Alpha
seal the deal for themselves. Maybe they want
4
to
MV
try and
qualified.
chase it as well.
Stream start होने के बाद ही बोल दिया मैंने 4 MV
They
qualified.
have the potential to move through this match.
Tony K trying the Jurassic Park
it's time for
strategies.
IHC
if I
versus
don't move, they can't see me, but unfortunately, Alpha 7 have
अरे
evolved
Boom
to
ने
another level right here.
अरे Boom ने boom bomb कर दिया bro, 10 frags निकाल दी.
Able to get that knock, and that is going to push those guys over the edge. Alpha 7
अगर वो लोग chicken भी निकाल दी, तो सीधा qualify.
The local hometown heroes need to get it done.
मैंने कल ही बोला था, Boom, you can expect comeback from Boom
but
Esports.
everybody's going to be staring right at them.
And क्या boom bomb कर रहे देखो.
In a pretty wild push,
इसके बाद और एक match बचा है
need
उनके
to go
लिए.
for it, and only putting one player in, it's the risk you take.
This is
Now
going to
they've
be
got a
very
second
close,
position
guys. This is
because
going to be
Demo
very,
made
very
that
close.
dash. Alpha 7 weren't quite able to stop it. Mad Bulls on the east side against IWNRX, both going to be vying for that eastern edge. This is a really tricky spot.
Boom को कर दिया favor by.
North side of the road. They have such great terrain.
Boom का chicken हो सकता है
They're going to be
match.
forced off of it in a moment, but Mad Bulls find an opening.
Alpha 7
onto
का भी
their
zone
flanks,
है.
the potential to sweep through, but IWNRX,
But I think ये Boom का chicken हो सकता है.
still in the way. Look at that ridgeline that Boom have. What can you do if you're IWNRX when they're there?
You go to the survival
And Boom
stage.
को
That's
सामने
what you do.
NRX
And that's
वाले
what's
kills
gonna
भी
happen,
मिल
right?
सकता
But
है.
I'll tell you what right now, this next zone goes dead.
Right now they have 56
center.
points.
A beautiful circle shift
Wow.
for Power Esports.
And
That's
placement
the team
points
I
भी
got my
tic-tac
eyes
मिल
on.
जाएंगे उनको.
And as well as Mad Bulls.
60
Even
points हो
Boom,
जाएंगे, bro.
Boom Esports have 10 eliminations?
The competition
Where that comes
is
from.
real.
The north side, I'm telling you, man, that high ground position across the road acts like a river. There is nothing that you can do when Boom are moving forwards. This is the chase that they were looking for. We've been talking about teams that need strong games, and this is how you do it for Boom.
Vampire have
10
63
eliminations
points.
puts them on
Vampire
56 right now,
63
and they
points
need more, but they
Next
are
match
going
में
about it the right way. A strong
2-3
hold
points
on
भी
the north
निकाल
side
लेंगे
might be what they
तो
need.
mostly हो
They
जाना
needed
चाहिए
this so bad. 10
देखो,
elimination
इधर
points.
boom.
Oh, that nade looks good. Oh, baby.
Nice
How
knock,
about one
yummy.
more? That was
और
an
एक nade आ
eviction
गया।
notice, and that
और एक आ
is
गया,
how
और
you
एक बंदा
do it.
knock, दो बंदे knock।
IWNRX getting punished.
कर देंगे
The
boom push
red label on the door,
लो
slapped up. And boom, put another one in the dirt. Swain falls down, and it's only
They're about to wipe NRX, bro. मैंने बोला था
Wolf, who can
पहले बोला था
stand
इनको ही
between
मार
Boom
देंगे
and holding this
that
northern
will
side of
become
the road to themselves. Another nade
13
goes high.
frags.
Yummy wants
नहीं.
to put the final nail in. Another
Looks
one
good.
just goes short, just not quite tickling on. And Zed Wolf might
One
get the
good
res,
nade.
but they are still trapped. That one looks quite good. And again, it bobbled
ओए
out
होए होए
short.
होए
So close. I mean, he's definitely doing some damage. Yummy, they need every single elimination they can get.
घुस के
And
मारेंगे
here
bro
they
उनको
go. They are full sending it onto this edge. They are
को
trying to
knock
take
किया
him down.
Let's go.
ओए दो
maybe
बंदों
a
को
little
knock
bit
किया
too
वुल्फ
close
ने
here. Z-Wolf still up, but that is it.
एंट्री
14
अच्छी है
inches
लेकिन
Boom
बैठने का
Esports.
तरीका अभी बड़ा
This is a
कैजुअल
Boom
Just
Esports I
starting
was
to
talking
turn
about
up the
yesterday.
heat now, but they need
बहुत
the rest.
danger
Only
team है
two
भाई ये।
players active. Can anyone capitalize?
बहुत danger
Power
team है।
still
एक
going
match
with
में
three in
देखो,
their ditch, and Alpha
खोल
7
दिया
starting
सबका।
to march forwards. 2-2 right now. A
And they are going to
split
qualify.
attack, an approach to this eastern side.
Now
and
there is no
Cardozo's
stopping
been
Boom
left alone.
Esports.
What is going to happen? Power Esports able to get the full reset here. They have 3 players still alive. Alpha 7, the only
Alpha
team in
7
the
को
lobby
किसने मारा?
with 4. Actually,
Sorry, Alpha
Boom
7
might
बोल
even
रहा
get
हूँ।
this red.
IHC को किसने
Meanwhile,
मारा?
Mad Bulls does get a knock onto Mafioso.
Why is
This is stage
IHC just
number
one
8,
man?
folks. This
किसी ने
zone's
मारा
about to
IHC
go
को?
to nothing. Only one more game after this. These teams
I
need
think
to
Mad Bulls
clutch
ने
it
मारा
up.
शायद
It
yes
is
Mad Bulls
getting
ने मारा
do
होगा
or die by
No, not
the
Mad
second.
Bulls, I
It's
think
closer
Power.
to the wire. Alpha
पता
7,
नहीं, छोड़ो।
they immediately move Revo up.
Imagine
But I do
ISL
wonder
team
if they
into
know
Euro
that Cardozo's
League.
there for Team Liquid. He's been sort
Got
of in
my
the middle
point?
of this split, and Alpha 7 might fall prey
ISL.
to it if they don't clear out the angle.
Uh-oh.
I don't think they know.
समझ नहीं आया bro
There's
मुझे।
no way that they can, because Mafioso would just
Guys, ये जो
handle
place है
this.
ना,
This means that Cardozo
ये जो
could be
Cardozo
a
जो सोया
massive
पड़ा है इधर
spoiler.
ओपन में
Cardozo.
भाई मेरे को समझ नहीं आता है भाई ये
Sneaky right now.
क्या सोच के
When
सोते
is he gonna strike?
but somehow these things work right
Mafioso.
these things
Applying
work in
that
this
pressure
lobby
to Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls
खुले
should
में
be
सोए
looking to
पड़ते
get into the action
कोई
here,
spot नहीं करते
since they
उनको।
so much, they desperately need these points, and it looks like they are going to
ये
make
वाला
that
मेरे को आज
challenge
तक
onto
समझ नहीं
Alpha
आया।
7, but Alpha 7 doing a great job of just pushing them back.
because
Shots from
because
Mafioso.
इतना हाई लेवल प्लेयर
Keeping
सोचते
Boom
नहीं है
at
भाई
bay,
इतना
getting
खुले में
across
कौन
this
नूब
road, their
सोएगा
major challenge, but that south duo
इसलिए उनका
is
ध्यान
gonna
जाता ही
give
नहीं
them a little bit of a
उधर
foothold.
and उधर ही
They
लेटे
need to
पड़ते
get
हैं लोग
across and challenge Power on this northwest point. Cardozin still
माफिया सब मार खाने
chilling
वाला है पीछे
right
से
now for Team Liquid. He's got ice in the veins, this man.
He knows what he needs to do. He needs a little bit
The
more
main
points
fight
to
is
make sure
between
they make it into the
Alpha
finals.
7
He's
and
playing
Boom, bro.
so quiet right now and giving Alpha 7 so much false confidence. Nice knock there.
Mad Bulls
Two
के दो बंदे
knocks
knock
from Alpha 7 onto Mad Bulls.
10 frags
and I think that is
for
going
Alpha
to be
7.
it for them. Only one player up left. Mad Bulls just weren't able to get it done.
No, the
End
crossfire
zone fight
between
देखना चाहता हूँ मैं Alpha 7
and Boom
versus
was
Boom
just too much for
4v4
them.
fight
He is still there, and they still don't know. He's in the circle with a little bit of cover. A knock over towards
Cardozo is
Power
still
is huge
surviving
for Alpha
I
7.
will not be surprised अगर वो
They
hashtag
are
2
starting
लेके
to
आ गया
rack
अपना
up
टीम
these
को तो
points as well. It is not just Boom who's come to play this one. Still, they're on 14 eliminations. Yummy with 7. Half of the
ISL
team
Indian Super League भाई फुटबॉल का
finally pops up, gets the knock.
देखो Cardozo ने पेड़ डाल दिया रेबो का
Here comes the drive on in. Is he able to get that second knock? He does it, and Carrillo finally
Nice
takes
trade,
him
and
down.
with that,
That's a
Alpha
dozen
7 3 man
eliminations
from
right
12
there.
finishes.
A huge game for Alpha 7.
Up to 69 points, and add those 3
Power.
at 72.
Power
Power
Kante.
now with a chance. 3
Carrillo को
players
knock किया।
alive, getting a knock over
भाई,
towards
Power क्या
Carrillo.
खेल रही है
2
आज?
players for Alpha 7. Boom.
बहुत
Looking
प्यारा
to
खेल रही है।
insert themselves into this one. A big game necessary. Resi over and in to
15
safety
frags
as well.
for
Behind that
Boom
buggy,
Esports,
has
bro.
the full back. Pondbit spotted.
That's
by
huge.
Gridan.
Pondbit
Finds
knock
the
finish.
spray, finds the flush. A nade over the top might just be enough.
Oi,
to-
excellent
a
nade
double
from
knock comes
Rezi.
through from Rezi. And that is
18
huge
frags.
news
अरे
for
खत्म
Boom.
power गया बाहर
More
एक
of
नेट
the
से
tally.
गया
18 eliminations. They're looking to
18
break
frags में
records.
qualified है Boom सीधा
18 eliminations so far. There's 2 more to go.
सीधा
Can we
qualified
see
एक
a
मैच से।
20 any elimination game, that is a 30-point swing if they get it done.
Representing
And Alpha 7
Indonesia,
are on the
Boom
back
Esports,
foot.
guys.
It's looking too good for Boom Esports. Here comes the pressure, the nades, the molotovs, the
This
zone
is the
starting
natural
to close. Alpha 7
game
know
they
they're hurt.
usually
They have
play
to hit an incredible
in their
shot
region.
if they want to make this happen.
Mafioso down.
Yeah,
Now it's
Alpha 7
McGrellin.
yeah.
The only thing that's going to stand between them and Boom rolling over the
20
circle.
finishes,
It
winner
is
chicken dinner for
bombastic.
Boom
It is loud.
Esports.
The north side of the road rolls
Seedha
on
qualify,
down,
bro.
and Boom's hopes
Seedha
stay alive.
qualify.
Boom goes the dynamite, baby.
If you go back to my previous stream के end में मैंने बोला था Boom Esports के पास सिर्फ 28 points है, but वो बिल्कुल qualify कर सकता है अभी भी.
What a beautiful
And they have done
way
it.
to start your
They have
campaign
done
into
it.
the
अभी भी
final
एक match
game.
बचा है.
Indonesia very
And they're
happy
qualified
with their
for
team right now.
finals.
Boom
They
have
are.
put so much on the board. 30 points. Starting the match on 46 puts them
कुत्ता बना के
at
मारी वो lobby को.
76 points.
Highest
That
finishes
is
so far.
Where they want to be.
20.
Anything now is looking to be
And the winner
crazy
chicken
in the
dinner.
final match.
Whew, Boom
Yummy.
Esport fans, get
Crazy.
on your
क्या
feet,
खेले भाई?
mark your calendars because
Pawn bet.
I think you're going to be seeing these guys in the finals after a game like that. Are you
मजा आ गया
kidding
भाई.
me? We talked
अभी
about
इंडोनेशियन के
having
ऑडियंस
a-
इतना चिल्ला रहे
a
होंगे
good
उधर
game,
इंडोनेशिया
right?
में.
That wasn't even just a great
दो
game.
दिन से
That
मार
was
खाया,
an
दो दिन से मार खाया,
insane
तीसरी
match for
दिन
them. And so many
चौको
other
दे दिए
squads as
सबको.
well that desperately needed those points were able to get them right then and
30
there.
point.
You
वही
know
first
what?
30
That's
pointer
the
in this
official
tournament.
Giga banger match right there for Boom from that northeast side, doing so much work, picking up the points where it matters, and they've got.
So कल जब मैं बोल रहा था, I was speaking from experience.
Power, getting deep into
बहुत
it
danger
again
team
as
है बोल
well, getting late into that game. That double nade was huge to take it down, by the way.
I really
And
thought Alpha 7 रोकेगा
very
उनको.
much sealing their position
But
now
zone
with
भी favor कर
over
दिया उनको.
12
भाई लो,
eliminations, I think,
निकालो
as we
30
start
pointer.
to see these players
निकाल
start
दियो
to
लोग.
run on over. Yummy for Boom, a huge elimination tally. And
Super
it did
happy
get
for
a
Boom
little bit
Esports.
hairy with that knock to the back lines, but that's the nade that did it. Double knock.
ये ने
There's
danger
nothing
nade
you can
था.
do.
Beautiful nade right there, so clutch. And I mean, look at that. Yummy had
अभी आखिरी मैच से फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा
eliminations
बूम को, but
at
फर्क
that
जरूर
point.
पड़ेगा
That is just
Falcons,
absolutely
Vampire.
insane. And you know, the hardest thing
और
when it
कौन था?
comes to
Boom
playing
Esports के
as a
साथ और एक
PUBG
टीम था
Mobile
नीचे.
player at this level is
I
that
think it was
clutch
Mad
factor.
Bulls, I
You
guess.
can't,
Oh, yeah.
you can't train for it, right? You
Cut
just
off
have to
70.
be able to
नहीं
have
जाएगा
it,
bro,
or you
70.
don't. And Boom Esports, after that game, they
68
definitely got
ऐसा
it.
जाएगा.
Certainly is.
तो
but
भाई reject
they've
Tokyo भी
almost,
risk में
like,
होगा.
I mean, they've got 46 points in the rest of the tournament.
रुक,
They've
एक
got
बार देखते हैं.
do or die by the second. It's closer to the wire. Alpha 7, they immediately. It is not just Boom.
अभी ये
who've
लोग
come to
दिखाएंगे
play
overall
this one
standings
for
तब
the
देखते हैं.
next match,
ये लोग दिखाएंगे overall standings अभी, तब देखते हैं. क्या गॉडलाइक आज क्वालिफाई होगा नहीं पता ब्रदर, मैंने देखा नहीं बीजीएमएस का, तो मेरे को एग्जैक्टली पता नहीं पॉइंट्स में. मुझे इतना पता है कि 8-bit टॉप पे चल रहा है एंड टीम एक्सपार्क #2 चल रहा है. बाकी मेरे को एक भी टीम का आइडिया नहीं है कौन कहाँ चल रहा है. स्पाई ब्रो कल का स्ट्रीम उर्दू में करना. कल कोई स्ट्रीम नहीं है. इसके बाद नेक्स्ट कब है रुक बताता हूँ मैं. इसके बाद नेक्स्ट राउंड होगा नेक्स्ट जुलाई 23 से है. तो कल ब्रेक है, परसों से सर्वाइवल स्टेज. परसों 2 दिन होंगे सर्वाइवल स्टेज, 23rd एंड 24th. फिर 25th गैप, 26 से मेन टूर्नामेंट. जस्ट सेइंग इंडिया का करंट टॉप टीम एक्सपार्क को भी 6 months टाइम लगेगा कोप अप करके इंटरनेशनल कंपटीशन में. डेफिनेटली ब्रो, डेफिनेटली. मे बी मोर बट नॉट लेस. फैल्कन्स टॉप 12 पता नहीं. लास्ट मैच डू और डाई मैच है उनके लिए. दे नीड, मुझे लगा 65 रहेगा कट ऑफ, बट आई थिंक और ऊपर जा सकता है. तो फैल्कन्स आर एट 60 राइट नाउ. तो ये लास्ट मैच में जितना हो सके उतना पॉइंट्स निकालना पड़ेगा फैल्कन्स को. सेम गोज फॉर वैम्पायर esports एज वेल. दे नीड लाइक 5 to 6 points. गाइस मेरे को बीजीएमएस में क्या चल रहा है नो आइडिया, कसम से बता रहा हूँ मैं. आज मैं इस स्ट्रीम के बाद में जब खाना खा के मैं बैठूंगा ना, तब पूरा रिसर्च करूंगा क्या हुआ क्या नहीं. तो अगला स्ट्रीम पे हम बात कर सकते हैं विद रिगार्ड्स टू बीजीएमएस. अभी मुझे उतना आइडिया नहीं है क्या चल रहा है क्या नहीं. Prime Esports will easily dominate. ऐसा लात मारेंगे ना उनको.
Last day of the group stage here at PMWC, so we thought we'd do a little half mark checking. Starting off with the first match where Lurla was able to secure themselves a chicken dinner.
Pray for Vampire and Falcons. Bro, I am praying since 3 days, bro.
This was some great changes in pace and some
Not for Vampire. Vampires को मैंने pray नहीं किया.
When we're looking at match number 2, it is Power
But Falcons को जरूर किया मैंने.
10 placement points with that chicken dinner that they got in.
Remo, NerdZ and IC. Bro, come on. देख ये mindset से कभी नहीं आगे बढ़ोगे. Remove him, remove them. As a team, they have to come to a collective decision. We are no one to say इसको remove करने से हो जाएगा. We are no one, bro. We are no one.
Half of today. I'll see you guys later.
The importance of one match and our winner chicken.
They have a beautiful mentor, coach / manager, senator. He will do what's right for the team. Not just him, as a team, वो सारे समझदार है बे, सारे समझदार है. इतनी टाइम से डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं. समझ रहे हो? Girl is beautiful. कौन वो host? Okay.
And that should have put them high enough now in the overalls that they're gonna qualify for the main event.
They were the biggest question mark out of the region, considering that they are the back-to-back PMSL champions.
Huzefa bro, please stop commenting. Remove NerdZ and IC bro, please. वो नहीं होने वाला ऐसा. वो लोग वर्ल्ड कप के लिए खेल रहे इधर. कोई हलवा रीजनल नहीं खेल रहे वो. इधर तक वही टीम से आए ना वो. इधर तक आके इधर अच्छा नहीं करे तो रिमूव. Come on. Will you do finals watch party? Do you guys want me to? If you guys want me to, then I will. 10 bar qualified. 10 bar qualified. They killed it, bro. Rulaya lobby ko. By the first 30 pointer, it's here, guys. By Boom Esports. B skill. Winner chicken dinner. इस PMWC में first 30 pointer है. Reject Tokyo and Tainba बहुत close आया 30 pointer मारने के लिए, but वो लोग कर नहीं पाए. Boom ने करके दिखाया.
Big games for them and the perfect time to be able to pull it off too, because I said to Crowley who walked by, I was like, I don't know if Power will be able to hold on to their spot with the 12 points they did get though.
Yes. तुम लोग को चाहिए तो भाई जरूर करूंगा मैं.
So 6 points because they were a team on the cusp as well, potentially not making it. They need to just get something going in this final game. But teams who desperately need to make something happen here, Vampire 2 points this last match, Inco 1 point, Falcon 0. Those 3 teams are outside the bubble right now and have 1 match left to go. Be able to try to get in.
Falcons is just not looking good, man. We even got a chance to look at the stats. I'm not sure if it was updated after this match as well, but most of their games has come from top, and I feel like that's what we're getting just such reactions out of him whenever they do get eliminated, whenever they do end up showing him on face cam. Yeah. It's just not working out for him. And with
मैं stream कर रहा हूँ bro.
I don't think they're gonna end up making it into survival stage.
Yeah, if I recall correctly.
Okay. After stream I'll check. Okay.
It was what 15 elims compared to like 4, 3, 4. It's very, very difficult here. If only one player is able to kind of step up to that level. Again, technically speaking, even if you do go down to survival stage, it is not all said and done.
TJB को कितना points चाहिए? TJB is at 56 right now. They would need 10 plus points, bro.
Oh, they got me on camera that one. I don't know, I got the muscles for it.
The thing is, even if they do go in big mode, even if they do perform well,
Infinix G20 Pro device है. Yes.
They are already secure within the top 12.
NerdZ may be leaving Falcon in the near future due to issues within the organization. East is not allowed to play today due to not being in PMSL roster of Falcon. अच्छा. मुझे उतना नहीं पता क्या चल रहा है internal. But Falcons is a very good organization जितना मुझे पता है. हो सकता है कुछ पता नहीं मुझे. Where is 4MV? 4MV के मैचेस खत्म हो गए day 2 पे ही and they are qualified for the finals. Vampire को कितने चाहिए? Vampire has 63 points right now. They would need I think 4 or 5 points in the final match.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. Yeah, I mean, what, 57 points in that first day compared to what, 6 or something?
Spike, when are you doing rank push again? Bro, PMGC, BGMS.
Absolutely insane to do
के बीच में कभी गैप मिले तो कर लूंगा ब्रो. अभी मेरे को ये सब कवर करना है. गेम खेलने का टाइम ही नहीं मिल रहा है मुझे. D plus किया also has 63 points. देखो ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स आ गया. आप देखो टॉप 8 में कट ऑफ चल रहा है 74 राइट नाउ. अभी भी एक मैच बचा है. So बूम, अरे बूम क्या एंट्री मारी बे, क्या एंट्री मारी. 76 पॉइंट्स. वाओ क्रेजी. जो भी 4MV का पूछ रहा है, 4MV #3 पे बैठी है. जिनको भी नहीं पता, टॉप 12 टीम्स आर क्वालिफाइंग फॉर द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स ऑफ PMWC. लिक्विड 72 पॉइंट्स. नाइस. लिक्विड भी क्वालिफाइड. D plus किया इज आउट ऑफ टॉप 12 गाइस. फिलहाल और एक मैच बचा है. अभी कट ऑफ 64 चल रहा है. टॉप 12 का कट ऑफ अभी 64 चल रहा है. लास्ट मैच के बाद 70 भी जा सकता है, 69 भी जा सकता है. एक सेकंड 69 रहेगा मिनिमम. देखो रिजेक्ट हो गया का 12 मैचेस खत्म हो गया ना, तो समझो वैम्पायर ई स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट है कट ऑफ कितना रहेगा. वैम्पायर, फैल्कन्स, टीजेबी, इनको इन सब में से एक ही टीम क्वालिफाई होगा. देखते हैं. रिजेक्ट को थोड़ा दगदग हो रहा है अभी. रिजेक्ट को थोड़ा दगदग होगा अभी. D plus किया इज आउट. They did not qualify. They are sad definitely right now. कम बैक करेंगे वो लीग स्टेजेस में. बहुत बुरा लग रहा है बे. D plus किया डे 1 पे 52 पॉइंट्स किया था. डे 2 के 6 मैचेस में they only got 11 points. Wow. I'm pretty sure हमको जितना बुरा लग रहा है उससे 10 टाइम्स बुरा प्लेयर्स को लग रहा है. गारंटी. आखिरी मैच में कौन करेगा कमबैक? ऑल आइज ऑन फैल्कन्स, ऑल आइज ऑन TJB, ऑल आइज ऑन वैम्पायर. देखते ब्रो. How many matches left? Only one. Only one match left. ये टोनी के देखो इसका 3 फिंगर देखो इसका. अजीब रखा है इसने फायर बटन लेफ्ट वाला. This is Boom Esports yummy. Yummy.
Let's go. They hold it for now. Are they going to continue to hold it after the end of this match? We don't know, guys. $1 million.
क्या मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ कि भाई तुम लोग सोच रहे हो कि वैम्पायर, फैल्कन से सब क्वालिफाई में कि नहीं. मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ क्या रिजेक्ट टोक्यो क्वालिफाई कर पाएगा? दे हैव 69 पॉइंट्स. मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ व्हाट इफ फैल्कन्स, वैम्पायर, TJB एवरीवन डू गुड इन दिस मैच. रिजेक्ट का भी लग जाएगा. कट ऑफ 70 हो जाएगा तब. चलो द फाइनल मैच इज हियर. Let's freaking go.
Gaming chipsets and 144 Hz AMOLED screens, the GT20 Pro will equip the teams with up to 120
सारे क्वेश्चंस का आंसर मिलने वाला
which
है
is
इस मैच में.
the first batch of supported devices offering
Facts
esports
of
level
Crafton
performance and
pleasing.
visually
Only the
stunning
government
experiences
is in doing collabs while the
2024
players in BGMI
PMWC
suffers because the game is
from the
never
playing park
optimized.
going from the
Right?
Oasis down
Strike
to Minas del Sur.
I don't know bro. I am
Get it going. Oh, the
I have
playing
no one to comment on
looking
this. मुझे नहीं पता exactly क्या चल रहा है क्या नहीं.
Alpha 7's going to get their drop in El Bolso, but my eyes are on these teams that desperately
तग भाई ने कुछ ट्वीट किया था ना.
Looking at you, Vampire Esports.
I'm sure he is closely working with
You
Crafton.
are at that cutoff.
If
So
he's
all
tweeting
these
something like
teams
that,
that
maybe ये सच हो
desperately
सकता
need
है.
these points here and now, they're going to be incentivized.
One more
to try
frag
and take
for top
them
to
out
become the
as
top player of
quickly
this
as possible. So if
league.
they do end up in engagement with Vampire,
Of this
I
group
would
stage.
be shocked if we don't see them put a little extra urgency to take them out early.
Falcons इतना नीचे चल रहा है फिर भी टॉप का इंडिविजुअल
It
डोमिनेंस
just goes
देखो
to
भाई.
show you how strong Alliance's
Chad, एकदम
day
Chad top.
was that Cluck is holding that top spot. Of course, a couple of players still yet to get as many games
Circle देखो
played
भाई.
as them. I think at the moment,
Lost
it's
Linus को नहीं
really
छोड़ेगा ये
looking to
circle.
chase it down for a potential MVP of the group stages, with Team Falcon still playing this
Early
last
rotations
match, and
देखने को
it's
मिलेंगे इस
kind
circle
of
में.
pretty close between the two of them. That is a hard shift again out to the east side.
Falcons में East क्यों नहीं खेल रहा है Spike भाई?
Circle right here. It essentially just
East
cuts
के
the
साथ
amount of real estate down
Day
to
1, Day 2 अच्छा नहीं
you know,
गया था
2/3.
matches.
You know, so
तो
let's
आज
see
Nurzed आया
how
बोल के
quickly
मेरे को
these
लग रहा
teams
है
are going to
बाकी
look to
कुछ और भी हो
move.
सकता
And
है
so
reason
my
मुझे नहीं
eyes
पता.
again are going to be on teams like Inco, you know, Team Falcons. Obviously, I'm so shocked to see them even in this position right here. Last game, they have a 4-point differential away
Amongst
from
the OGs,
Vampire
Thug
Esports,
speaks up and stands for him.
and a 9-point differential from Team Reject. So it's fortunate for Falcons that they know that there is a hard point that they don't have to worry about, because
Guys,
Vampire
थोड़ा
can still
पूजा
go
करो यार
crazy here.
Falcons के
So
लिए
there's
इस
at
match
least
में.
one
Please.
slot available. But man, that is still 9 points plus that you need here and now. So
Because
let's see
my
if
heart
they're going to be able to get them. This zone is
will
definitely going to make
bleed
things
for
difficult. That's
top
for
if
sure.
Falcons don't qualify.
Really going to make things tricky, and I see
मतलब
a
कैसे भी
circle like
league
this,
stage से
and I
कर
have to
लेंगे वो,
talk
but
about
फिर भी यार
the
अभी करना
hard east shift that we got on a circle like this over in EMEA to the two
is what they
outpost
deserve.
islands to the east of Impala.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Come on.
Imagine how it would feel. You know, you're chasing in
Spike
one of the
Impala
most
water zone
important
बन सकता है.
tournaments
Water zone थोड़ा
of the
मुश्किल है.
year, and all of a sudden, bang.
थोड़ा
you're
नहीं बहुत
swimming.
ज़्यादा मुश्किल है.
And you forgot your swimming trunks.
क्योंकि majority land में है.
We're here in
पानी का
Riyadh,
zone
man. You know,
कब
it's
बन
time to
सकता है
have
पता है?
some
जब
fun
पूरा
in the
नीचे
sun.
चलेगा.
Let's
पूरा
go and
पूरा
take it
नीचे.
on over to the beach,
तब थोड़ा
baby. I would
odds ज़्यादा
love
रहते
to
हैं.
see some of that
बनने
action.
का.
I know all these teams don't, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But it would definitely make things
How many teams
interesting.
will
So
play
looking right now
survival
at the map,
stage?
Inco,
I think
very
16.
centered
16
up
teams
right
खेलेंगे
towards
survival
Los
stage.
Leones. They're going to start creeping into this circle here.
And उनमें से
as
सिर्फ 4
well
team आएंगे
as
finals
the
में.
Falcons. Where are they? That is where my eyes are on right now. And
I think over near San Martin right now.
that's all. They're surrounded by so many squads.
तो थोड़ा
Team Liquid right next to them on
थोड़ा
the east.
BT है.
You've got CAG Osaka out to the west.
Survival
You've got
stage में.
TJB
क्योंकि
on
सिर्फ
the
2 दिन
north
होगा.
edge, who
12
will be bringing
matches.
up the rear behind them. But they're going to be able to move
It's not gonna be
fairly
easy
soon.
coming top
Obviously,
4
there's a
there.
lot of rotational paths available on
The
Miramar
best-
in
the
general.
best odds
Quite a wide open map.
are right here. ये match
in
में
the
अच्छा
course of
करो,
things,
सीधा
they'll be
जाके
able
finals में
to
बैठो.
Find a gap, I'm sure, especially if Team Liquid go further towards the middle. That'll open up the ground ahead of them.
All eyes on TJB
Man,
Falcons
what a
and
crazy turn of events
और
here.
इनको भी है मैं तो
I
इनको
think that we're
इनको
gonna
को क्या
see a
इग्नोर किया मैंने
30
भाई.
point
इनको
game,
Vampire Falcons
from
TJB
Boom Esports.
4 contenders है भाई.
I did not, and man, they were
4
able to
contenders
clutch
है.
it out right there.
और
Currently
X Factor
sitting,
बन के अगर
in
Mad
7th place
Bulls
with 76
और Money
points, they're
Makers
gonna be
कुछ कर
feeling
दिए तो
mighty
भाई
comfortable.
वो भी आ जाएंगे.
But then again, so many of these teams are on.
This is
that
gonna be
cusp
intense. ये
of
match
having
बहुत
to
intense होने
be
वाला है.
in that survival stage. By the way, guys, survival stage day after tomorrow. Day after tomorrow, we're going to see these 12 teams or the bottom 12 teams after this one there, as long as the
Sound increase
new
और
squads
कितना
are going to be
रखो?
entering the fray. And those squads are going to be foaming at the mouth to try and make that slot to the grand finals that's coming right around the corner.
Oh yeah, I saw.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Shout out and
they are
bring back
here.
some
Team
game.
Spirit, one of the teams that will
Gigi
be
bro,
joining
I need
that
time, bro.
survival
I
stage,
need
having
more
qualified
time
in that
bring back game.
low enough place that they didn't make it to the group stage initially. They did go straight there. They're going to be joined by
अभी
Rook,
घर
by
संभालना
Panda,
और
Twisted
ये
Minds
सब
as well.
करना,
Those are the
इसी
4
में time
teams
निकल
that
जा
have
रही है.
already been placed in the survival
कुछ करे नहीं
stage
कर-
from their
करे नहीं पा रहा हूँ
qualification,
मैं.
and they will be joined
I will
by
try, brother, I will
12
try.
of these teams. Some of them on your screen right now. 3 of them, though, it's going to be Brute Force, Besiktas, and D plus Kia, all already confirmed over to those survival stages. They've dropped below that 12th place already, and obviously not playing any more games now.
Man, D plus Kia is the big shock for me. I mean, after their day 1 performance, I thought that they were going to be an absolute lock for the finals, but weren't able to replicate that
Let
in
RC
day number
fans
2.
be
And
in
it just goes to
peace.
show that, you know, some teams, when they get
Bro,
the
they are
circles,
safe for now, bro.
you know, they go crazy. D plus Kia
69
did,
points
and when
are
they weren't able to
actually
get
a
those
safe number.
zones, man, they just got absolutely
They'll only be
punished
in
right
danger
there. So
if all-
hopefully we can see them, you know, show
if
some
3
signs of
teams
life
perform
during that
well,
survival stage.
like Vampire, Inco,
But,
Falcon.
oh boy, we got to focus on right here and right now. Team Falcons, this is one of those squads that have such high
देखते लोग क्या होगा.
expectations. Gonna try and
अभी तक
clutch
एक का
up
भी पेटी नहीं बना.
at least one of those 12 spots.
Everyone are very
and
serious about
you
this
don't need
match.
very many points in order to do it.
Certainly don't, but
ये CAG कौन सी टीम है?
extracting
ये CAG
that many points from a
जापान
lobby
टीम
like
है.
this, I mean,
CAG
it's
ओसाका
difficult,
नाम
right?
का.
Sure, you see one team do it every
बहुत मार
time,
खा रहे
but you
हो.
forget there's like 14 other teams that just didn't. didn't, right? And so for Falcons, it is definitely a medium to large game, I would say, that they need. They need to make sure that they are supersizing that chicken dinner meal. to be able to get forwards securely, right? 60 points shouldn't be enough. As I've been saying, the prediction around that bubble is going to be sort of where Team Liquid sit right now on 72. That's a 6-point average per match. So if you can push further beyond that, every time you add a point to that, you just get safer and safer and safer. 60 points, as famously we all know, is less than 72 by 12 points. So that's what they're trying to push up.
Yeah, I mean, if I am that team, Team Falcons, I am 100% at least trying to pass up Reject, right? Reject are currently sitting in 11th place.
I want to come back from
points.
Falcons
So,
and Manbuls.
if you're able to pass them up, you should have a decent shot of making it into that top 12. And that's, of course, unless Inco Gaming go crazy and TJB have a phenomenal game, because that's still a possibility.
If Reject drop below that bubble, that would be half of Group Red down in the bottom 12. Obviously, 3 Group Red teams already in those bottom 12. We're looking to take another potential today with that 69-point barrier.
Two other teams.
Group Yellow right now, I think, is looking in the worst shape in terms of who's been able to jump on up. We've got 5 teams right now, if you include Inco in that bottom side, but it's looking pretty fair. I think every single group is almost evenly split right now between the bottom and the top 12.
Absolutely, yeah. And one of those teams from Group Yellow is going to be Moneymakers. You know, they still have a possibility. You know, Galar said it. Vamos, that's what they need to do right there. They need to get going because they're going to need a 20-point game as the minimum. Oh, and
that's all the way on the north side. They're not next to anyone. I think that was a crash.
They are so far away from this. They're playing it way too safe. And it's so frustrating to see that because they have to know that a regular game isn't going to do it. Like, they need double-digit elimination chicken dinner here in order to make it happen. Oh, a southern shift. We're going down to Puerto Paraíso. We're ready to get it going. And Manbuls, one of those teams that does need a 20-point-plus game. That is a good solid shift for them.
It's also a good solid shift for Power right now. They're on that East Coast road. The difficulty from that position is always getting back up towards that hills to your west. So if they move early enough, if they hold a position early enough, they can have a much better time of that. The question is, do they want to? Or are they going to allow teams to surround them, try and fight out from there, and use those teams around them as a little bit of a buffer to keep everyone else at bay? Time will tell. Alpha 7, they've made it. 91 points on the cards right now. They're in 4th place with a big game. It is not out of the question.
I mean, that's crazy.
But they would need, I think it's a 21 elimination chicken dinner to jump up to that first spot and try and challenge against Alliance. I'm not too sure on the tiebreakers right now in terms of how many chicken dinners. I think it's 3 chicken dinners for Alliance at this stage, and only the 1 for Alpha 7, which would mean they'd need an extra point to be able to win that tiebreaker. So 22 elimination chicken dinner for Alpha 7 would be necessary. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that would be crazy. But you know what? If any team could do it, it is them. And I want to see them go for it. Honestly, why not? Go for broke. Go absolutely insane because no one is interested in taking a fight come finals time. So hopefully we can see a monster game for them. And if they do end up, you know, starting down that road, it's going to make things that much more difficult for those teams that desperately need those points. I'm looking at you, Mad Bulls, Moneymakers, you know, Moneymakers so far away. Honestly, I'm already going to count them out at this point. It's going to be just too difficult, I think, to have that kind of performance. But, you know, Team Falcons, TJB, Inco are right there. By the way, you know, I have to mention it. 12th place, 13th place. The difference is one goes to the main event, the other one doesn't. But also, there's a big difference in prize pool. 12th place, $54,000 in the bank. 13th, gonna be 25 grand, but here goes Power Esports against Boom. This is huge.
If they manage to extract any elimination points from this on either side, this is hugely valuable for them. They're right towards that bubble. 1 point either way could make all the difference now. So the fact that Power have just picked up that up is great news. A knockover towards Easy for Boom might be able to do something for them as well, as there's still more bullets flying around the outside. As Verdun goes down, that's an off-angle third party. IWNRX getting involved on this east side, trying to put the pressure on. Now, with Boom just on 2 players alive, they want the points where they can get them. They're on 76. It might be enough, it might not. And they just want to secure that. Jump up over that 80-point barrier. That's what they're looking for.
Boom just said, you know what? We just go in the water at this point. We have to survive. We have to make something happen here. They are safe for now at 76 points, but they don't want to go out without a fight here. Let's see what Frenzy could do. Yeah, next circle does go on over, centering up in this position.
Falcons ka fight hai.
Again,
Action finish.
Of all teams, this is a massive do or die fight.
Both on 60 points at the start of this match. Inko able to rack one up, take one player down from Falcons. He steps into the fire. Nursed takes a little bit too much damage for their liking, but Inko also suffering on the health bars. A crucial fight for these two rosters, and fire through the window with the nade. Not going to connect enough. Gary able to fold back in, and Falcons playing as 3. They've lost action, but top is an
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Given the caliber of the other teams, this guy has been a standout performer for Falcons, but unfortunately, it may not be enough.
Neither of these teams can afford casualties at this point. I mean, if they go out here and now, we're going to see them in the survival stage. They have to make it through here. And I think both of these teams are starting to move. They know who they're fighting against, so you're going to see a little bit of extra pressure here. But the longer that this fight goes on for, the bigger chance of a third party ringing out through here. You got TJB, who also desperately needs those points and need to pass up these two squads right around the corner. You got to make a move. And Inko are just so nervous to do that, and now we're starting to see Falcon get pressured by TJB. This is a worst case scenario position for Team Falcons.
Boom have gone down in the meantime. They got 30 points in that previous match, Dukes, and this time they will get 0, but they got up to 76 with that, and it might be enough. That's what we say when all it takes is one game to change the tide of things, right? For Boom, without that match that just happened, they would not even be in the conversation. But as it stands, they might have just beaten the bubble.
I'll tell you what, the conversation is all about these two squads right now. You can see
fight
both these squads outside of the zone, and they're going to stay there. They're going to finish off each other. One is going to walk out alive, and the other is going to go home to the survival stage. So let's see what ends up happening between those two teams. I think Team Falcons, you know what, forget it. We cannot afford to go out right here and right now. They're going to try to leave, but Inko Gaming is going to try and punish them on their way out.
Try and pick up those points. That's exactly what they need to do. They step out, look for the spray. At range, it's difficult to connect, but Top's flagging. He's lame in the field now with a tire out. He's spinning out. Are they going to be able to get him? This is Power taking on Boom, by the way, earlier to open up the door for Boom to get eliminated after that. And Power, with those points, have probably been able to seal their ticket towards those finals as well. Able to pick up quite a few points for their troubles. I think they got 3 of them. In the meantime, Top, has he made it? He's alive. He looks like he's still kicking.
Inko Gaming, they finally give it up. They just say, you know what, we cannot afford either to be spending too much time in this fight. Yeah, we want to take the Falcons out, but we still have other worries, right? We got to still pass up Vampire. They're not going to drive by TJB, the team that needs to take him out here. Is TJB going to start bringing out these shots? No. One of their players going out for some information. Now we're starting to see some support fire from them.
Inko trying to roll around now, find some cover. Flower with an excellent angle, but not quite able to connect at the roof of the vehicle. Keeps them safe. Nades in from TJB. They're going to funnel in, and it is just going to be so difficult to hold, but Vitali has the challenge with the DBS close. Steps in, knocks one back. Rebuff, looks for the flush, but there's another player to take the challenge. Not going to find the shots this time around. GK first wants the spray. One knock over towards Inko, but that's all they'll find for now because Vitali's got more to say. They have an answer. The long-range help will find the shot. And the pump action not going to connect underneath. GK first with the heal. Steps out wide, but there's an answer. The volley is back at Inko. A fight for their lives. TJB want to try and mash into the fight as well, but with 56 points, they have not done enough if they go down here.
Inko Gaming are in a death bowl right now, and they know it. They're going to try to get these reses off as soon as possible. Here comes Flower, the last remaining member for TJB. Is he going to go for the run over? He does and gets shut down by Inko. What a clutch shot.
They can get these reses now. Looking on the north side, might try and flush them through, but it's unlikely. In the meantime, talent to roll on over the moneymakers, and their dreams are dashed of making it straight to the main event. Then the nade might change things a little bit, though, as Icy wants to try and take a little bit out of Talon, but Talon looking good. 2 eliminations now. They're on 76, and again, they too may have beaten the bubble. Falcons are out.
The Falcons are out, folks, and you can see the look on their faces. Absolute devastation. They're going to have to make it happen. comes survival
Gaya.
stage. Moneymakers are
Talon
done. That is
Esports.
it for
ये
them.
qualified है.
Inko
Finals के लिए.
and Vampire still
बढ़िया खेले हैं.
alive right here, trying to make
Axel
something
1v3,
happen. And Mad
Moneymakers.
Bulls gonna have to do an absolute miracle run.
अरे
if they
Falcons
wanna
बाहर
stand
हो
a
गए भाई,
chance
मैंने देखा
of
भी
making
नहीं.
it into the finals.
चलो,
It is
see you guys
all
in
eyes
survival
on
stage.
Inko,
Falcons.
Vampire. And remember, Reject are still
Falcons,
in this race as
see
well
you
with
guys in
69
survival
points.
stage.
That is the
TJB also
metric
survival
that they
stage.
sit on. Team Liquid on 72
Inko has 64
as well.
points.
Could be
Vampire has
pushed down.
65.
Right now, on the map, Team Liquid have
Mad
a
Bulls are
great
still
spot.
surviving.
Mad Bulls have a
52
great
है उनके
spot.
पास.
If they can get rid of Easy from Power, a potential solo snake to ruin their day. IWNRX, they're all the way out in the sticks. Harami, bro, with a wide
मैं
split,
बता रहा
but
हूँ.
they've got a lot of control here.
Falcons.
Oh boy,
Survival
right
stage से
now
qualify
my
कर
eyes
लेंगे
are
ये.
on two squads, Vampire
But
and
जिस तरीके से
Eco,
वो
because
खेल रहे पता नहीं
one
आ
of
रहा
these
है.
teams is going to
समझ
make
नहीं आ रहा
it
है
into
मुझे.
the finals,
कुछ
the
भी मर
other
रहा है.
one is not, and another $20,000 plus difference in prize pool as well.
dear.
Eco getting shot up by Talon. Talon with some great angle. Nunez desperately trying to
बताओ
be
guys,
able
कौन
to get out of
निकालेगा
this
chicken dinner?
position. Eco are in big trouble.
They need more. And this is not how it
अगर
happens.
Mad Bulls निकालेगा
Spray
chicken dinner,
down from Linux, gets
तभी
the
कुछ
flush,
फर्क
and then
पड़ेगा.
Ebete,
बाकी teams को
the
फर्क ही
next
नहीं
victim.
पड़ेगा.
But there's an
बाकी सब
option for
qualified है.
third party, as is always going to
Inko
be.
qualified
Nunez
है,
trying to
Vampire
hold on
qualified
for
है.
the team as Misery just rolls straight
Liquid
past
qualified
them. Gives them a point there, and they're able to pick that one up. Talon go down. They should be safe into those finals, but Inko now up to 5 eliminations, and the placements points start to add up now.
Oh
तीन
boy,
Brazil
I think
teams थे,
that may
तीनों
have
teams
tied
qualified है.
Vampire. I think
Finals
it
के
is
लिए.
neck and neck between these two squads. Inko need more, and that shot
Oh,
right
no.
there is going to crush their
ओए,
dream.
इनको बाहर क्या?
As Inko Gaming are now out. Vampire Esports
इनको बाहर
only need a
कितने points है
handful of
उनके?
points now to secure their position into the finals.
Inko
Punch
right now
point
on the
मिले,
bump,
65.
66 points. If Vampire go down now, they might not make it over the top. They need this win. They need it. Nuzi goes down in the mix of it all, and it's all Seoul. Can he take Vampire down? No! And they get the
IHC
point.
बाहर,
They've done it.
Vampire को मिला
Vampire
3 frags.
jump on up into 12th. They push Inko away, and now it's only
Vampire
Mad
also
Bulls that
qualified.
can take them out.
Stone
Inko का-
with a stone cold killer
Inko
right there.
qualified
That
हो
is
पाएगा.
how you do it. One DBS shot to
इनको
rule them
मुश्किल लग
all.
रहा है,
He's
guys,
going to be
पता
able
नहीं
to
मुझे
get
क्यों.
his squad up and make it happen. You talk about clutch factor. That was it right
Yeah.
there.
Inko is not
IWNRX have
qualified.
10 eliminations, by the way, but it's useless. They're too late.
Inko
They
will
can't
play
do anything
survival
with it.
stage.
It's so frustrating. This team had so much potential moving in, and hopefully this is a sign of what's to come in the survival
Inko
stage
will play survival
for this
stage.
roster. But
Vampire
they will
qualified.
not be able to push up over. 26 points at the start of this match. They're on 36
Reject
now
Tokyo
with
also
10
qualified.
eliminations. And Swain goes down on the off angle. They have to push past Team Liquid, and that is a tall order.
But this is what I was talking
Vampire
about.
का
You
एक ही
have
बंदा
those
बचा
teams
है.
that are at the bottom of the leaderboards. They
That is
finally start
Stone.
showing out when they don't have anything to lose anymore. But you know what? Who has something to lose? It's Mad Bulls. What are you doing? You need to wipe out this entire lobby and win the game. If they could do that, they could still make something happen. But they can't just be sitting on the south side waiting. I don't know what they're doing.
It is so frustrating, and there's Easy. The solo snake takes a player down from Mad Bulls, and they're on 3
अगर Mad
now.
Bulls-
Can they pick up this point? Because Easy's still a thorn in their side. Zerich and Tulika establishing
Bulls
that line
8
of fire.
finishes,
There's
winner
an
winner
off
chicken
angle
dinner
coming through
निकालेंगे
as
ना,
well from Fleek.
तो वो भी
They should
qualify
be
हो
able to
सकता है,
deal with
just
it,
saying.
and they re-establish together.
I'm
A
just
nade from
saying.
Easy, he's got 3 in the pocket. Maybe he'll be able to find something
10
else
kills
here.
plus chicken
A
dinner.
1v4 to
They
ruin
already
the
have
day of
to,
Mad
right? They just
Bulls.
need 8
I
more
mean,
frags
maybe.
and
I
winner
don't
winner chicken dinner.
expect Mad Bulls to be able to take this one down.
बोलना
And I
आसान
don't
है,
think
but
anyone
उतना
else does either.
easy
But
नहीं.
there's always that glimmer of hope. Right
देखते
now, at the moment, it's about Vampire securing that bubble. It's about Team Liquid staying alive into those finals as well. And Falcons dropping down. Inko too.
I mean,
Team
here's the
Liquid
thing, though, there's
format
still
strong है,
13
bro.
eliminations to get. If Mad
kill
Bulls
थोड़ी
were able
देंगे
to get
उतना.
every single one of them and the
on
chicken
15.
dinner, I mean, that is a 23-point swing. That'll put them at 73 points right there. So it's not impossible. But they're not going to do it. Just sitting back, watching every single elimination go away. With every
मिल गया
point
और
that
एक
they
frag.
don't get, their
3 finishes
chances
for Mad
just get
Bulls.
reduced by a huge chunk. That's one. They need every single one left if they want to stand a chance.
मुश्किल है
They
भाई,
need to take
मुश्किल है Mad
Vampire
Bulls.
out next as well, because these
देखते हैं.
placement points will
Can they
also
make the
move
impossible
that boundary
possible?
further and further and further, inexorably away from them. It will be so tough to make it through, and you know what? I don't expect them to do it. I just don't think they've got it in the tank right now with 3
Stone
players
क्या
alive,
survivor है
coming
भाई?
up against Team Liquid
क्या
on this
जगह-
northeast
क्या
position.
जगह ढूंढ के
They
लेटा
can
है?
look to maybe sweep through IWNRX, who frankly, have been on a tear this match, but kind of overshadowed by their previous performances.
Yeah, IW and NRX are just doing this for kicks at this point. Just looking to crush some dreams. But Mad Bulls, that dream isn't dead yet. It's still alive and well. It's still
currently
possible.
Cut off chal raha hai.
They cannot afford to even see another team going
68
into a team
69
fight. They need to take
Vampire
out
is still
everybody. They
surviving,
got to
right?
start pushing here.
Placement points add करके
It's
currently
time.
cut off चल रहा है 69 sorry.
It's time for it
Cut off
now.
70 जाएगा बे.
Team Liquid. They should be aware that they've done
Current
it at
cut off
this
is
stage.
69 guys.
They've got a
Stone
little
gap.
bit more left to give,
That's
though.
Vampire gone.
Vampire out. This is the potential
So they
for
have
the Mad
67
Bulls to
points.
actually
Sorry.
find something here. With
Placement
Vampire
points
finishing
add
on
नहीं हुआ
70,
शायद.
that is 5 points short of where Satani said he wanted to
Hashtag
end
5
up. But they are in
hashtag 5 पे
11th
कितने
right
placement
now,
point
and
guys?
notably ahead of
वो add कर
Reject,
लो.
which means
Vampire को.
that
Vampire
even
70
if
above
Mad
है,
Bulls
I think.
surpass them, they are guaranteed in the finals now. 69 points is the bubble. It sits on Reject, the Japanese team biting their nails.
11 eliminations available for the Mad Bulls. They need all of them. Let's see what they
Gordel
can do.
disqualified.
Harami
कोई
Bro
बात
still on
नहीं,
the
वो
other
voting
side
से आ
of the
जाएंगे.
map. They have some great angles. They're just big chillin'. They are too low on the leaderboards to make anything happen. We'll see something from them the day after tomorrow in the survival stage. But all eyes are on Mad Bulls as now they're starting to put some pressure onto IWNAX. Have they finally woken up?
They might just be able to make something magic happen here. If they can find it, it would be a miracle. Reject would be devastated to find that it's happened to them. IWNRX, their next challenge. Zed Wolf on the
PJB
back line.
fans
They're
was
holding it out.
hoping
Team Liquid
for
have moved
them,
down
but
from that
PJB
north
have
side, and
different plans.
Harami Bro have just been staying out
PJB
of it
will come
all
back
the
to
while.
survival stage.
Kine, low
Don't you
HP
worry.
here. Mythic putting pressure on Ayala as well, lobbing these nades in. It's ducking their heads behind
Bro,
the
Mad
headland.
Bulls को फट फट मारना पड़ेगा team
Mythic
को.
gets the first shot
चलो,
to
nice
Frozen.
one.
And IWNRX again, less
अरे
and less
नहीं.
wind in their sails by the second.
Liquid
And
को मिला
less and less
frag.
points that Mad Bulls can get, because that is one that's going to go towards the side of Team Liquid. They can't afford to even lose anyone. Okay, that's another elimination for Mad Bulls. They are on a run right now. They have to take down Team Liquid. Here comes Zerich in the front lines with the UMP. Can he hit these shots?
Mythic
He hits the
going for the
laydown.
shots. Not going to be able to hit it. Goes down. Ayala wins the trade, but there's Flike with it back and forth again. But one player now for Mad Bulls. It's
Mad
all
Bulls
up
का
to
एक ही बंदा
Flike.
बचा है.
The res
Consider
not
Mad
gonna
Bulls
happen, I don't think, with Zedwolf there
not
to hunt
qualified.
it down. And Harami Bro
वो
moving
भी league
across
stage
these
से खेलेंगे.
eliminations are just
Liquid
starting to
निकालने
fade.
वाली
And the
है ये
Mad
match.
Bulls, despite their run,
12
might have
finishes
fallen
है बे
short.
NRX का. जाते जाते एक
I
अच्छा
think
मैच
that is
निकाल के तो गए
all
वो.
she wrote right there. The opportunity was there, but Mad Bulls were just way too slow on the gas pedal right there. They needed to start seeing red just a little bit earlier. Instead, just trying to play a little bit too passive, and that's what happens here. The nerves start hitting in. You don't know what to do. You gotta move when the going gets tough.
Flike, though, still with a small chance, but he's outside the blue zone, has to crest the ridgeline. Team Liquid bearing down upon you. What can you do? Knight will be happy with this, though, for Team Liquid.
Nice knock
They
bे.
have
Fleeky.
managed
Oi,
to secure
oi, oi,
the
oi.
spot, but 2 sprays for Flike.
Nice
okay,
damage on the
finds
rope,
one, maybe getting a flush there.
दो बंदा को पेटी
Harami
बनाया
Bro
क्या?
gonna
नहीं,
take
नहीं,
the
एक
shots
rep हो
back.
जाएगा, I think.
Slowing Team Liquid down here is absolutely huge, though. If they can rack up just a couple more eliminations for Mad Bulls, it's still not out of the question, but we would still need to win it as well.
Harami Bros are
But
here.
We would need an absolute miracle. We would need to see PUBG Mobile history right here, right now. Flike needs to just clutch it up for his squad. We're talking putting the backpack on and straight carrying them across to the finish line. He is going for a big rotation here. He does have enough room to breathe, so he should be able to get this rotation safely. He is starting to get peppered, though, on the way up the hill. Meanwhile, Harami Bro has so many different angles. And now Harami Bro is going to start setting their attention onto Team Liquid here.
He qualified.
The nades are going to start ringing out.
Mad Bulls maybe go
Defense
down
clearly
here.
not
There's a challenge over on the far side. Flike, with a nade in hand, actually backs the player on the high ground for Harami Bro off and usurps him up onto this position. Interesting turn of events, but not going to be in the next circle. Has managed to get away from under the pressure. eliminations needed for this team right now. With the 5 eliminations they got, there are 55 points. Remember, 69 is the bubble. If he wins it, I grant you that is so unlikely to happen. But if he wins it, that would put them up at 65. 69 is the bubble, which means that he needs 4 more eliminations.
I just cried for
with
Falcons.
A chicken dinner,
Don't
they
cry
win the
yet, bro.
tiebreaker against
Don't cry yet.
Reject, which
Survival
would put them over
stage.
the top. But as I
They
say,
still have survival
it is
stage.
so unlikely. It's basically out of the
जो
question.
परसों से होगा.
But we know we've seen the impossible before. Can we see it here live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia?
It's
the
a challenge.
PUBG Mobile World Cup. Blinky down to 10% HP. That buggy is beat up. He has to jump out. Goes for the
There it
spray. And
that
that
was a
is
3v4
going to
fight,
be the
Liquid
Mad Bulls miracle run
versus
ending right then and
Harame
there.
Bros. Liquid का एक बंदा
That
knock
is
finish.
a little bit sad, but
it's a
I didn't
2v4.
expect it to happen. He just kept teasing
Can
me
Liquid
with it
2v4
all the way
Harame
until
Bro.
the end, and that is
Ek gaya,
unfortunate.
Harame
Harame
Bro
Bro going up against Team Liquid now to close down the final match as we're going to isolate our top 12 teams at the end of this. Dish out that fat Millie. Over the top, Harame Bro setting forwards a little bit. One player down. Can they get a trade? Doesn't look like it. Not just yet. Finding those shots, but not quite connecting. Another goes forward, but Ayala does
Last man
fall.
standing
2
here.
players down
1v2
now
situation.
for either team. It looks like Team Liquid trying to stay alive with only 1 player remaining. Cardozo with a chance around the monster truck.
1v2.
Trying to give them the dose.
Oh,
No,
re, re, re,
and
re,
it
re,
gets
re.
done. Team Liquid close us down with the final chicken dinner of group stages. Our top 12 teams.
Harame Bro got
locked in.
2v4,
Reject,
guys.
Breathe. A sigh of relief.
Harame Bro got
As
2v4
Mad
by
Bulls
Team
can't
Liquid.
quite make it all the way.
What an incredible game. I can't wait to see
मैं
the
सोचा भी नहीं था ये
leaderboards, to
मार
get those
देंगे बोल के.
official scores
But मार
and see
दिए.
exactly who made it, who did it.
Well
Team
played,
Liquid
man.
after that
Cardozo.
game, they know
Well played.
they're going to the finals. So,
Wow.
just where did they end up though? That's my
Like I say,
question,
it's
because
not
that was
over
a huge
until
one
it's
for them right here towards
over.
the end.
Absolutely. It has been a story of real
मुझे लगा बहुत easily निकाल देंगे Harame Bro. I don't know what I was thinking.
Remember that boom chicken dinner, that 20 elimination game on the first Miramar. That
चलो, now
alone
it's time for the
sort of
overall
saved, right?
standings.
They were on 46 points before that.
ये लोग दिखाएंगे the bitter truth. Did Falcons qualify or not? हमें पता है, but officially देख लेंगे एक बार.
There is just that one spark of brilliance that you need, and it can
1v3 the last. I know, देखा मैंने. मुझे लगा एक बंदा तो मार देगा उसको नहीं.
Were not quite able to get those sparks going.
Where are Luxy and Zaxi? They did not qualify, bro. इंडोनेशिया से एक ही टीम आया, वो है बूम स्पोर्ट्स. बाय ने चोको दे दिया भाई. हार्ड वाला चोको दे दिया.
Man, they had a shot, but I'm just so shocked that they played this so passive
Wow.
for so long. There was plenty of fights.
भाई इधर भी कोई
but that's the way it
इंस्टाग्राम
goes.
वेबसाइट है क्या जिधर
Pull the trigger, you ain't gonna
ऑफिशियली
get done.
पॉइंट्स दिखाने से पहले हमें पॉइंट्स देखने को मिले उधर.
Unfortunately, this time around, but
बहुत सेक्सी मारा ब्रो.
I want to talk a little
Cardozo.
bit about IWNRX as well in that last match. They
Qualifying
were
in style.
loud. They had a lot going on.
Ayala,
They
Cardozo,
just
Mythic.
wasn't there for the rest of the tournament, and I
ये
mean, it is
ex-Loops
disappointing.
players
We
हैं.
see more from them. I hope they're going to be able to put up a performance, especially from Zed Wolf. I feel like that guy deserves credit.
Vote for Godlike and teaser. Team Zero भी बाहर हुई क्या?
Yeah, not yet. And it was good to
Bro,
see
it's gonna be a battle, bro. It's gonna be a battle. दो teams कर सकती है ना voting से qualify.
I mean, 3 days. You
I think दोनों हो जाएंगे.
Let's finally go ahead and take it on over to the studio.
दोनों हो जाएंगे.
And wrap things up here and see who made it to the finals.
Yeah, I understand.
It's time for the MVP, guys.
It was like, why did
It's time for the MVP.
earlier? Why did it come down to the final game for them to finally?
टॉप ने लास्ट दोनों मैचेस में 0 फ्रैग से मारा ना.
In EMEA.
तो टॉप
But either way, they still have a second chance.
टॉप
They still have the survival stage.
शायद नहीं है. मे भी हो सकता है.
Why we should
टॉप से ज्यादा कोई मारा आज.
as you heard John say,
Probably हो सकता है बूम स्पोर्ट्स का कोई प्लेयर.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I have to.
We'll see. सबसे पहले MVP दिखाएंगे, उसके बाद overall standings.
Considering that the challengers to that one spot were gone, Mad Bulls should be far more aggressive than they were being. The 1-1-2 split for them, losing someone to East, then thinking to themselves, oh, it might not just be a solo. What are we supposed to do here to try and kind of shut this down? So go into ultra defensive mode, very difficult. This is not the Mad Bulls I'm used to seeing personally.
They were so split.
जिसको जिसको वोट देना है आप लोग जाके वोट दे देना ब्रो.
I don't know if they weren't quite sure of the math of how many elims they needed.
भाई तुम्हारी गेमिंग चेयर कौन सी है? ये मैं 4 साल हो गया मैं लेके. ये ग्रीन सोल का है. ये चेयर. गाइस MVP कौन बना? आज का MVP कौन बना?
And Alpha 7 being, I'd say, more experienced and definitely better results when it comes to national events.
Boom Yummy
Able to
MVP.
hold on to
Yeah, I
the
also
top
think so.
spot.
Let's quickly
Either
talk
it's
about
Boom
that.
Yummy or Top.
Okay,
In दोनों में एक
the
होगा.
2v4 that we just witnessed from them as well. Harami kind of bottling it a little bit, I want to say. I mean, Team Liquid, they went into that with a pump shotgun, which is not exactly the best of
23 में stream करोगे. Plan है करने का. बाकी देखते हैं.
Team Liquid played up
Survival stage है bro, survival stage. मेरा actually initially plan नहीं था survival stage का. But शायद करना पड़ेगा शायद. पता नहीं देखता हूँ.
Overall, for Team Liquid, this is the Team Liquid that
सही survival stage में बहुत camping होता है बे. पता क्योंकि सिर्फ top 4 teams qualify होंगे ना. तो try hard बहुत करते हैं उसमें.
More out of this team, considering that they are the champions of the PMSL.
We'll see.
Did they do enough to pass?
Mostly करूँगा ये. तुम लोग को चाहिए तो करूँगा. तुम लोग देखोगे survival stage बताओ.
14th place, Team Falcons, 3, and then leaving it all into the one man to try to survive to get them into this, and unfortunately not going to be enough. So Falcons, one team, I don't think any single talent here, whether it's English, Indonesian, Arabic, would ever expected. Yeah, he's in his own world. Would ever expected Falcons to not qualify. But here's a quick little recap of the day, and honestly, I think the talking point of the day is Power Esports having 4 insanely good back-to-back-to-back
ठीक है कर लूँगा मैं survival stage भी
able
कर
to put
लूँगा.
them directly into the main event.
Being able to get those 2 chicken dinners today.
In PMGO also Falcons qualified through loser bracket. Absolutely destroyed every team. मेरे को अच्छे से याद है #1 आया था. मिरामार मैच में 20 frags निकाले थे. मेरे को अच्छे से याद है. I hope they repeat the same thing again this time also. But
I'm not going to expect you guys to do predictions.
But इतना close आके choke कर दी भाई Falcons. Last दोनों मैच में 0 point.
Games they had that were extremely good. Let's take a look at our
मेरे दिमाग में मैंने fix हो गया था qualify हो गया बोल के.
Because this is going to be interesting. Maybe if they can maintain this sort of momentum going into
top
our final. Okay, top.
That's crazy though. This kind of goes with what we've been talking about. Yeah, that's gotta hurt in a big way because he was the one performing the.
भाई survival से Falcon को support मत करना. Soak gaming भाई. तुम ये सुपरस्टिशियस जिंदगी में जियो भाई. तुम उधर ही जियो ठीक है. तुम रियलिटी में मत जियो ठीक है. मैं अल्फा 7 को भी सपोर्ट किया ब्रो. वो क्वालिफाई हो गया. 4MV को किया वो भी हो गया. टाइमबा को किया वो भी हो गया. ये कौन सी बात हो गई? कम ऑन यार. लॉजिक लगाओ लॉजिक.
Because let's be honest, as you say, it has been all top for them throughout these 2 days of gameplay, and then it has looked
ये टॉप को दिखा रहा है मतलब टॉप पिक बना क्या MVP.
responsive in some of these fights. They need to absolutely.
बट क्या खेला ब्रो आज टॉप.
Every single facet of their
उसका टीम का इतना डिक्लाइन उसका टीम का इतना डिक्लाइन चल रहा है परफॉर्मेंस बट इंडिविजुअली इतना स्टैंड आउट किया आज. क्या बोलूं मैं.
They brought in Zed. We were expecting with the signing of Falcons as well. Not saying that Stalwart is a bad
organization. God like 4 matches 6 point. भाई ये
the amount of
हंसो मत यार हंसो मत
within the organization of
MCS bro
allowed them to be able to easily qualify in something like this.
किसी का बुराई करने से हमारा अच्छा कभी नहीं होगा याद रखना ये लाइफ में.
That's the thing, right? We don't know what's happening currently with that team. We don't know if maybe there's some internal issues that might be happening.
Top MVP today. I hope so bro. I hope so.
The thing has to come down to I'm so surprised that this team is looking like a team in survival state, going to survival stage that they might
दिखा दो यार दिखा दो.
That's the big shocker for me.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but right now I'm not hopeful for them. Survival stage is brutal, regardless of what we think of the 14.
Is PUBG 120 FPS? Yes, it is 120 FPS.
They're going to give them a run for their money as well.
BGMI maybe आएगा बोल के सुना मैंने.
But
पता नहीं कब.
Home can see all the teams who did qualify, but I think we knew kind of towards the end of that game which ones are going to be there. But more importantly, I don't think
overall standings are here, guys.
To be first place here, and Team Liquid,
Talon Esports, Xavier, IHC, Alpha 7, Liquid, 4MV, Timeba, Judo Alliance.
Oh, that's gonna feel
qualified.
so good to that team.
अब चुपचाप second place दिखाओ.
I feel like even though that might not seem
second
like much to a lot of the viewers, I feel like for that team it's gonna give.
कौन है 16th team कौन होगा? Guess करो chat. कौन होगा 16th team?
about
16th team I think
better than them in international
Vampire
events.
होंगे.
Everybody's been
I
saying
think
that
Vampire
for
होगा.
now. They
Hashtag
can say,
16.
hey, well, guess what? Our group stage,
16 बोल रहा हूँ. Hashtag
we're
12.
above
Hashtag
them.
12.
I think for Team Liquid, as much as yesterday
Hashtag
it looked
12.
hit and miss, I think they redeemed
Vampire
themselves
होगा.
definitely throughout
for
today,
sure.
especially considering they just took a great 2v4.
No, it was reject.
It was crazy the 1-8 though.
Vampire is at 70.
Some great things every single
भाई
one of those
इनको
teams did.
इतना जल्दी हटा दिया ये लोग. हट.
Name some great.
इनको डीप्लेस किया फैल्कन्स. हैशटैग 16 है ब्रो. मैड बुल्स फैल्कन्स दोनों का 60 पॉइंट से डीप्लेस किया. वो लोग सोएंगे नहीं आज. लोग नहीं सोएंगे. डीप्लेस किया आज नहीं सोएगा. फैल्कन्स आज नहीं सोएंगे. वैम्पायर आज पार्टी करेंगे. बूम भी आज पार्टी करेंगे. रिजेक्ट भी पार्टी करेगा. कोई बात नहीं. सर्वाइवल स्टेज भी बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होगा. लुक्स लाइक मैड बुल्स डीप्लेस किया इनको एंड मनी मेकर्स हरामे ब्रो सारे टीम्स खेलने वाले हैं. भाई मैं बिल्कुल एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था भाई बूम ई स्पोर्ट्स इतना तगड़ा मैच निकालेगा बोल के. आज 30 पॉइंटर निकाल दिया आज. वाह, सुपर हैप्पी फॉर बूम ई स्पोर्ट्स. दे डिजर्व इट. तो ये था गाइस डे 3 ऑफ ग्रुप स्टेज. होप यू गाइस एंजॉयड द स्ट्रीम. अगर तुम लोग को थोड़ा भी मजा आया ना, लाइक करना मत भूलना, सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलना एंड सी यू गाइस ऑन 23rd. उस दिन भी मैं लाइव स्ट्रीम करूंगा. अपन चीर करेंगे, साथ में मिलके फैल्कन्स को फाइनल्स तक लेके जाएंगे. होपफुली फिंगर्स क्रॉस्ड हो जाए विदाउट एनी प्रॉब्लम्स इस बार. वन लास्ट टाइम एक बार चैट देख लेता हूँ, किसी का कुछ मिस किया गया मैंने. लेट्स गो आरसी. आई नो राइट भाई. आरसी ऐसा ऐसा पकड़ के खेल रहे होंगे वो. आई मीन ऐसा पकड़ के देख रहे होंगे लास्ट मैच, क्योंकि इनको ओनली नीडेड दे ओनली नीड 3 पॉइंट्स. पता, दे डोंट इवन नीड 4 पॉइंट्स क्योंकि दे हैव अ चिकन डिनर. इफ दे गेट 3 more points, Reject Tokyo would be out because of the winner chicken dinner. Super happy for Reject Tokyo. They'll come back stronger in the finals. देखते भाई. Survival stage is going to be interesting, looks like. So see you guys on 23rd. Until then, peace. अभी तक स्ट्रीम देख रहा है तो स्टे हाइड्रेटेड. एक ग्लास पानी पी लेना, ठीक है. बाय ब्रदर्स, टेक केयर एंड गुड नाइट.